in the Zhong clan's estate. Although night had fallen, the main hall remained brightly lit. The high-ranking members of the clan, led by Zhong San and Zhong Si, the respective third and fourth masters of the Zhong clan, gathered in the hall. The brothers of the Zhong clan had always been a topic of discussion for the people of Skywind City. The clan leader of the Zhong clan was also the eldest among the brothers. He was known as Zhong De. His second brother, Zhong Kuqi's father, was known as Zhong Er. The following were Zhong San and Zhong Si. They had a sister who was known as Zhong Wu, but she had changed her name when she had gotten older. She was now married to an inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Although the position of an inner elder was not high in the Hidden Fog sect, Zhong Wu's husband was the son of a supreme elder of the sect, a lord of gods. For this reason, Zhong Wu was considered to be the Zhong clan's hidden ace. Although there were many people from the Zhong clan who held high positions in the Hidden Fog sect, due to Zhong Wu's husband's background, their status was lower. At this moment, Zhong San and Zhong Si sat side by side. Zhong San looked at the members present with a dark expression on his face as he asked in a deep voice, "All of you should have heard of the news, right?" Everyone nodded. Although Zhong De and Zhong Er aren't in the estate, they've already heard the news as well. We've been ordered to win that young man, Duan Ling Tian, over to our side. Failing that, we'll destroy him, Zhong San said. Upon hearing Zhong San's words, the others were slightly surprised. They had assumed they would be ordered to deal with the new student immediately. They did not expect the new student would be given a chance to join them. At this moment, Zhong Si, who was sitting at the side, shook his head and said, "I'm afraid we won't be able to win him over. Based on what that kid, Zhong Kuqi, told me and what I heard from the academy, Duan Ling Tian is rather smart. Moreover, the other king rank forces will definitely try to win him over as well. Don't forget that kid," Zhong Kuqi threatened him as well. "All things considered, it'd be difficult for us to win him over to our side." Zhong Si, the fourth master of the Zhong clan, had bid against Duan Ling Tian in the Zhou clan's auction half a month ago for 3 divine pills. In the end, Duan Ling Tian won the 3 divine pills. At that time, he had been determined to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. However, when he witnessed Yu Qiu Xian's strength that alluded to Duan Xiaoyu's identity, he hurriedly dismissed all thoughts of revenge. Naturally, he was unaware that the young man who had bid against him half a month ago was the new student who had evicted his nephew from the prominent grade courtyard in the Hidden Fog Academy. "No matter what, we have to try. Like I said earlier, if he refuses, we'll destroy him," Zhong San said in a deep voice. According to the rumors, Duan Ling Tian has a high innate talent and comprehension skills. Murong Suifeng will definitely take a liking to him. We can only hope Murong Suifeng doesn't accept him as a disciple. Otherwise, we won't be able to lay a hand on him at all. That's right. Murong Suifeng is known to be overprotective. Back then, after his disciple was killed by a king of gods from a king-rank bandit group, he spent 100 years hunting them down before killing all of them. Not even one person survived the massacre. "It's better for us not to provoke such a person," Zhong San said. The expressions of the members turned grim when they heard Zhong San's words. "I think we're worrying over nothing," Zhong Si said as he shook his head. After the death of his disciple, Murong Suifeng had declared he was not going to accept a disciple anymore. The news came from the Hidden Fog sect itself, so I think the information is credible. "I've heard about that as well." An elder nodded. It's said that he volunteered to come to Skywind City to serve as the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy because of that matter. Apparently, he needed a change in environment since the sect held many memories of his disciple. Based on Murong Suifeng's character, I doubt he'd go back on his words and accept a new disciple now. Everyone nodded. There were not many people in Skywind City, or even the Hidden Fog Academy, whom the Zhong clan was afraid of. However, Murong Suifeng was one of the few they were fearful of. However, as long as Murong Suifeng did not accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple, there was not much Murong Suifeng could do even if they killed Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, without evidence, it would be even more difficult for Murong Suifeng to act. They could easily find a scapegoat to bear the consequences of their crime. At the same time, the other king-rank forces in Skywind City, including the Zhou clan, were also holding meetings to discuss the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy. We should try to win Duanling Tian over to our side. With a genius like him, he'll definitely achieve great things once he joins the Hidden Fog sect. As long as he's willing, we'll agree to any of his conditions. The king-rank forces were determined to win Duanling Tian over to their sides. After all, considering his innate talent, comprehension skills, and age, he was a top-notch prodigy even in a sect like the Hidden Fog sect. Duanling Tian was not even 2,800 years old, but he had already comprehended a triple-fused profundity, one of the four Daos of heaven and earth, and was also an intermediate god. The only person who was comparable to Duanling Tian was the candidate who had been selected to be the future sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. While Skywind City was still in an uproar, calm gradually returned to the Hidden Fog Academy. At this moment, in the depths of the Hidden Fog Academy, a figure could be seen sitting at the top of a pavilion. The figure was drinking wine straight from the bottle and showed no signs of stopping. The figure belonged to a handsome, middle-aged man dressed in an elegant white robe. His long hair was loose, fluttering in the night air. The handsome middle-aged man was none other than Murong Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. Quaner, an amazing prodigy, joined the academy today. The first day he joined the academy wasn't even over yet, but he had already proven himself to be the strongest student of the academy. He's really outstanding, even more so than you. If you were still around, I'd definitely accept him as my disciple so he'd be your junior brother. Alas, no matter how Elder Yun Hui persuades me, I won't accept him as a disciple. I'll let those old men in the sect fight over him in the future. In fact, he probably won't even enter the sect yet before those old men send their people here to win him over first. The Hidden Fog Academy was founded by the Hidden Fog sect. Murong Suifeng, as the dean, was naturally responsible for all of the academy's affairs. There were rules in the academy. No matter how outstanding a student was, they had to be at least 3,000 years old before they could join the Hidden Fog sect. Members of the sect were also prohibited from recruiting the students in advance for fear of distracting them from their cultivation. Nevertheless, there were many who would find ways around the rules. For example, some of them would send their people over to recruit the students. This had happened many times in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy. After obtaining the right to live in a prominent grade courtyard, Duanling Tian returned to cultivate. He could not hear what was going on outside, nor was he interested in hearing what was going on outside. No one bothered him for a long time until... Knock! Knock! Duanling Tian, who was abruptly awakened from his cultivation, frowned. He muttered, "I don't think it's time for the 10-star students' trials, right?" The Hidden Fog Academy had trials for students of all ranks. They were held quite frequently to improve the students' combat abilities. Usually, these trials would be held outside of the academy in a mountainous area that was overrun by beasts and monsters. As far as he knew, the last trial for 10-star students was held rather recently, so it was impossible for there to be another one now. Creak. When Duanling Tian opened the door, he saw two people hovering above the courtyard's entrance. The first person was a tall man dressed in a blue and brown robe who looked to be in his 30s. His complexion was jade-like, and he had a pair of bushy eyebrows. He stared at Duanling Tian intently as Duanling Tian walked out. The second person was a young man dressed in a green robe. Upon seeing Duanling Tian, he asked with a hint of contempt, "You're Duanling Tian?" Duanling Tian glanced at the green-clad young man and asked, "How can I help you?" The green-clad young man looked at Duanling Tian expressionlessly and said, "I'm Tu Feng, an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. My master is the second inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect. He wants to accept you as a disciple. When you enter the sect, you can use the Soul Pearl to contact me, and I'll bring you to meet him." After Tu Feng finished speaking, he tossed the Soul Pearl to Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian waved his hand, sending the Soul Pearl back to Tu Feng before he said, "No, thank you. Even if I join the Hidden Fog sect in the future, I have no plans to acknowledge a master. Please thank the second inner elder for his offer." Tu Feng's expression darkened when Duanling Tian returned the Soul Pearl to him. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Duanling Tian, are you going to trample on my and my master's dignity by refusing us? You can say whatever you want." Duanling Tian shrugged as he said, I'll decide the path I'll take in life. There's no need for others to interfere. Tu Feng asked frostily, do you really think I won't attack you? With that, an aura of destruction swept out of Tu Feng's body. Clearly, he had comprehended the law of destruction. Moreover, based on the divine energy rising from his body, he was a king of gods. Tu Feng, the chief disciple of the second inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect, was a rudimentary king of gods. He had yet to reach the age of 10,000. Although he was not the most outstanding among the younger generation, he was still considered rather outstanding. Oh? So you dare to attack me in the Hidden Fog Academy? Duanling Tian smiled mockingly. There was no fear to be seen in his eyes at all as he looked at Tu Feng. He had already familiarized himself with the rules of the academy. Outsiders were prohibited from trespassing into the academy. Most importantly, those who harmed students on the academy grounds would be punished with death. Although members of the Hidden Fog sect might be able to gain entry into the Hidden Fog Academy, it did not mean they could simply attack the students. Attacking or killing disciples with no good reason was punishable by death. Tu Feng, who had lost his composure, was about to attack Duanling Tian when another young man suddenly called out, "Eldest senior brother." The gray-clad young man stepped out from behind Tu Feng before he said through voice transmission, "Eldest senior brother. There are rules in the academy. Even disciples of the Hidden Fog sect aren't exempted from punishment if caught breaking the rules. We'll be killed if we attack or kill a student. Many disciples were sentenced to death for breaking this rule. One of them was even a disciple of a supreme elder. The supreme elder didn't even dare to protest when the vice sect leader executed his disciple. In fact, he even apologized profusely to the vice sect leader. The vice sect leader that the gray-clad young man mentioned was none other than Murong Suifeng, who was also the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. Upon hearing these words, Tu Feng returned to his senses. He restrained his energy as he looked at Duanling Tian icily. Duanling Tian, you'll join the Hidden Fog sect sooner or later. At that time, I'll settle the account with you. I hope you'll be able to live until then. Tu Feng sneered when he finished speaking. He had already received the news about Duanling Tian offending the Zhong clan, a king-rank force in Skywind City. With his understanding of the Zhong clan, he knew they would not let the matter slide so easily. He thought there was a rather high chance that Duanling Tian would die before he even had a chance to join the Hidden Fog sect. Duanling Tian watched expressionlessly as Tu Feng before he returned to his cultivation. During this time, many people from the Hidden Fog sect came to the Hidden Fog Academy to look for Duanling Tian. However, he did not even open the door. He stayed behind closed door, cultivating. He only left the building and the courtyard on the day of the trial for 10 Stars students. Before leaving for the trial, the 10 Stars Pavilion would distribute divine pills that could restore energy and heal injuries to the students. Naturally, the pills distributed to the 10 Stars students were not the same and were distributed according to their ranks. 10-star students were divided into ranks according to the courtyards they lived in. Needless to say, the better the grade of one's courtyard, the better the pills one would receive. For example, the pills Duanling Tian would receive were the highest grade divine pills among all the 10 Stars students. When Duanling Tian entered the 10 Stars Pavilion, he did not attract much attention. Not many recognized him. However, things changed as soon as he strode into the 10 Stars Hall, causing quite a stir. It's Duanling Tian. He's here. After so many months, Duanling Tian finally made an appearance. At this time, Lu Jin stepped forward with an uneasy expression on his face before he forced a smile and said, "You're finally here." Duanling Tian nodded and smiled. "Did you come to collect the divine pills as well?" "Yes." Lu Jin felt relieved when he saw that Duanling Tian's attitude toward him did not change. The smile on his face no longer looked forced. Duanling Tian. At this time, another one of Duanling Tian's acquaintances walked over. It was Ding Yen whom he had defeated previously. Duanling Tian smiled and nodded in response as well. Since Ding Yen had helped him out previously, his impression of Ding Yen was not bad. When Ding Yen arrived in front of Duanling Tian, his expression was solemn as he said through voice transmission, "I advise you to skip the trial this time. No one's going to say anything even if you don't participate in the trial. No one in the academy doubts your strength after all." Under normal circumstances, it was mandatory for students to participate in the trial. Failing that, they would be expelled from the Hidden Fog Academy. However, with Duanling Tian's innate talent and comprehension, Ding Yan believed an exception would be made for Duanling Tian. In his opinion, the Hidden Fog Academy would definitely feel reluctant to expel such a prodigy. Why? Duanling Tian asked. Hey, stop pretending to be dumb, Ding Yan said, somewhat annoyed. Everyone in Skywind City knows you've offended the Zhong clan. If you participate in the trial, the Zhong clan will definitely seize the chance to deal with you. Moreover, there might be other king-rank forces who will harm you in order to push the blame to the Zhong clan as well. Ding Yan's voice grew more and more solemn as he reached the end of his words. They're so bold? Do you really think they have the guts to attack me after I leave the sect for the trial? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Although it was not completely unexpected, he did not think the Zhong clan would dare to attack a 10-star student during a trial. Under normal circumstances, they naturally dare not do such a thing, Ding Yan said as he shook his head. However, during the trial, students would be separated from the teachers leading their teams. Those from the Zhong clan or other king-rank forces only need to hide and wait for a chance to act. After getting rid of the evidence, who would know they killed you? Ding Yan's words managed to sway Duanling Tian, who was determined to grow stronger as soon as possible. Slightly. Hence, he began to consider Ding Yan's suggestion. When a thought appeared in his mind, he asked, as far as I know, those stronger than kings of gods can't enter the trial grounds, right? That's right. Ding Yan nodded. There's a formation at the periphery of the grounds. An alarm will sound if a king of gods or those who are stronger appear. However, the formation does nothing to keep advanced gods out. These king-rank forces in Skywind City have no lack of advanced gods in their respective ranks. I know you're strong enough to handle an advanced god. However, do you think you'll be able to deal with a group of advanced gods at the same time? No matter how strong you are, it'd be difficult for you to deal with all of them at once. Duanling Tian asked again. So you're certain it's impossible for kings of gods to enter the trial grounds to harm me? Ding Yan nodded. That's right. The teachers will be us until we enter the trial grounds. They're quite strong as well. As long as you don't leave the trial grounds, it's impossible for kings of gods or those who are stronger to get to you. Duanling Tian sighed in relief inwardly upon hearing Ding Yan's words. With that, he decided to go ahead and participate in the trial. It would be too troublesome to skip the trial unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he would have to see the dean to obtain the dean's permission to skip the trial. Apart from that, if one ranked at the top, one would be rewarded with many rare treasures. Naturally, these rewards were only useful to ordinary gods. They had no effect on kings of gods or those who were stronger. What are the rewards for the trial this time? Duanling Tian asked Ding Yan. Duanling Tian learned that the reward for the 10 stars trial this time was a dragon-marked divine herb that could help improve ordinary gods' cultivation bases. Its effect was not as good as the effects of the 3 divine pills he had obtained from the auction, but it was still useful. Since he had already consumed the 3 divine pills, even if he managed to get another 3, they no longer had any effect on him. On the contrary, the dragon-marked divine herb that he had never tried before was sure to help him improve. Even if the dragon-marked divine pill can't help me to break through immediately, it'd still bring a step closer to becoming an advanced god. Duanling Tian grew even more determined to obtain the reward. Duanling Tian had considered the threats. Even if the Zhong clan or other king-rank forces sent a group of advanced gods to deal with him, he was confident he would be able to deal with them as long as he went out with strength. If he was cornered, he could always use his prominent divine artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that he had become an intermediate god, he could harness more of the sword's power. Moreover, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword's artifact soul, Huanger, had definitely gotten stronger as well. When Ding Yan saw Duanling Tian was tempted by the dragon-marked divine hern and intended to participate in the trial, he said again, Duanling Tian, if you really want the dragon-marked divine herb, you can just ask for it from the dean. He'd definitely give it to you considering your innate talent and comprehension skills. There's no need for you to risk your life for it. Ask for one from the dean? Duanling Tian was slightly tempted by Ding Yan's solution. Nevertheless, he dismissed the suggestion in the end. After all, if he did that, he would owe Murong Suifeng a favor. He disliked owing favors. In the end, he said with a faint smile, I still plan to participate in the trial. You? Ding Yan thought about persuading Duanling Tian again. But when he saw Duanling Tian's determined gaze, he gave up. In the end, he only said, then, let's stick together during the trial. Those king-rank forces will refrain themselves if I'm with you. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Ding Yan hastily added, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to use you to gain trial points. I'm sure you've heard that only those who killed the monsters will be given points. Ding Yan had been worried Duanling Tian might misunderstand his intention when he proposed this idea, so he quickly explained himself. They'll refrain themselves because of you? Duanling Tian looked at Ding Yan puzzled. Then he said with a laugh, if my memories serve me right, I defeated you. Ding Yan hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm not saying they're afraid of my strength. I meant that my identity might give them pause. Your identity? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at Ding Yan curiously. What about your identity? After all, if Ding Yan's identity could make the king-rank forces in Skywind City refrain from acting, he would not have to live in a primitive-grade courtyard. When the time comes, you'll see for yourself, Ding Yan said vaguely, obviously reluctant to speak more about this matter. Duanling Tian did not pursue the matter. Moreover, it did not matter to him what Ding Yan's identity was, since he could very well protect himself. As long as there were no kings of gods in the trial ground, he was confident about keeping himself safe. He might not even have to run from a group of advanced gods. This meant in the unlikely event that he could not deal with them, he would still be able to escape from them with ease. In any case, thank you for your kindness. Duanling Tian nodded to Ding Yan before he went forward to collect his divine pills. Duanling Tian was about to return to his courtyard after collecting the divine pills when Duanling Tian turned around, he saw a cyan-clad young man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance hurrying toward him. How can I help you? Duanling Tian did not recognize the cyan-clad young man. At the same time, Ding Yang's voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's ears. He's Zhong Heliang, a member of the Zhong clan. However, he's not a lineal disciple of the clan. Hence, his status in the clan can't compare to Zhong Kuqi's at all. Zhong Heliang said solemnly as soon as he arrived in front of Duanling Tian, I've been sent by the Zhong clan to express our sincerity. If you're willing to join our clan and swear using the Devil Heart's blood oath to be loyal to the clan will forget about your conflict with young Master Kuqi. Otherwise, Zhong Heliang used silence to make his threats clear. Otherwise what? Duanling Tian glanced at Zhong Heliang with a faint smile on his face. Is your clan going to kill me just because I seized the prominent grade courtyard from Zhong Kuqi? Don't forget that I earned the right to occupy that prominent grade courtyard according to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duanling Tian, you're strong and talented. I'm sure you've heard of the saying, a wise man knows when to submit to fate. Zhong Heliang said as he shook his head. This is my advice to you. Please give me an answer before the start of the trial. This is my soul pearl. When Zhong Heliang handed Duanling Tian his soul pearl, Duanling Tian naturally refused. I don't need it. Very well. Zhong Heliang no longer tried to persuade Duanling Tian. He left after putting his soul pearl away. As soon as he turned away, a sneer appeared on his face. When faced with Duanling Tian, he did not dare to go overboard. After all, he was no match for Duanling Tian at all. Before Duanling Tian could leave again, several people from the king-rank forces in Skywind City stepped forward one after another to extend an invitation on behalf of the forces they belonged to. This included a member of the Zhou clan. Unlike the Zhong clan, they did not make excessive demands such as requiring Duanling Tian to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath. It did not matter to them if he only stayed in the forces temporarily, it would still benefit them. Alas, Duanling Tian refused them. After all, he already had a plan. He was now in the Hidden Fog Academy, set to join the Lord-rank Hidden Fog sect in the future. It did not make sense for him to join a king-rank force now. The trial for 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy was held annually. Rewards would be given to the top student of the trial. Similar to the past, the Hidden Fog Academy was giving away many attractive rewards. The best among them was the Dragon Mark Divine Herb. At this moment, a group of 10-star students was chatting in front of the 10 Stars Pavilion while they waited to depart for the trial. The Academy is quite stingy this year. Last year, the Academy rewarded the top student with 3 divine pills. However, this year they're only giving away a Dragon Mark Divine Herb. That's right. Although the effects are the same, the Dragon Mark Divine Herb's efficacy can't compare to the divine pills. What does it matter? You're not going to rank first in the trial anyway. In any case, the rewards for the second and third place are better this year, so everything is balanced out. The trial would last for 3 months. Once the 10 stars students enter the trial grounds, which were usually located in remote mountainous areas that were overrun by beasts and monsters. Regardless of how many monsters were killed, there never seemed to be a lack of them at trial grounds. This was because the Hidden Fog sect would frequently capture monsters and release them at the trial grounds. Similar to before the commencement of the trial, the members of the Hidden Fog sect had already released a huge number of monsters at the trial grounds. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was also standing among the crowd, waiting to be brought to the trial grounds. Ding Yan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said, "The rules of the trials are." Duan Ling Tian learned that the trial grounds for 10-star students was called the Monster Forest. A point token would be given to all the students only moments before they entered the trial grounds to prevent students from cheating. Points will be given when the blood of the monster touched the token. The points gained varied according to the kind of monster one killed. The members of the Hidden Fog sect had cast a formation in the forest that would ensure the points would only be given by killing the monsters that they had released there. The formation could detect if a monster had recently been in a spatial ring or a little world and only give points to token touching blood of a monster within 15 minutes of the kill. This was to prevent students from cheating. The teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy would also patrol the trial grounds before the start of the trial to make sure no outsiders were inside. Alas, these methods were not foolproof. After all, the Hidden Fog Academy could not completely prevent outsiders from entering the trial grounds. Only those at or above the level of kings of gods were restricted from entering the trial grounds. Ding Yan said, "The point tokens not only recognizes its owner, but it recognizes the law that the owner comprehends as well. Hence, you can only gain points by using the law you comprehended to kill monsters." When Duan Ling Tian heard Ding Yan's words, he felt that the Hidden Fog Academy really went to great lengths to ensure students could not cheat even if it was not completely foolproof. He thought it would be easier if the Academy directly barred outsiders from entering the trial ground instead of just barring those at or above the level of a king of gods. When he asked Ding Yan about it, Ding Yan had said that the Academy thought it was safer to lay a formation that restricted those at or above the level of a king of gods. After all, many kings of gods, or those who were stronger who were skilled in formation, could easily deactivate a general formation that barred others from entering. Moreover, although Ding Yan used the word restrict, in fact, the current formation could not restrict kings of gods or those who were stronger at all. It would only sound the alarm if those at or above the level of kings of gods approached or entered the trial grounds. Moreover, there were no formation masters in the Hidden Fog sect. In the end, they could only rely on using multiple restrictions to lower the chance of cheating. At this moment, at one of the corners, a gray-clad young man approached Hong Jun. He looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance with twinkling eyes as he asked Hong Jun, you were defeated by him? Is he really that strong?" Hong Jun glanced at the gray-clad young man before asking tonelessly, "There's a floating image pearl in the 10 Stars Pavilion that recorded my fight with Duan Ling Tian. Didn't you have a look at it?" The gray-clad young man shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I only emerged from my closed-door cultivation 2 days ago, when I went to receive the divine pills in the 10 Stars Pavilion. But the few floating image pearls that recorded your fight were all unavailable. 10-star students could borrow floating image pearls from the 10 Stars Pavilion with credits. Credits could generally be obtained through trials. The points were used for rankings of the trials and would be converted into credits after the trials. The credits were like a currency in the Hidden Fog Academy. Only credits could be used for transactions with the Academy. In Hidden Fog Academy, one could borrow cultivation methods, floating image pearls, and buy all kinds of divine pills, divine fruits, divine herbs, and artifacts using credits. Credits were also non-transferable. This was to prevent stronger students from threatening others to transfer credits to them. The gray-clad young man asked again, "I heard he didn't use any divine artifact during the fight, but you barely withstood his attack with your divine artifact? Since you're aware of what happened, is there a need to ask me again?" Hong Jun said tonelessly, "He Ping, if you're really curious about his strength, why don't you challenge him? He lives in a prominent grade courtyard now. Go to the pavilion and ask for a notice of challenge." He Ping was as famous as Hong Jun in the Hidden Fog Academy. His strength was comparable to Hong Jun's. However, similar to Hong Jun, due to his ordinary background, he could not occupy a prominent grade courtyard despite his strength. For this reason, he became good friends with Hong Jun. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, He Ping said indignantly, "You bastard! Do you really want to see me make a fool out of myself so badly? Calm down. It's a joke. Since he's mastered a triple fused profundity from the law of space, we won't be able to defeat him even if we join forces, let alone fight him individually," Hong Jun said. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. His expression turned solemn immediately. He would never forget the battle where he was thoroughly defeated by someone much younger than him. At the same time, someone called out Duan Ling Tian. A young man dressed in a fine robe appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. A determined expression could be seen on his face. His eyes were bright, and his hair was curly. His appearance was rather distinct, and his aura was gentle, making people remember him with just a glance. Duan Ling Tian thought that the person's appearance was one of the most unique ones he had seen. "Hello, I'm Ho Ching Ning." The young man introduced himself with a smile on his face before Duan Ling Tian could speak. Ho Ching Ning. Duan Ling Tian was not unfamiliar with this name. When he had first arrived at the Hidden Fog Academy, Lu Jin had mentioned this name. Hence, he knew Ho Ching Ning was one of the two who rightfully earned the right to live in a prominent grade courtyard. Moreover, his background was not bad as well. He was the son of the sect leader of a king-rank force. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded in greeting. Duan Ling Tian, I heard about you after I emerged from closed-door cultivation. I thought we could learn from each other. But then, I found you were in closed-door cultivation, Ho Ching Ning said. He was clearly very outgoing. He continued to say, although I'm no match for you, as someone who also comprehends the law of space, I'd like to exchange insights. It's not every day I meet someone who's not only younger but also stronger than me who also comprehends the law of space. You won't disdain to exchange insights with me just because I'm weaker than you, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he replied, "We can do that after the trial." Although Duan Ling Tian had only met Ho Ching Ning, based on Lu Jin's words, he had quite a good impression of him. Moreover, his short interaction with Ho Ching Ning now also improved his impression of Ho Ching Ning. "All right, I'll look for you after the trial ends." Ho Ching Ning's eyes lit up upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. With that, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. At this time, Duan Ling Tian felt a malicious stare coming from the direction where Ho Ching Ning had left. He did not even need time to guess who it might be. He knew it was Zhong Keqi, the lineal disciple of the Zheng clan, otherwise known as the Little Prince of the Zheng clan, whom he had defeated. Standing next to Zhong Keqi was Zhong Heliang, who had approached Duan Ling Tian previously on behalf of the Zhong clan. He had tried to threaten Duan Ling Tian to join the clan or die. At this time, "Great! Everyone's here." A loud voice rang in the air before a figure appeared in the air. It belonged to an aloof and dignified man who was more than 2 meters tall. He had suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as the man appeared, Ding Yan asked, "Duan Ling Tian, this should be your first time meeting teacher Yu Qianshan, right?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he had met many teachers, he had never met the man in front of him since he joined the Hidden Fog Academy. This man made him feel a sense of danger that none of the teachers did. The man's aura was mysterious and unfathomable. Teacher Yu Qianshan is one of the strongest teachers in the academy. His strength is only second to the dean. He's said to be as strong as Teacher Yun Hui and Teacher Tang Hao. Ding Yan explained. Those three, not counting the dean, are the three strongest teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy. They're all advanced kings of gods. He usually doesn't appear in the academy much, and we usually only see him during the trials. He'll lead us to the trial grounds to ensure our safety. After all, we're considered inner disciples of the Hidden Fog sect as 10-star students and are valued by the sect. To be honest, I wish some of those king-rank forces would be stupid enough to send kings of gods to kill you. When the alarm from the formations rings, I'd like to see Teacher Yu Qianshan kill them. A sneer could be seen on Ding Yan's face when he mentioned the king-rank forces that might be out to get Duanling Tian. Yu Qianshan. When Duanling Tian looked at Yu Qianshan, he noticed Yu Qianshan was already looking at him. Yu Qianshan smiled and nodded at Duanling Tian before he said loudly, "I heard there's a highly talented new student among all of you. He's already known to be the strongest student of the Hidden Fog Academy." With these words, almost all of the 10-star students' eyes shifted to Duanling Tian in unison. However, don't feel discouraged. Yu Qianshan continued to say, "The new student may be strong, but he's inexperienced. This is his first time taking the trial, so all of you still have a chance to rank ahead of him." Many of the students' eyes lit up upon hearing these words. In particular, Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and He Yiping's eyes shone brightly with hope when they heard these words. They really hoped they could surpass Duanling Tian in the trial. "We'll set off to the trial grounds when the other three teachers arrive," Yun Qianshan said. It only took a few minutes before the other three teachers arrived. Duanling Tian had never seen them before as well. "Let's go." As soon as Yu Qianshan's voice fell, dozens of people leaped into the air. Yu Qianshan took the lead while there was one teacher at each side and one teacher bringing up the rear. During their journey, the three teachers would look at Duanling Tian from time to time. Each of them harbored different intentions. One teacher in particular made Duanling Tian feel uncomfortable. Although the teacher was not hostile, his gaze was icy. Hence, he tilted his head slightly and asked Ding Yan through voice transmission, "Is he related to the Zheng clan?" Ding Yan glanced in the direction Duanling Tian had gestured and asked, "How did you know?" "I can sense his gaze is different from the other two teachers." Duanling Tian replied truthfully, "That's Teacher Zhu Chun. His wife and the wife of the third master of the Zhong clan are friends. For this reason, he's very close to the Zhong clan. He's almost like a half-member of the clan," Ding Yan said. With this, Duanling Tian finally understood why he sensed hostility from Zhu Chun's gaze. "Don't worry. Although he has connections with the Zhong clan, he won't dare to do anything with Teacher Yu Qianshan's presence unless he has a death wish. At most, he'll reveal your location to the Zhong clan. Even then, it's unlikely since the clan has Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang to provide them with this kind of information," Ding Yan said. Duanling Tian nodded. At this time, a voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's mind. It was from Ho Qingning, a student with a good background who lived in a prominent grade courtyard. "Duanling Tian, the Zhong clan will definitely use the trial to act against you. Before the trial, I'd spoken to my elders and told them to send some people to the trial grounds so they can protect you if you're in danger if you're willing. After all, I don't wish for you to die. I'd have one less opponent to learn from and lose a chance to improve myself." Duanling Tian did not expect Ho Qingning to make such an arrangement. After all, they had only just met. He had only agreed to exchange insights with Ho Qingning after the trial. "Thank you. However, I think I'll be able to handle it," Duanling Tian said through voice transmission. Although he was rather moved, he still refused Ho Qingning. In fact, it would be easier to rely on Ho Qingning since he could maintain a low profile. However, with that he would owe Ho Qingning and the force he belonged to a favor. He did not want to owe anyone favors unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he had already come up with a plan. Even if he exposed some of his strength this time, he would make sure not to expose his trump cards. If he showed more of his strength, the Hidden Fog sect would place greater importance on him. Although it was important to keep a low profile to avoid jealousy, it was necessary to show his strength once in a while. All he needed to learn was to balance the two. "All right," Ho Qingning responded, "I'll tell them to return then." Ho Qingning did not persuade Duanling Tian to accept his help and easily accepted Duanling Tian's decision. Duan Ling Tian's impression of Ho Qingning grew even more favorable when he saw how decisive and straightforward Ho Qingning was. Moreover, there was no doubt Ho Qingning was very generous to make such an offer even if Ho Qingning did not fear the Zhong clan. They continued to fly behind Yu Qianshan as the scenery sped past them. After a while, Ding Yan's voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, we're about to reach the trial grounds. Remember what I said and follow me. There's no need for that. As expected, Duan Ling Tian refused Ding Yan's offer. If only Ding Yan was like Ho Qingning. He had already refused Ding Yan many times. But Ding Yan seemed undeterred. Naturally, he was not displeased. After all, he knew Ding Yan was just trying to help him. He could not tell Ding Yan he was confident about killing a group of advanced gods. After all, even the most outstanding intermediate god in the Hidden Fog sect was not capable of such a feat. It would only sound like he was bragging if he said such words. We're here. Yu Qianshan came to a stop above a huge clearing surrounded by forests and mountains. Then, he looked at the students and said, I'll issue your point tokens now. Don't forget to claim ownership of your tokens once you obtain them. After claiming ownership, you'll be bound to your tokens. They'll disappear if you die. Under normal circumstances, the 10 stars trial isn't life-threatening. You can retreat if you encounter a monster you can't deal with. If you encounter a dangerous situation such as being surrounded by monsters, you can shatter your toke. I'll rush over to save you as soon as I can. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian asked Ding Yan through voice transmission, puzzled. If teacher Yu Qianshan will rush to our aid once we shatter our tokens. Why is the Zhong clan so bold to take action during the trial? Aren't they afraid that I'll shatter the token? Ding Yan shook his head as he replied through voice transmission. You underestimate the Zhong clan. If they're determined to kill you during the trial, they'll naturally take all things into consideration. They'll likely bring a formation compass that will hinder the token from alerting teacher Yu Qianshan. Moreover, even if they don't bring a formation compass, they can simply ask other students from the Zhong clan to shatter their tokens the moment they act to distract teacher Yu Qianshan. Ding Yan continued to say there's no way a king-rank force like the Zhong clan would come unprepared. Their goal is to kill you. Sacrificing a few of their advanced gods to achieve their goal is nothing. Who knows, they might even send death warriors who had sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath to be loyal to the clan. The Devil Heart's blood oath was taken very seriously in the realms of gods. Although it was useless in other places, in the realms of gods, they were not to be trifled with. After swearing the Devil Heart's blood oath, one would be linked to the supreme powerhouses. If one broke one's oath, the supreme houses would send his or her men to hunt the oathbreaker down. Even supreme gods could not escape the consequences of breaking a Devil Heart's blood oath. In cases where the supreme powerhouse's subordinates were unable to kill their target, one of the supreme powerhouses would personally make a move. Violating the Devil Heart's blood oath was like trampling on the pride and dignity of the supreme powerhouses. Hence, how could the supreme powerhouses tolerate oathbreakers? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this time, Yu Qianshan raised his hand. One after another, tokens flew out toward the students. They came to a stop in midair in front of the students. After Duan Ling Tian grabbed the token, he did not waste time and claimed ownership of it immediately. You can go now. As soon as Yu Qianshan's voice fell, the 10-star students began to scatter in all directions, disappearing into the forests and mountains in just a flash. The forests were vast and the mountains were tall. The trial grounds for the 10-star students spanned a vast area. Duan Ling Tian, I'll take my leave first, Ho Qingning said before he swooped down toward the forest. Let's go, Ding Yan said before the duo flew into the forest beneath their feet. However, when Ding Yan landed, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had vanished into thin air. Shit! Ding Yan finally realized Duan Ling Tian had no intention of sticking together at all. He muttered to himself, exasperated. Isn't he afraid of death at all? Ding Yan did not have many friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. He had regarded Duan Ling Tian as a friend after Duan Ling Tian showed mercy during their battle. Not only did Duan Ling Tian not kill him, but Duan Ling Tian also held back from seriously injuring him. Ding Yan, who had been without friends for a long time in the academy, was naturally very enthusiastic now that he had found a friend. However, he was unaware that his enthusiasm had overwhelmed Duanling Tian. For example, Duanling Tian had refused his offers to help many times, but he still did not understand Duanling Tian's thoughts and continued to insist on helping. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian could roughly guess that Ding Yan might have a powerful background when Ding Yan kept repeating that he would be safe as long as he stayed by Ding Yan's side. However, similar to why he refused the others' help, he did not want to owe Ding Yan a favor. Moreover, he felt that he could solve this problem on his own. Duanling Tian recalled Ding Yan's words. "We need to hunt and kill monsters in the trial grounds. After killing the monsters, remember to let your token touch the blood of the monster you kill to obtain points. You also have to do it within a certain time. If the monster's parts are valuable, you can keep them for yourself. Our speed and techniques of killing various monsters will also be judged during the trial. There are various monsters with various habits. For example, some would only attack when there's a group of people. There are some that aren't threatening. Some aren't worth hunting because it would take too long to kill them." Duanling Tian had learned quite a lot about the trial from Ding Yan before entering the trial grounds. Hence, he had a rough idea of what to do and what not to do. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, figures appeared one after another. All of them moved stealthily, and their leader seemed to be the thin figure standing in the lead. "I just received young Master Kuchi's message. Duanling Tian has entered the trial grounds." The leader was a skinny old man with a fierce expression and piercing gaze. A dozen young men and middle-aged men stood behind him expressionlessly. They were like a pack of starving wolves, and the old man was their alpha. "Search for the target thoroughly and avoid detection. Inform the others as soon as any one of you finds the target. Once everyone gathers, we'll make a move together. We'll kill him with just a strike. Remember not to make a move on your own. None of you are a match for him in a one-to-one fight." The old man said tonelessly, "Now go." "Understood." The dozen or so men replied in unison before they scattered in all directions. These men moved with ease in the forest. It was like they were born hunters. They blended easily into their surroundings that most people would have a hard time detecting them even if they were in close proximity. This group of men was death warriors who were cultivated by the king-rank Zhong clan in Skywind City. Their duty was to carry out secret missions for the clan and to sacrifice their lives for their cause if need be. At the same time, a few groups of people in various places scattered in different directions of the forest as well. The groups had an average of 6 people. These people were death warriors from the other king-rank forces in Skywind City sent out to kill Duanling Tian. Even the Zhou clan was among the king-rank forces intended to get rid of Duanling Tian. The Zheng clan wanted to kill Duanling Tian because he had offended the Zheng Kuchi and the Zheng clan. After all, if Duanling Tian continued to grow unchecked, he would likely become a threat to the Zheng clan in the future. On the contrary, the other king-rank forces wanted to kill Duanling Tian so they could blame his death on the Zheng clan. They wanted to use Duanling Tian to bring down their competitor. Moreover, getting rid of a prodigy who had refused to join them would only be beneficial to them. High above the trial grounds. "It seems like the Zhong clan isn't the only one who sent their people here," Yu Qianshan muttered as he shook his head and withdrew his divine consciousness. The trial grounds for the 10-star student was so vast that even the divine consciousness of an advanced king of gods like Yu Qianshan could only cover a part of the trial grounds. Elder Qianshan, one of the teachers standing at the side, called out. Yu Qianshan interjected with a hint of impatience. "How many times have I told you that there's no need to address me as an elder when we are in the Hidden Fog Academy?" "I apologize, Teacher Yu," the teacher said sheepishly. Then he said solemnly, "Duanling Tian is in danger. Are we really going to stay here and do nothing?" "Who says we're not going to do anything?" Yu Qianshan said. "We're going to kill those foolish kings of gods who try to trespass into the trial grounds." Then, he said meaningfully, "What do you think, Teacher Zhu Chun?" Zhu Chun, who seemed to be lost in his thoughts, regained his senses and quickly said, "You're right, Teacher Yu." In fact, Zhu Chun did not even hear Yu Qianshan's words. It did not make a difference if he had heard Yu Qianshan's words or not. he would have agreed with whatever Yu Qianshan anyway. Although they were all teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was naturally a hierarchy. Yu Qianshan not only had a good relationship with Murong Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, but Yu Qianshan also held a high position in the Hidden Fog sect. Yu Qianshan had only volunteered to be a teacher in the academy to alleviate his boredom and get away from the mundane affairs he had to deal with at the sect. On the contrary, Zhi Chun had only volunteered as a teacher so it would look good. With this, he hoped to be promoted to a higher rank when he returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Another one of the teachers looked at Zhu Chun and asked, "Teacher Zhu Chun, the Zhong clan must have sent many people over here to kill Duanling Tian, right?" Zhu Chun's expression changed slightly. He tried to hide his expression before he shook his head and said, "I have no idea. However, I don't think the Zhong clan dares to do such a thing." "You don't think they dare to do such a thing?" "Teacher, you just sensed quite a number of outsiders on the trial grounds. Who do you think those people are if they aren't from the Zhong clan?" the teacher asked, clearly unwilling to let Zhu Chun off the hook. "I really have no idea." Zhu Chun shook his head. Then, he looked at Yu Qianshan and said, "Teacher Yu, if need be, I'll help you capture them so you can question them." These were just perfunctory words. Zhu Chun knew Yu Qianshan would not ask him to do such a thing because Yu Qianshan knew of his connections with the Zhong clan. In other words, Yu Qianshan did not trust him and likely thought he would seize the chance to kill Duanling Tian if he were sent into the forest. Indeed, Zhu Chun was right. "That's unnecessary," Yu Qianshan said as he shook his head. "You'll wait here with us. If any of the students shatters his or her token, we'll go to his or her rescue as a group." Yu Qianshan clearly had no intention of letting Zhu Chun leave his sight, and Zhu Chun easily acquiesced since he had already expected this. The teacher who was reprimanded by Yu Qianshan earlier frowned before he asked, "Teacher Yu, what are you and the dean thinking? Duanling Tian is an outstanding talent even if we compare him to those in the Hidden Fog sect. Don't you think it's too dangerous to let him participate in the trial? What if he dies?" Everyone looked at Yu Qianshan, waiting for his answer. Yu Qianshan replied in an even tone, "He's not a child and has his own opinions. Since he didn't go to the dean to ask for an exemption, it proves that he wants to participate in the trial. Under such circumstances, do you think it's appropriate for me and the dean to dissuade him from participating in the trial? Moreover, we're curious about his confidence. If he dies, then he's only fated to be a speck of dust in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy. If he survives, then it'll prove that he's truly extraordinary. The dean has said that if he survives, he'll consider letting Duanling Tian join the sect as a core disciple and provide him with the best resources." Realization dawned on the other teachers. It seemed like the dean wanted to test Duanling Tian's strength. Soon after, they looked at each other in shock when they recalled the words core disciple. If Duanling Tian joined the sect as a core disciple, his status would be the same as theirs, inner elders. Moreover, there had never been more than 100 core disciples at one time in the Hidden Fog sect. Duanling Tian, who was moving stealthily and swiftly through the forest, was unaware that the dean had decided not to intervene when he faced the people who were sent to kill. How could he know the dean wanted to test his strength? The teachers would not intervene unless kings of gods got involved. Although Duanling Tian was a prodigy, there were quite a few like him or even better than him in the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, the dean was not afraid to risk Duanling Tian's life just to test Duanling Tian's strength. Swoosh! 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 Duanling Tian continued to move swiftly in the forest, unimpeded. He killed all the monsters he encountered regardless of their strength and size. None of the monsters managed to last more than a breath against him. Not only did he use his triple-fused profundity from the law of space, but he had also used his primitive divine artifact that was without an artifact soul. The sword helped him reap countless monsters' lives. After a few days, Duanling Tian began to lose count of the monsters he had killed. He had begun to grow bored of killing the monsters. At this moment, Duanling Tian sensed a strange fluctuation in the air. A smirk appeared on his face immediately as his eyes brightened. He stopped moving as he thought to himself, "They're finally here." After discovering the suspicious presence, Duanling Tian did not leave. Instead, he wandered around slowly. After he ascertained he was indeed being followed, he concluded it had to be the Death Warriors sent by one of the King-rank forces in Skywind City. Although the person tailing him was an advanced god and was skilled in camouflage, he could not avoid Duanling Tian's detection due to Duanling Tian's superior senses honed from his experience as a soldier in his past life. He easily discovered traces of his stalker. 2, 3 people. When Duanling Tian sensed more and more people, he knew the first person who found him must have called for reinforcements. Aren't they going to attack? Are they waiting for more people? If that's the case, I should deal with them first. After a while, when the Death Warriors still did not make a move, Duanling Tian realized they were waiting for people to arrive. Swoosh! Duanling Tian flashed and vanished into thin air. The trio, 2 young men and a middle-aged man, hiding behind a large tree, was shocked by Duanling Tian's sudden disappearance. They began to search for him immediately. At this moment, "Are you looking for me?" The trio looked up and saw a purple figure hovering in the air with his hands on his back, looking at them contemptuously. "Attack!" The trio exchanged a glance and decisively mobilized their divine energies and cast their profundities. Killing intent shone in their eyes as they rushed toward Duanling Tian. Each of them wielded a primitive divine artifact as they attacked Duanling Tian viciously without holding back. How weak! Duanling Tian discovered his opponents were weaker than he had expected when they made a move. Although they were advanced gods, they had only comprehended their profundities to the mastery stage and had barely comprehended a fused profundity. Although their divine energies were strong, the forces of their profundities were truly lacking. Duanling Tian brandished his sword. The void began to twist and distort around the trio. In just a moment, the trio was killed by the explosions of spatial energy, turning into a mist of blood. Apart from their divine artifacts, everything, including their spatial rings, was destroyed. Self-destructive spatial rings? What a shame! Duanling Tian muttered to himself after he put away the divine artifacts. He thought it was a pity that the rings were self-destructive spatial rings. Self-destructive spatial rings were unique to realms of gods. Only artifact experts in realms of gods were capable of forging self-destructive spatial rings. After they self-destruct, the possessions in the rings would be scattered in the void or remote corners of the realms of gods. Naturally, the purpose of these rings was to prevent the enemy from obtaining one's possessions. Most people who could afford them would use them in place of ordinary spatial rings. The others must be on their way here. Instead of waiting for them, I should search for them and kill them one by one. It's easier than having to face them all together, and I won't have to reveal too much of my strength. Duanling Tian began moving instantly. When he first arrived, he thought he would have to reveal more of his strength to face a group of advanced gods. However, since the trial grounds was too vast, the Death Warriors had no choice but to separate and look for him. How can they be so careless if they want to kill me? Duanling Tian scoffed before teleporting away. If those who were trying to kill Duanling Tian were aware of his thoughts, they would likely vomit blood out of frustration. It did not take long before Duanling Tian found another 2 people. He killed them before they even had a chance to react. After 15 minutes, Duanling Tian had already killed 13 people. At this moment, Duanling Tian sensed another person drawing close to him. However, unlike those whom he had previously killed, he could sense this person's aura was much stronger than the others. He's much stronger than the others. A skinny old man with the same killing intent and cold eyes as the others slowly crept forward, unaware he had been found. When he sensed the fluctuation of energy from Duanling Tian's teleportation profundity, he bellowed, "Who's there?" A golden sword ray shot out immediately, landing on a tree. It was where Duanling Tian was hiding. When the tree fell, it revealed Duanling Tian. The old man's eyes widened imperceptibly when he saw Duanling Tian. You're Duanling Tian. You brought so many people here to kill me, but you don't even recognize me?" Duanling Tian said tonelessly. The old man's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. He hurriedly sent messages to his 16 subordinates and only received a reply from 3 of them. His expression turned grim as he asked in a low voice, "You killed 13 of my men?" The old man was certain Duanling Tian had killed 13 of his subordinates due to their lack of response. Duanling Tian shrugged before he said with a smile, "I killed about a dozen people. I don't know who they were. I only know they weren't from the academy." I've underestimated you, the old man said before he asked grimly. How did you kill them? This was an important question. If Duanling Tian killed them at the same time, then he knew he might have to retreat. After all, he would not have been able to fight against all of his subordinates at the same time. If Duanling Tian was capable of that, then there was no doubt he was no match for Duanling Tian. Although he was a death warrior and had sworn loyalty to the Zhong clan using the Devil Heart's blood oath, it was not considered as a betrayal to retreat and report back to the clan. At that time, the clan would provide him with reinforcements to deal with Duanling Tian again. Since they were scattered everywhere, I hunted them down one after another and killed all of them, Duanling Tian honestly replied. Then, his eyes narrowed as he continued to say, Now, it's your turn to die. The old man sighed in relief when he heard Duanling Tian's answer. Then he chuckled. Duanling Tian, I have to admit you're really strong. However, you're wrong if you think you can kill me. I'm different from those you killed earlier. The old man's divine energy surged as soon as his voice fell. He glowed with a golden light as he cast a triple-fused profundity. This was the reason he was unafraid of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, if you were an advanced god, I'd have no choice but to flee. Alas, you're just an intermediate god. Although you've comprehended a triple-fused profundity from the law of space, there's no way for you to escape death today. With that, the old man sent out golden sword rays toward Duanling Tian from all directions. Then he rushed toward Duanling Tian with a long spear in his hand. The long spear, a divine artifact, shone brilliantly, and its aura was terrifying. How dare you attack me when you're so weak? Duanling Tian remained unfazed. The corners of his lips curled up into a disdainful smile as he looked at the golden sword rays and the old man who were drawing close to him. Mastery Dao. With just a thought, the space around him fell under his control. This was the first time Duanling Tian had cast the Mastery Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, since he came to the profound energy land. The old man could not react in time to Duanling Tian's sudden attack. He had assumed he could strike preemptively and gain the upper hand, easily killing Duanling Tian. He did not expect the void would twist and ripple, devouring his attacks. It was as though Duanling Tian had full control over the space around them. It took him a while to discover he had indeed entered the range of the space Duanling Tian controlled. He found that his body was no longer under his control. He could only watch with a shred of his divine consciousness as his physical body was destroyed. Before he could even figure out what was happening, he had died. Your strength isn't bad. You're just unlucky that your opponent is me. After all, even the top 5 strongest 10-star students aren't a match for you, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head and put away the old man's divine artifact. The old man was much stronger than the death warriors he had killed earlier. If he did not cast one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, he would have a hard time killing the old man. Of course, he could have killed the old man easily if he had cast his quadruple-fused profundity. However, that was one of his trump cards. The old man could barely react to Duanling Tian's sudden attack. He thought he could preemptively attack Duanling Tian and killed him easily. However, he never expected a terrifying space turbulence would appear and devoured his attack as he approached Duanling Tian. It was as if Duanling Tian had full control over whatever and whoever within that space. The old man had entered Duanling Tian's space territory before he could even react. The next moment, he realized his body was out of control. His divine consciousness watched as his physical body shattered into pieces before his spirit and divine consciousness gradually were destroyed. The old man could not figure out what had happened even moments before his death. Your strength level is not bad, however, unfortunately, I'm your opponent today. Duanling Tian shook his head after he put away the old man's divine artifact. If the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog sect come across him, even the top 5 strongest students would never survive against this old man. The old man was much stronger than the death soldiers Duanling Tian had killed earlier. It would be difficult for him to kill the old man without using one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth unless he used 4 fused profundities against him. However, that was Duanling Tian's secret weapon. Compared to the Mastery Dao, the risk of exposure of using a quadruple fused profundity was higher. After all, even if someone was secretly observing his fight, they would likely mistake his Mastery Dao as a special technique he cultivated. Moreover, the Mastery Dao would catch his opponent off guard and swiftly kill his opponent before his opponent could send a message out. What a pity! Another self-destructive spatial ring. Based on his strength, the things in his ring are likely more valuable than the others, Duanling Tian said with a sigh. Following that, he continued to search for his enemies. Over the past few days, Duanling Tian found another 3 suspicious people. They all possessed the same killing intent as those he had killed. They must be death warriors from the Zhong clan as well. After another 2 days had passed, the Zhong clan must have only sent 17 death warriors here, Duanling Tian muttered inwardly. The Zhong clan was likely the only king-rank force in Skywind City who would send so many death warriors after him. Duanling Tian decided to start hunting and killing monsters again after not finding anyone for 2 days. Killing the monsters was like a walk in the park for him. With just a slash of his sword, he could easily kill them. With that, his points continued to rise swiftly. His true capabilities would be exposed if the old man had the slightest opportunity to inform his peers before Duanling Tian killed him. Hence, Duanling Tian decided to use the Mastery Dao against the old man because nobody could easily tell even if he was secretly watched. They might take it as a special method Duanling Tian had mastered. Moreover, the Mastery Dao's sudden appearance would catch his opponent off guard and prevent him from sending out messages right before his death. What a pity! He had the self-destructive spatial ring as well. Based on his strength level, he must possess a lot of treasures. Duanling Tian sighed. Then he continued to search around. For the next few days, he came across 3 more suspicious people who possessed the same aura as the people he had killed for the past few days. They must be the same group of people. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from the Zhong clan. The Zhong clan was the only king-rank force in the Skywind City that would send so many death soldiers after Duanling Tian after all. It seems like the Zhong clan had only sent 17 death soldiers. After wandering for another 2 days, Duanling Tian finally left the area and continued his demon beast slaughtering journey. Killing the demon beasts in the training ground was a piece of cake for Duanling Tian. He could easily kill them with just a single slash of his sword. As a result, the points in his points accumulating token continued to skyrocket. The difference between our strength is too vast. Even if it's Hong Jun, I can kill him with just a blow or 2 with my divine artifact using the same strength I used during our first battle. In fact, the monsters in the trial grounds were not weak. Even the top 5 strongest 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy would have a difficult time killing some of the monsters on the trial grounds. After all, the Hidden Fog sect had carefully selected monsters that would challenge the 10-star students. Since Duanling Tian had just joined the Hidden Fog Academy, the Hidden Fog sect naturally did not have the time to look for monsters that would challenge Duanling Tian. The Zhong clan's estate in Skywind City. The main hall was packed with people despite the early hours. Xianxia, who had rushed back from one of the clan's restaurants, asked Zhong-san, who was sitting next to the main seat, "Third brother, what happened? Why did you summon us here so urgently? Today's the day of the 10-star students' trial, right? Don't tell me something happened to our death warrior?" Upon hearing these words, the high-ranking members of the Zhong clan looked at Zhong-san anxiously, waiting for his answer. "They're all dead," Zhong-san said grimly. It was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. Everyone, including Xianxia, was in shock and disbelief. 17 death warriors died? Moreover, one of them was one of 3 leaders of the death warriors. The leader's strength was on par with Xianxia's, the 4th master of the Zhong clan. When Xianxia regained his senses, he asked in a grave tone, "Did the Hidden Fog Academy kill them?" No, Zhong-san shook his head. Elder Zhu Chun sent a message earlier. He had said that the dean has no intention of intervening. He sees this as a test of Duanling Tian's strength. If Duanling Tian survives, he's considering making Duanling Tian an exception and letting him join the Hidden Fog sect as a core disciple. A core disciple? Is Duanling Tian talented enough to be a core disciple? Why would the dean do such a thing? Everyone was baffled by Zhongsan's words. Since the founding of the sect, there were no more than 100 core disciples at a time in the Hidden Fog sect. The core disciples were all under 10,000 years old and would no longer be considered core disciples after passing that age. However, from there, they would graduate to become a core elder of the sect. They could even choose to join the emperor rank sect that the Hidden Fog sect was under. Although they would have to start from the bottom ranks after joining the emperor rank sect, the cultivation environment and resources were far superior to the Hidden Fog sects. This was only natural due to the huge difference between a Lord rank force and an Emperor rank force. For this reason, becoming a core disciple was a guarantee that one would be able to join an Emperor rank force in the future. Let alone an Emperor rank force, the Zhong clan was already wary of a Lord rank sect like the Hidden Force sect. Impossible! He must have had help. How could he kill 17 death warriors, including Shui Er, on his own? Xianxia exclaimed, filled with disbelief. I agree, Zhongsan said with a nod. Then, he said solemnly, if that's the case, this means someone is helping him. It seems like it won't be easy for us to kill him. Who could it be? Zhongxi frowned. Zhongsan was lost in thoughts upon hearing this question. When he regained his senses, he said, Zhu Chun told me that Ho Qingning seems very keen to befriend Duan Lingtian. A few days ago, the fifth elder of the 10,000 Leaves sect, Chun Feng, who's stationed in Skywind City, left his base for the trial grounds for the 10-star student. The 10,000 Leaves sect was also a king-rank force on par with the Zhong clan in Skywind City. Ho Qingning was the young master of the 10,000 Leaves sect. To protect Ho Qingning, Chun Feng, an advanced god, was stationed at Skywind City. 10,000 Leaves sect? Zhongxi frowned. He said frostily, what's wrong with Ho Qingning? Is he unaware that the Zhong clan has conflicts with Duan Lingtian? How dare he befriend Duan Lingtian? Isn't he afraid of offending our Zhong clan? Zhongsan shook his head. Who knows? What are we going to do if our death warriors are really killed by those from the 10,000 Leaves sect? We can't just let the matter go, right? Zhongxi asked indignantly. Of course not. Zhongsan's eyes flashed coldly. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect is on par with our clan, we won't let them get away with killing our men. They'll have to pay for their actions. At this moment, Zhongsan suddenly frowned. What's wrong, third brother? Zhongxi asked upon seeing the change in Zhongsan's expression. Zhongsan said with a strange expression on his face, I just received a message. Qin Feng and his men returned to Skywind City before Shui Er died. However, Qin Feng is the only one from the 10,000 Leaves sect capable of killing Shui Er. A commotion broke out in the main hall of the Zheng clan's estate immediately. Does this mean the deaths of Shui Er and the Death Warriors have nothing to do with the 10,000 Leaves sect? It can't be them. Then who could it be? Did the Death Warriors from the other king-rank forces join forces to kill Shui Er? Impossible. Our Death Warriors would have time to send messages back if that was the case. Our Death Warriors clearly died before they even had a chance to react. While the people from the Zhong clan were still figuring out who killed their Death Warriors, various king-rank forces in Skywind City began to learn of the deaths of their Death Warriors. There's more than a group of them? They must be from the other king-rank forces in Skywind City. While Duan Lingtian was busy slaying the monsters, he discovered another person stalking him. Similar to before, the person had contacted his comrades, and they had all gathered to deal with Duan Lingtian. Alas, also similar to before, all these people were killed by Duan Lingtian. After killing a few more of the Death Warriors, Duan Lingtian discovered there was no one else tailing him anymore. Did I get everyone? Or did their respective forces call them back after discovering the shattered soul pearls of the others? Not long after this thought appeared, Duan Lingtian found another group of Death Warriors. He deliberately left one of them alive so he could question the other party. Alas, the Death Warrior did not answer Duan Lingtian's questions and directly committed suicide. After that, for a while, Duan Lingtian did not come across any Death Warriors. Considering how the Death Warrior had chosen to commit suicide, Duan Lingtian knew the Death Warriors must have sworn on the herd Devil Blood oath to be loyal to their respective forces. It was also likely that these Death Warriors had relatives in their respective forces who were being used to threaten them. Although Duan Lingtian admired the Death Warriors' determination and decisiveness, he knew he could not show mercy to them. After all, their goal was to kill him. As such, how could he spare their lives? Among all the death warriors Duan Tian encountered, none was as strong as the old man from the Zhong clan. With this, one could only imagine how easy it was for him to kill the other death warriors. Duan Tian no longer encountered any death warriors following that. The only people he encountered after that were 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. The 10-star students whom Duan Tian would greet him respectfully and address him as Brother Duan. Although he was a newcomer, he had proven to be stronger than all of them. In this world where the strong were revered, it was only natural that Duan Tian garnered so much respect. There are more than a group of them? It seems like the rest of them must be the death soldiers from other king-rank forces of the Skywind City. When Duan Tian continued his demon beast slaughtering journey, he discovered another person stalking him. The person contacted his peers to regroup, and eventually all of them succumbed in the hands of Duan Tian. After killing a few of them, Duan Tian realized no one appeared anymore. As for Duan Tian, despite not being acquainted with the 10-star students he ran into, even if his response was not particularly enthusiastic, he would still respond to them with a smile and a nod. While Duan Tian wandered the trial grounds, his mind wandered to Zhang Keqi. I wonder if I'll run into Zhang Keqi. If I see him, I'll definitely kill him, Duan Tian thought to himself as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Zhang Keqi had taken offense when Duan Tian had stripped him of his right to stay in the prominent grade courtyard for 10-star students in the Hidden Fog Academy. Although Duan Tian had done so according to the rules of the academy, Zhang Keqi and the Zhong clan had held a grudge against him. For this matter, the Zhong clan even sent their death warriors to kill Duan Tian. In fact, if the Zhong clan did not send the death warriors to kill Duan Tian would not have killed Zhang Keqi. However, Zhang Keqi and the Zhong clan's actions had crossed his bottom line. Hence, if he were to run into Zhang Keqi, he would not hesitate to kill Zhang Keqi. His lips curled into a smile when he thought about there were no rules prohibiting students from attacking each other. Zhang Keqi was naturally unaware that Duan Tian had already sentenced him to death in his heart. At this time, he had just received a message from Xianxia, the third master of the Zhong clan, asking him and Zhong Hiliang to leave the 10-star students' trial grounds at once and to stay close to Zhu Chun. Why, third uncle? Zhang Keqi was confused by Xianxia's message. He did not understand why he and Zhong Hiliang had to leave the trial grounds immediately. Zhong Hiliang, who reunited with Zhang Keqi not too long ago, was also confused after Zhang Keqi relayed Xianxia's message to him. After a moment, his expression changed before he asked, "Young Master Keqi, what happened? Could it be that Duan Tian is still alive?" Zhang Keqi's expression darkened. He said through gritted teeth, "You're right. Not only is he alive, but the 17 death warriors, who were all advanced gods, are dead as well. This includes Elder Shui. His eyes shone with killing intent as he continued to say, "Once I find out the identity of the person who helped Duan Tian, I won't let him or her go." Zhong Hiliang speculated out loud, could it be members from the 10,000 Leaves sect? Ho Qingning seems intent on befriending Duan Tian after all. That's what third uncle thought initially. However, when Elder Shui died, Chun Feng, the fifth elder of the 10,000 Leaves sect, and his men had already returned to Skywind City. Chun Feng is the only one capable of killing Elder Shui, but it's been proven he didn't do it. Hence, it's unlikely that Ho Qingning and the 10,000 Leaves sect are involved in this matter. In any case, let's leave first. We'll have to give up on the trial this time. A hint of reluctance could be heard in Zhang Keqi's voice when he spoke. Nonetheless, he still obeyed Xianxia's orders and left the trial grounds, returning to where the teachers were. "Teacher Yu, we were injured, so we left the trial grounds." Zhang Keqi and Zhong Hiliang looked like they were in a bad shape when they met up with the teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy. Blood stained the corners of their lips. In order to look more convincing, they had deliberately injured themselves, finding a legitimate excuse to quit the trial. Yu Qianshan nodded immediately. "Give me your points accumulating token." "Yes, Teacher Yu." After the duo obediently returned their tokens, they stood next to Zhu Chun. "Uncle Zhu Chun." Zhong Keqi greeted Zhu Chun respectfully. After all, Zhu Chun was his uncle by marriage to his aunt. Zhu Chun said through voice transmission, "I assumed you've already heard about what happened, right?" Third brother said he'd speak to you. Yes. However, I wonder who helped him, Zhong Kuchi asked. Zhu Chun smiled wryly before he said, "I'm afraid he might be the one who killed the Death Warriors. The Death Warriors died one after another with not much time passing in between. It's likely Duan Ling Tian hunted them down and killed them one after another." Impossible, Zhong Kuchi said confidently. He might be able to kill the others, but he definitely couldn't have killed Elder Shui Er. You're aware of Elder Shui Er's strength. It's impossible for him to have killed Elder Shui Er. I understand, but there's still the possibility that he did it. If he did kill Elder Shui Er, it proves that he's much stronger than he has let on, Zhu Chun solemnly said. With that, he'll be able to join the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become their core disciple. Become a core disciple of Hidden Fog sect ahead of time? What do you mean? Zhang Kuchi narrowed his eyes as his expression changed. He tried to calm down and said, "No, it's impossible for him to have killed Elder Shui Er. Someone must have helped him." Nevertheless, if the dean can't find the person who helped him, the dean will definitely recommend him to be a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. However, he still has to pass a test before he'll be formally accepted as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Zhu Chun said. It's impossible for him to have such a high innate talent or comprehension skills to pass the test, Zhang Kuchi said disdainfully. However, inwardly, unease began to rise in his heart. Following that, Zhong Kuchi sent a message to his uncle Zhong San. Third uncle, Duan Ling Tian has to die. Regardless of whether he's capable of passing the test to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect or not, his existence is a great threat to the Zhong clan. Zhong Kuchi felt relieved when he received Zhong San's reply that expressed his agreement. The conflict between the Zhong clan and Duan Ling Tian was started by him, after all. If Duan Ling Tian grew stronger in the future, there was no doubt he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Over the next few days, Duan Ling Tian continued to kill the monsters he encountered. Inwardly, he was still hoping to run into Zhang Kuchi. Alas, he was only met with disappointment. He had run into many 10-star students over the past few days, but none of them were Zhang Kuchi. He must have received a message from his clan due to the deaths of their death warriors and left the trial grounds. Fortunately, they didn't discover the death warriors' shattered soul pearls immediately before I was done killing them. It was true that the Zheng clan did not discover the death warriors' shattered soul pearls in time, resulting in the deaths of all 17 death warriors. Usually, the soul pearls of the death warriors were placed in a designated area. The leaders of the various groups of death warriors were responsible for monitoring the soul pearls of their subordinates. However, since Shui'er had led his team out on a mission, no one was left to monitor their soul pearls. It was only when the Zhong clan discovered none of the death warriors they had sent out were responding to their messages that it occurred to them to check on the death warriors' soul pearls. Time's up. The trial for the 10-star students finally came to an end. Before the trial ended, Duan Ling Tian took a long time before he finally found another monster and killed it. Then he left the trial grounds. After the trial, the number of monsters in the trial grounds had diminished greatly after being killed by the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Ling Tian met up with more than a dozen 10-star students, excluding the Zhong clans Zhong Kuchi, Ding Yan, Ho Qingning, and Lu Jin. A dozen 10-star students already accounted for half of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Duan Ling Tian had just left the trial grounds and was heading toward a group of 10-star students who had gathered when he heard someone calling out to him from the distance. He turned around and discovered that it was Ding Yan. When Ding Yan saw that Duan Ling Tian had survived the trial without any signs of injuries, he sighed in relief. Seeing the smile of relief on Ding Yan's face, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly moved. Although he could be considered friends with Ding Yan, their relationship did not run deep. For Ding Yan to be so concerned about his safety was truly surprising. You came out rather quickly. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Ding Yan. At this time, he also discovered the 4 teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, who were also the chaperones for the trial, looking at him. He saw Yu Qian Shan look at him with bright eyes while a hint of amazement could be seen in the other 2 teachers' eyes. As for Zhu Chun, despite looking calm outwardly, his emotions were surging in his heart. Ding Yan shook his head. It took me less than an hour to leave. Saying that, there were some who left prematurely. Then, his eyes shifted toward Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang before he continued to say, I heard that they left trial grounds prematurely because they were injured. However, based on their appearances, their injuries must have been so light that it didn't warrant them leaving the trial grounds at all. Duanling Tian glanced at Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang, not surprised by Ding Yan's words. After all, once the Zhong clan discovered the deaths of their death warriors, there was no doubt the clan would get in touch with Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang immediately, asking them to leave the trial grounds. The Zhong clan naturally did not know Duanling Tian was responsible for the deaths of their clan's death warriors. He had killed them so quickly that they did not even have time to send a communication talisman back to the clan. He was confident the Zhong clan did not know whether it was him or a helper who had killed their clan's death warriors. Nonetheless, regardless of who was responsible for the deaths of the death warriors, the clan would definitely order Zhong Kuqi to leave the trial grounds immediately, in fear for his safety. So they left the trial grounds ahead of time, huh? I'll return this favor to your family for sure. Keep praying you'd be as lucky as you were today. Duanling Tian said to Zhong Kuqi through voice transmission. Then, Duanling Tian looked at Zhong Kuqi with a piercing gaze that caused Zhong Kuqi to shudder in fear. He was so frightened that for a moment he thought perhaps he should forget about his conflict with Duanling Tian. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Then, he hurriedly sent a message to his father, Zhong Er, and his third uncle, Zhong San, telling them about Duanling Tian's threat in an exaggerated manner. If Duanling Tian doesn't die, it's fine if something happens to me, but I'm just worried he'll go after the Zhong clan. When Zhong Er and Zhong San received Zhong Kuqi's message, both of their eyes flashed with killing intent. They were both kings of gods, so the others around them could easily sense their killing intent. Zhong De, the clan leader of the Zhong clan, was the first to ask, second brother, what happened? Zhong Er hurriedly recounted Zhong Kuqi's words, causing Zhong Da's expression to turn frosty. Similar to his two brothers, killing intent flashed in his eyes as well. He said, wait for me to come up with a plan. We have to kill Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he'll only bring trouble to our clan in the future. Originally, Zhong De, unlike the others, did not care much about Duanling Tian. However, he had begun to take the matter seriously when he learned that Murong Suifeng intended to recommend Duanling Tian to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. With this, he knew that if nothing were done about Duanling Tian, it would definitely bring disaster to the clan in the future. After all, if a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect were given time to mature, destroying the Zhong clan would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion he had caused in the Zhong clan. Even if he was aware, he would not have cared at all. From the moment the Zhong clan sent their death warriors after him, he was already determined to kill them. Between him and them, only one of them was allowed to live. It was the first time since he had come to the profound energy land that he planned to annihilate an entire force. After all, even when he avenged the southern village of the Duan clan village, he only killed the culprit responsible and did not annihilate the force the culprit belonged to. However, it was different this time. Zhong Kuqi and his clan had acted against him, trying to kill him. At this moment, Ho Qingning sought Duanling Tian out as well. Upon seeing Duanling Tian unharmed, he sighed in relief. Then he said with a smile, I'm relieved to see you're fine. I was worried you'd die in there. After saying that, Ho Qingning did not beat around the bush and bluntly asked, so what happened in the end? Did the Zhong clan make a move against you? Ho Qingning came from a king-rank force on par with the Zhong clan. Although the Zhong clan was the local tyrant of Skywind City, he naturally did not fear the clan. After all, he knew the clan would not dare to rashly make a move against him. Duanling Tian replied tonelessly, it's just as you'd guessed. They sent a group of death warriors to kill me. Alas, they all died. They all died! Ho Qingning exclaimed. You killed all of them? Ho Qingning would not have been surprised if Duanling Tian killed two advanced gods on his own. However, he was certain the Zhong clan must have sent more than 2 death warriors to kill Duanling Tian this time. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be capable of killing all the Death Warriors. In the beginning, I found a few of them concealing their presence and tailing me, so I quickly got rid of them. More and more of them appeared later, and I got rid of them as well, Duanling Tian said in a leisurely manner. They concealed their presence. But you found them? Ho Qingning was astonished. He was not surprised that the Death Warriors had spread out to look for Duanling Tian. After all, moving around in a large group would only attract attention. However, he was surprised that Duanling Tian managed to detect the Death Warriors' presence even after they concealed their presence. After a moment, Ho Qingning said in relief, "Fortunately, the Zhong clan didn't send any of the leaders of the Death Warriors in their clan here. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for you." Duanling Tian only smiled upon hearing the words leader of the Death Warriors. He was rather certain he had killed the leader of the Death Warriors from the Zhong clan. However, he did not say anything to Ho Qingning. After all, to be capable of such a feat would only reveal to everyone that he was much stronger than what he had shown during his fight with Hongjun. Soon after, all the 10-star students finally gathered. Most of them were fine, and only a few of them were injured. "Hand over your point accumulation tokens," Yu Qianshan said. Duanling Tian and the others obediently returned the tokens. Yu Qianshan's expression remained the same as he collected the tokens from the students. However, when he received Duanling Tian's tokens, his expression changed immediately as soon as he sensed the points that Duanling Tian had accumulated. He instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian. Yu Qianshan's reaction did not go unnoticed by the others, resulting in them turning to look at Duanling Tian as well. "What happened?" Teacher Yu Qianshan looks quite surprised. "I'm really curious. What can make Teacher Yu look so surprised?" "It must be the points Duanling Tian has accumulated, right?" The 10-star students discussed among themselves, curious. Similarly, the other 3 teachers of the Hidden Academy were curious as well. In the end, one of the teachers could no longer hold back, so he asked curiously, "Teacher Yu, how many points did Duanling Tian accumulate?" "You'll find out for yourself once the ranking is out," Yu Qianshan replied with a smile, maintaining the suspense. With that, Yu Qianshan led the curious teachers and students back to the Hidden Fog Academy. During the journey, Ho Qingning moved next to Duanling Tian and asked, "Duanling Tian, how many points did you accumulate?" "It must be shocking for Teacher Yu to look so surprised." Duanling Tian only smiled as well. Even before leaving the trial grounds, he had known his points would far surpass the other students. After all, his speed of killing the monsters was not something Ho Qingning, Hongjun, and the others could hope to match. When Ho Qingning saw Duanling Tian's response, he said, slightly exasperated, "It seems like you're trying to keep everyone in suspense like Teacher Yu." Then Ho Qingning shifted his attention to Ding Yan and asked, "Ding Yan, how many points did you accumulate this time?" 8,000 points, Ding Yan replied. Ho Qingning nodded slightly. "Not bad. You'll be able to pass the 10,000 points soon." "What about you?" Ding Yan asked in return. Ho Qingning smiled before he said, "It's better than the previous trial. This time, I accumulated more than 20,000 points." "More than 20,000 points?" Ding Yan exclaimed. Then he said, "During the previous trial, even the top ranker didn't manage to get more than 20,000 points, right? After all, surpassing more than 20,000 points relied on more than just one's strength, but it relied on one's luck as well. If one were lucky, one would run into more monsters. Naturally, it was not too special a feat. All of the top 5 strongest 10-star students had accumulated more than 20,000 points during a trial before. It was just that, during the previous trial, no one managed to do so. The top ranker for the previous trial only managed to accumulate about 19,000 points. More than 20,000 points. Your current points would have earned you the top spot in the past, Ding Yan said with a sigh. You're right. Ho Qingning smiled wryly. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian with a complex expression as he said, based on Teacher Yu's surprised expression, Duanling Tian undoubtedly accumulated much more than 20,000 points. I wonder how many points he accumulated exactly. However, since Duanling Tian did not wish to speak about it, Ho Qingning did not persist in asking. Similar to Ho Qingning, Ding Yan and the others, including the teachers, looked at Duanling Tian curiously as well, eager to find out how many points he had accumulated. The other 10-star students could barely contain their curiosity and began to speculate among themselves. Hey, how many points do you think Duanling Tian accumulated to be able to shock teacher you? 10 years ago, I remember teacher you didn't even look so shocked when Hong Jun accumulated 24,000 points. Then, do you think Duanling Tian accumulated 30,000 points? That's not impossible. After all, he's the strongest among us. It's possible. After all, Duanling Tian is the strongest among us. Even Hong Jun had to use his divine artifact to withstand Duanling Tian's attack, even though Duanling Tian didn't use his divine artifact. The rankings will be revealed tomorrow morning. At that time, we'll find out how many points Duanling Tian managed to accumulate. We can only wait until tomorrow to satiate our curiosity. I can't wait for tomorrow to come. If you're so eager to know, why don't you ask Duanling Tian about it? Is there a point? He didn't even reveal his points to Ho Qingning and Ding Yan. He's clearly trying to maintain the suspense like Teacher Yu. After arriving at the Hidden Fog Academy, Duanling Tian prepared to return to his courtyard like the other 10-star students. However, just as Duanling Tian, Ho Qingning, and Ding Yan were about to leave, Xianxia suddenly called out, Duanling Tian, come with me. The dean wants to meet you. Duanling Tian was briefly stunned. When he regained his composure, he followed Xianxia, leaving his 2 fellow students behind. Ho Qingning smiled wryly as he watched Duanling Tian leave with Xianxia. I was going to ask Duanling Tian about his points again during our journey back to our courtyards. I didn't expect him to be called away by the dean. Ding Yan, who was standing next to Ho Qingning, only watched silently. Xianxia led Duanling Tian into the heart of the area where the 10-star students' courtyards were located. After walking into a thick fog, Duanling Tian discovered he had stepped into what looked like a paradise. The air was permeated with the fragrance of flowers while the sounds of birds chirping melodiously rang in the air. From outside, the place seemed deceptively small, especially when surrounded by the student courtyards that were like stars surrounding the moon. This way, Xianxia said as he led Duanling Tian to a pavilion located in the middle of the place. The pavilion was built at the back of a courtyard of a huge mansion. It was surrounded by a few lush trees that Duanling Tian was unfamiliar with. The pavilion towered over the trees and into the clouds. After arriving at the top of the pavilion, Xianxia said respectfully, Dean Morong, I've brought Duanling Tian here. The top of the pavilion was empty, but as soon as Xianxia's voice fell, Duanling Tian saw the void ripple and distort before a figure suddenly appeared. The figure belonged to an elegant middle-aged man who was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was handsome and his long hair fell neatly down his back. He looked scholarly and his expression was aloof. He stood with one hand placed on his back when he appeared. He was none other than Morong Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy and the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. You may leave. As soon as Morong Suifeng's voice fell, Xianxia bade farewell and left immediately. With this, only Duanling Tian and Morong Suifeng were left. Come and take a seat, Morong Suifeng said with a gentle smile on his face. He waved his hand casually and a wine jar and 2 empty wine cups appeared on the table instantly. With that, he took a seat at the table. Dean Morong. Duanling Tian greeted Morong Suifeng. He did not hesitate to take a seat at the table. Morong Suifeng's smile brightened when he saw Duanling Tian behaving decisively in front of him. He said, Duanling Tian, I'm impressed by your decisiveness and straightforwardness. Students and even teachers would hesitate for a while when I asked them to take a seat. It'd be a waste of time and energy if we're too hung up on formalities, Duanling Tian replied. Under normal circumstances, it was rather rare for students to be seated at the same table with Morong Suifeng. However, since Morong Suifeng took the initiative to invite Duanling Tian over, Duanling Tian treated him as an equal. After all, to save his wife Kuer in the future, he would definitely be stronger than a lord of gods like Morong Suifeng. Hence, he did not feel inferior to Morong Suifeng, saying that he would not have taken a seat without an invitation from Morong Suifeng. After all, currently he was still weaker than Morong Sui Feng. It would be unwise to offend Morong Sui Feng, a lord of gods, with his current strength. Very good. Morong Sui Feng smiled brightly. Then he poured wine for Duanling Tian and himself before he said, I brewed this wine myself. It's called the Power Brew. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that Power Brew was named after Morong Sui Feng's deceased disciple. Power Brew. Although the name was peculiar, Duanling Tian was intrigued by the fragrance of the wine. When the fragrance wafted into his nose, he could feel his divine consciousness trembling slightly. He thought to himself, surprised, this is no ordinary wine. Try it, Morong Sui Feng said with a smile. Power Brew is incredibly beneficial to those who have yet to try it. Perhaps after drinking it and consuming the dragon-patterned divine grass that you'll receive tomorrow, you'll be able to break through and become an advanced god soon. Upon hearing Morong Sui Feng's words, Duanling Tian emptied the wine from the cup in just one gulp. It slid down his throat before he even had time to savor its taste. Following that, apart from the burning sensation in his throat, he felt a mysterious force brewing in his body. He instinctively mobilized the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and merged that mysterious energy with his divine energy. His eyes lit up as soon as he felt his divine energy had grown stronger from the fusion. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he looked at the wine jar intently. At the same time, Morong Sui Feng took a sip from his wine cup before he poured another cup of wine for Duanling Tian and said, You're not supposed to drink the wine in that manner. You should slowly savor it. After having 3 cups, the Power Brew will lose its efficacy on you. Hence, you should slowly savor it. Morong Sui Feng felt it was a waste for Duanling Tian to have drained his wine cup so quickly. If it were another student, he would not have poured another cup of wine for that student. Duanling Tian smiled sheepishly before he slowly savored his second cup of wine. His eyes lit up suddenly as he exclaimed, The wine is magnificent! Duanling Tian did not drink wine often, but he had tried some of the best wine when he was in the mundane realms and the Devata realms. The Power Brew was undoubtedly one of the best that he had ever tried. The Power Brew had a distinctive flavor that he had never tasted before in his life. Dean Morong, this is the best wine I've ever had. You brewed this yourself? Duanling Tian asked as his eyes shone with a hint of anticipation. As though he could read Duanling Tian's mind, Morong Sui Feng shook his head and said, The brewing process is not complex, but the ingredients are rare. I've only managed to brew 3 jars over the past 100 years. I finished a bottle myself and gave another to the sect leader. This is the last of the 3 bottles. Duanling Tian's hope of asking for several jars of Power Brew was crushed upon hearing Morong Sui Feng's words. At this moment, Morong Sui Feng's expression turned solemn as he suddenly said, Duanling Tian, I assumed you were attacked on the trial grounds? Duanling Tian nodded in response. The members of the 10,000 Leaves sect approached the trial grounds but left shortly after. Is it true that Ho Qingning asked them to protect you? But you refused. Duanling Tian nodded again. Why did you reject him? Morong Sui Feng asked. Even if their sect leader, a king of gods, couldn't enter the trial grounds, his men shouldn't have a problem with that. Did you have help, or were you confident about your strength? I didn't want to owe him a favor, Duanling Tian replied honestly. You didn't want to owe him a favor? Morong Sui Feng glanced at Duanling Tian from the corners of his eyes. This excuse is flimsy at best. It's more accurate to say you're confident about your strength. Right? Dean Morong, since you know the answer, what's the point of asking then? Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. Indeed. I was confident I'd be able to defend myself as long as they weren't kings of gods. Are you sure you're only capable of defending yourself? Morong Sui Feng looked at Duanling Tian knowingly. From what I know, all of the death warriors the Zhong clan sent are dead. Even their leader, one of the strongest clan members below the stage of a king of gods, is dead. He was an advanced god who had comprehended several fused profundities from the law of space. Based on the strength you displayed during your battle with Hong Jun, it would have been impossible for you to defeat him, let alone kill him, unless you hid your true strength during the battle. Duanling Tian was surprised that Morong Sui Feng was privy to so many matters about him. At the same time, He thought it was not that surprising since Murong Suifeng was not only the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, but also the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. This kind of information was not difficult for someone like Murong Suifeng to find out.
Did I guess right? Murong Suifeng asked.
Duanling Tian said with a faint smile, Dean Murong, your intelligence network is rather impressive. In fact, not only were the Death Warriors from the Zhong clan who came to the trial grounds, but the Death Warriors from various King rank forces were there as well. I tried to question them, but they all chose to commit suicide. Hence, I don't know which specific forces they came from. I'm sure you know better than I do regarding this matter. That seems like an admission, Murong Suifeng said with a smile. I wanted to meet you not only to verify this matter, but also to inform you that I plan to recommend you to enter the Hidden Fog sect as a core disciple. Are you interested?
Duanling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly thanked Murong Suifeng, expressing his intention. Thank you, Dean Murong.
Duanling Tian knew it was not easy to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect when he had just joined the Hidden Fog Academy. A core disciple status was on par with an inner elder of the sect.
After being a core disciple for 1,000 years, one would be promoted and become a core elder of the sect who had an even higher status. If one did not wish to become a core elder of the Hidden Fog sect, alternatively, one could join the Emperor rank force that controlled the Hidden Fog sect through recommendation. Although one would have to start from the bottom again, one's status would still be respectable.
An ordinary elder of the Emperor rank force was even higher than that of a core elder of a Lord rank force, after all. Needless to say, it was not easy becoming an ordinary elder of an Emperor rank force. Even with the recommendation from the Hidden Fog sect, one would need to pass a test first. Failing to pass the test meant one could only stay in the Hidden Fog sect. Murong Suifeng said, however, to become a core disciple, you'll have to pass a series of tests first even with my recommendation. You'll still be accepted into the sect even if you fail the test. However, you'll only be an inner disciple of the sect. You can naturally take the test again in the future to become a core disciple.
I understand, Dean Murong, Duanling Tian said. It was only normal that he would only be able to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect after they determined his strength. This was the same even if he joined an Emperor rank force. You should prepare yourself for the test during this period of time. I'll ask the sect to send someone to meet you after a month. Murong Suifeng said as he poured another cup of wine for himself and Duanling Tian. Thank you, Dean Murong, Duanling Tian said. Following that, the duo's conversations leaned toward more casual topics. Murong Suifeng tried to find out more about Duanling Tian's origins. Duanling Tian naturally did not dare to lie and say he was from the Glorious Heaven sect like before. After all, Murong Suifeng's status meant that it was likely he was well-connected and well-informed. Duanling Tian sighed before he said, Dean Murong, it's been a while since I came to the Profound Energy Land, but I've never told anyone about my origins before. Since you've taken such good care of me, I naturally can't lie to you. To be honest, I'm not a native of the Profound Energy Land. You're not a native of the Profound Energy Land? Murong Suifeng was stunned by this revelation. Duanling Tian nodded. Then where are you from? Murong Suifeng asked. I'm from a Devata realm, Duanling Tian replied truthfully. A Devata realm? Murong Suifeng chuckled. I see. To be so talented at such a young age, you must have an extraordinary background. Murong Suifeng did not doubt that Duanling Tian was slightly below the age of 3,000. In his opinion, Duanling Tian must have come to the Profound Energy Land before the passages from the realms of gods and Devata realms were sealed. So you've been here 1,000 years? Murong Suifeng asked. 1,000 years? Duanling Tian shook his head. So you're here for fewer than 700 years? You came shortly before the passages were sealed. Murong Suifeng asked again. No, Duanling Tian shook his head again. I've only been here for a few years. A couple of years? Murong Suifeng frowned. How can that be? With the realm battlefield and the sealed passages, that's impossible, right? How did you end up in the Profound Energy Land under such circumstances? To be honest, I'm not sure if I should consider myself fortunate, Duanling Tian said with a bitter smile. When I was cultivating in the Land of the Dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, a spatial tear suddenly appeared and pulled me into the space turbulence. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a foreign place. Slowly, I came to realize I had been accidentally sent to Realm Battlefield due to the space turbulence. So that's how you ended up in the Realm Battlefield. I've heard of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, but I didn't know the space there is so unstable, Murong Suifeng said. However, based on your strength, you're lucky to have escaped from the Realm Battlefield alive and arrived in the profound energy land. Frankly speaking, if I weren't lucky enough to have met a kind senior who sent me to one of the bases in the Realm Battlefield, I wouldn't have survived, Duanling Tian said with a bitter smile. You're truly lucky, Murong Suifeng nodded with a smile as he said, not everyone in the Realm Battlefield is kind after all. Instead, they're a rarity there. I agree. Duanling Tian nodded. He said determinedly, hence, I'm determined to return the favor of the kind senior. A hint of admiration could be seen in Murong Suifeng's eyes when he saw Duanling Tian was truly determined to repay his benefactor's kindness. For this reason, his impression of Duanling Tian rose again. If it were not for his vow to never again accept a disciple, Murong Suifeng, who had taken Duanling Tian as his disciple, he was sure this extraordinarily talented genius from a Devata realm would reach great heights in the realm of gods if given a chance. At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered Murong Suifeng had been telling the truth. Now that he was having his 4th cup of power brew, it was no longer effective. The duo continued to chat for a little while more before Duanling Tian finally bade farewell to Murong Suifeng. Murong Suifeng summoned Yu Qianshan and told Yu Qianshan to lead Duanling Tian back to the 10-star students' courtyards. When Duanling Tian returned to his courtyard, the 10-star students were still excitedly speculating how many points Duanling Tian had accumulated during the trial. I'm very curious about senior brother Duan's points. I can't wait for tomorrow to come. Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head when he heard his fellow students' conversation. He thought that it was likely that there would be an uproar tomorrow when his points were announced. The highest points in the past were only more than 20,000 points. I could have avoided this commotion if I'd spoken to Ding Yen and Ho Qingning about this matter. After Duanling Tian entered his room, he sat on his bed and brought out a stalk of grass that glowed with a green light. The grass edge was like a sawtooth. Despite being plucked, it was still brimming with vitality. The stalk of grass was none other than his reward for ranking first in the trial, the dragon pattern divine grass. Murong Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, had told Yu Qianshan to give him the dragon pattern divine grass before he returned to his courtyard. Duanling Tian knew Murong Suifeng showed so much care for him due to his talent. Although he had told Murong Suifeng about his origin, he naturally did not mention he had only managed to go to the realm battlefield with the help of the 5 divine elements in his body. The 5 divine elements were not only highly coveted in the Devata realms, but in the realms of gods as well. Most people would stop at nothing to get their hands on any of the 5 divine elements, especially those with a high form. After all, with the 5 divine elements, one's chances of becoming a supreme powerhouse were very high. How could emperors of gods or supreme gods not be interested in something like that? For this reason, Duanling Tian knew he could never expose the existence of the 5 divine elements in his body. He was not afraid of Murong Suifeng digging deeper into his story. Even if Murong Suifeng managed to go to the land of the dead, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, it would be at least 300 years in the future. At that time, even if the space in the land of the dead was stable, he could brush it off as the space there only being unstable due to the collision between the realms of gods. Most importantly, even if Murong Suifeng found out about his lie at that time, it would not affect him at all. Duanling Tian had decided to reveal part of his origin to Murong Suifeng to prevent the Hidden Fog sect from suspecting him. After all, it was only normal that the sect would be wary of someone whose identity was a mystery. The turning point for me will come in a month's time. With the Hidden Fog sect as a springboard, I'll be able to enter the Emperor rank force in the future, Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. Then, he shifted his attention to the dragon pattern divine grass. He imbued the grass with his divine energy, and what looked like dragon scales began to surface on the grass. So that's how the grass got its name. No wonder, teacher, you told me to imbue the grass with my divine energy before consuming it to unleash its full potential. Duanling Tian wasted no time in ingesting the dragon pattern divine grass.
After that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Since he had blocked out everything that might interfere with his cultivation, the night was peaceful. On the contrary, the 10-stars student could barely catch a wink of sleep. Their curiosity about Duanling Tian's points that even shocked Yu Qianshan kept them up all night. Since word about it had spread, the other students were just as curious. Yu Qianshang's strength was only second to Murong Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. After all, how could they not be curious when Duanling Tian's points were able to elicit surprise from Yu Qianshan? It was not an exaggeration to say that all the students of the Hidden Fog Academy were eagerly waiting to find out about Duanling Tian's points. Meanwhile, Chu Fengyang had gone to Yun Hui's cultivation ground for a visit. Junior uncle. Yun Hui was Chu Fengyang's junior uncle. He was also the teacher that was assigned to monitor the 10 stars assessment. Chu Fengyang was only confident about Duanling Tian's battles against Ding Yan and Hong Jun because he had heard about Duanling Tian's strength from Yun Hui. Boy, what brings you here? A kind and gentle smile appeared on Yun Hui's face when he saw Chu Fengyang. Before Chu Fengyang could reply to his question, he added, "Did you come because of Duanling Tian?" "Junior uncle, you must have heard about what happened then," Chu Fengyang said with a sheepish smile. Then, he said, "Junior uncle, I came to ask about Duanling Tian's points. Everyone in the academy is wondering about the points he accumulated during the trial." "What makes you think I know?" Yun Hui asked. "Junior uncle, teacher you will definitely tell you if you ask him. After all, you're his senior, and he respects you a lot since you saved his life when he was young," Chu Fengyang said as he looked at Yun Hui with an anticipatory gaze. "I plan to ask him about it, but the dean has ordered him not to reveal Duanling Tian's points. Hence, there's nothing I can tell you. In my opinion, Duanling Tian's points must be incredibly shocking," Yun Hui said with a sigh. Chu Fengyang was taken aback. The dean intervened? That's unusual. It was unprecedented for Murong Suifeng to intervene in such a trivial matter after all. "Indeed," Yun Hui nodded. "I suspect Duanling Tian must have exceeded 50,000 points." 50,000 points? That's impossible, right? Chu Fengyang exclaimed in shock. "Well, we'll find out tomorrow," Yun Hui said. Chu Fengyang nodded. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he asked, "Junior uncle, I heard that the dean plans to let Duanling Tian join the Hidden Fog sect as a core disciple. Is that true?" "Yes," Yun Hui nodded. "He has already spoken to the sect. After a month, the sect will send someone here to bring Duanling Tian to the sect." "A month? That's fast," Chu Fengyang said, surprised. "From what I know, the test for core disciples will be held half a year later, right?" Yun Hui said with a nod. "That's right. I think the dean plans to let Duanling Tian enjoy the cultivation resources of an inner disciple while Duanling Tian waits to take the test to become a core disciple. After all, the cultivation resources of an inner disciple are much better than that of a 10-stars student." "That's true," Chu Fengyang said with anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Duanling Tian might just be able to pass the test and become a core disciple as well." "Perhaps," Yun Hui nodded. "Junior uncle, you don't think Duanling Tian will be able to pass the test?" Chu Fengyang asked. He was confused when he saw Yun Hui's reaction. "That's not it. However, due to his cultivation base, the test will be more difficult for him compared to those who are already kings of gods. Although the test varies depending on one's cultivation base, you should know that there weren't any inner disciples who managed to pass the test over the past 10,000 years. Yun Hui said as he shook his head. Chu Fengyang fell silent upon hearing Yun Hui's words. He would have forgotten about that if Yun Hui did not mention it. There were many inner disciples who participated in the test to become core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. However, over the past 10,000 years, no one managed to pass the test. For this reason, there were no more than 100 core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, due to the difficulty of the test, even the weakest core disciple was a rudimentary king of gods. I hope Duanling Tian will pass the core disciple test. If he manages to pass the test, he might just become the next Xue Haichuan, Yun Hui said with a hint of excitement. Xue Haichuan. Chu Fengyang's eyes lit up when he heard the name Xue Haichuan.
Shui Haichuan was about the same age as Chu Fengyang. However, he had to address Shui Haichuan as senior when they were in the sect. Shui Haichuan was the last person to become a core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. He was now a respectable elder in the Emperor rank force that controlled the Hidden Fog sect. Even the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect was respectful to Shui Haichuan. As soon as dawn broke, figures began to emerge from the 10 Stars students' courtyards, making their way to the 10 Stars pavilion. The rankings will be released in an hour. Let's head over there and wait. I wonder how many points senior brother Duan accumulated. Teacher Yu was shocked after all. We'll have our answer in an hour. At this time, Yuan Lei was the only teacher on duty in the 10 Stars pavilion. Initially, he had looked down on Duan Ling Tian due to his relationship with Ding Yan and Hong Jun. However, he no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian's crushing victory over Hong Jun. Teacher Yuan Lei, the rankings will be released in an hour. But do you know how many points Duan Ling Tian accumulated? Ding Yan asked. He stared at Yuan Lei intently, looking for changes in Yuan Lei's expression. Get lost, Yuan Lei said irritably. What makes you think I know? Only Duan Ling Tian, Teacher Yu, and the dean know how many points Duan Ling Tian accumulated. Even I have to wait for the rankings to be released just like you. Ding Yan was disappointed when he heard Yuan Lei's words. At this time, a group of people had already gathered in one corner of the 10 Stars pavilion, in front of a formation. A blank screen that would show the rankings of the students hung in the air. Needless to say, all of these people had gathered here to find out about Duan Ling Tian's points. About half an hour later, the top 5 10 Stars students before Duan Ling Tian's appearance showed up as well, drawing everyone's attention. Following that, the teachers began to show up as well. How crowded! I guess everyone's here to see Duan Ling Tian's points. When it was 15 minutes before the rankings would be released, everyone, except for Duan Ling Tian and Zhong Kuqi, the young master of the Zhong clan, had gathered. Duan Ling Tian isn't here yet? Zhong Kuqi isn't here as well. Since there were not many 10 Stars students, they could tell who was absent with just a quick look. Teacher Chu is here. All of the students recognized Chu Fengyang since he was frequently on duty in the 10 Stars pavilion. The 10 Stars students and the teachers waited eagerly as they looked at the blank screen with anticipation shining in their eyes. Although it was just 15 minutes, it felt like years to them. Just a few more breaths left. The entire place fell silent. Soon after, the names of the 10 Stars students began to appear on the screen. The names of those ranked in the bottom appeared first and slowly made its way up. Hong Jun accumulated 17,821 points and is ranked 6th. Senior Hong Jun ranked the lowest among the 6 strongest senior brothers. There's only 5 of them left, including senior brother Duan Ling Tian. One of the strongest 10 Star students who were on par with Hong Jun and Ho Qingning ranked 5th and scored about slightly over 200 points more than Hong Jun with 18,030 points. The student who ranked 4th had scored less than 100 points more than the student ranked 5th, while the student ranked 3rd scored more than 300 points compared to the student ranked 4th. Senior brother Ho Qingning is in 2nd place. He could have ranked 1st if it weren't for senior brother Duan Ling Tian. He scored more than 20,000 points. A commotion broke out when Ho Qingning's name appeared on the screen. After all, the previous student who ranked 1st only scored close to 20,000 points. He scored more than 20,000 points, but he's not in 1st place. Senior brother Ho Qingning must feel very dissatisfied. Many of the 10 Stars students looked at Ho Qingning curiously. However, they discovered Ho Qingning did not look unhappy or dissatisfied. He only looked at the screen expressionlessly. Senior brother Duan's points are about to be shown. The crowd held their breaths as they waited for Duan Ling Tian's name to appear. Silence continued to reign over the place even when Duan Ling Tian's points were revealed. Everyone looked at each other in shock and disbelief when they finally regained their senses. Then, an uproar broke out immediately. How's this possible? Is this real? These points are heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian. A bitter smile could be seen on Ho Qingning's face at this moment. Ding Yan had still yet to recover from his shock. Even the teachers looked at each other incredulously when they regained their senses. Chu Fengyang felt his eyebrows twitching as he looked at Duanling Tian's points. I thought Junior Uncle might have overestimated Duanling Tian when he speculated Duanling Tian might have accumulated more than 50,000 points. No, all of us have underestimated him.
Duanling Tian is a monster, Yuan Lei said tremblingly. The teachers nodded in agreement.
Duanling Tian had scored 125,613 points. He had 100,000 points more than Ho Qingning, who was ranked second.
This has to be the craziest score in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, right? One of the 10-star students asked. The highest points recorded in history was almost 30,000 points. Not only did senior brother Duan break this record, but his points are 4 times greater. Senior brother Duan is truly a monstrous talent. I didn't expect to witness such a historical moment before I graduate from the Hidden Fog Academy. I can brag about this for the rest of my life.
The 10 Stars Pavilion grew lively again as students and teachers discussed the rankings among themselves. To be precise, they were discussing Duanling Tian's points.
Among everyone present, only one person seemed to be in a terrible mood. It was none other than Zhong Heliang, a disciple of the Zhong clan. Upon seeing the results, he had sent a message to Zhong Keqi, informing him of the matter. More than 120,000 points?
Zhong Keqi, who was lying on the bed, sprung to his feet immediately with a shocked expression on his face. Soon after, his expression turned unsightly. He did not go to the 10 Stars Pavilion, not because he was afraid Duanling Tian might attack him.
He just did not want to see Duanling Tian being the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, based on Yu Qianshan's expression, he could tell Duanling Tian would definitely rank first. Since he saw Duanling Tian as his enemy, how could he feel good seeing Duanling Tian doing so well? Nevertheless, he had instructed Zhong Heliang to inform him about the results as soon as the rankings were released. Who knew the news would shock him so much? When news of Duanling Tian accumulating more than 20,000 points during the trial of the 10-star students spread, it caused a huge uproar in the Hidden Fog Academy. Heavens!
Senior brother Duan is a monster. Previously, the highest points for the trial were nearly 30,000 points, but he actually accumulated more than 120,000 points. He's crazy.
Is he even human? On the other hand, the teachers were calmer despite being shocked by the reveal as well. In fact, one of the factors for Duanling Tian's achievement has something to do with the monsters arranged by the sect as well. After all, even the strongest monster is weaker than Hong Jun and the other 4.
The monsters might not be easy for the other 5 to deal with, but they're nothing to Duanling Tian.
Indeed.
During his battle with Hong Jun used his divine artifact and managed to barely withstand his attack. If he uses a divine artifact, he'd be able to kill the strongest monster on the trial grounds in a few breaths. It'd be even faster if he had launched a sneak attack. That's right. It's not really surprising he managed to accumulate so many points. Nevertheless, accumulating more than 120,000 points is still an incredible feat. The teachers calmed down even more when they found reasons for Duanling Tian's overwhelming points.
Similarly, the students were no longer as shocked after listening to the teacher's analysis. Even so, in their eyes, Duanling Tian was someone they could only dream about becoming. The gap between them was too big after all. Duanling Tian was not even 2,800 years old. And yet, he was so strong. They had never met anyone as talented or strong as him. Senior brother Duan has made history in the Hidden Fog Academy. I wonder how long it'll take for someone to break his record. Perhaps, there might not be anyone who's able to break it.
Duanling Tian was fully immersed in his cultivation. He could feel the change in his divine energy. This meant that he was close to becoming an advanced god and that a breakthrough was just around the corner.
At this time, he was suddenly woken up by Chu Fengyang. He had a good impression of Chu Fengyang after interacting with Chu Fengyang many times.
He asked curiously, "Teacher Chu, has it been a month since the trial ended?" "That's right," Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile as he said, "You haven't forgotten the dean's words, right?
The person the sect sent arrived yesterday. However, my junior uncle drank with him all night, so he didn't ask for you." Chu Fengyang continued to say, "The sect sent an inner elder here. I address him as senior uncle. He's had a good relationship with my junior uncle since they were both young. In fact, they entered the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect together. They even became inner elders together. Duanling Tian knew Chu Feng Yang's junior uncle was Yun Hui, the teacher responsible for the 10-star students' assessment. I was with them when they were drinking yesterday. My junior uncle told my senior uncle that he was very fond of you. He asked my senior uncle to look after you when you join the sect. So, if you run into any trouble, you can speak to my senior uncle, Chu Fengyang said. Duanling Tian did not expect Yun Hui, who looked strict and serious, would do this for him. As Duanling Tian and Chu Fengyang walked, Chu Fengyang said, "Before I bring you to my senior uncle, you should bid farewell to the dean." After emerging from the dense white fog from the formation that shrouded the 10-star students' courtyards, Chu Fengyang led Duanling Tian to Murong Sui Feng's cultivation ground. Murong Sui Feng smiled slightly when he saw Duanling Tian before he said, "Duanling Tian, after arriving at the sect, you'll have to wait a while for the core disciples test. During that time, you should try your hardest to break through and become an advanced god. With that, you'll have a higher chance of passing the test." Although the core disciples test for intermediate gods was easier than that for advanced gods, it was not by much. "If you pass the test and become a core disciple, I'll give you a gift," Murong Sui Feng said. Upon hearing this, Chu Fengyang grinned. He could barely contain his excitement. He said enviously, "Duanling Tian, you have to work hard. The dean's gifts are always precious." Duanling Tian smiled at Murong Sui Feng as he said, "Dean Murong, I'll be even more motivated if the gift is the recipe for the power brew." There were not many things that could hold Duanling Tian's interest. Hence, he did not think any of Murong Sui Feng's gifts would interest him unless they were divine pills, divine fruits, or divine herbs that were helpful to his cultivation. He was not interested in divine artifacts or cultivation methods, since the ones in his possession would definitely be superior to whatever was given to him. After all, his 7 orifices exquisite sword was a prominent grade divine artifact, and his cultivation method was a supreme cultivation method left behind by a supreme powerhouse. As long as he was diligent, and his talent kept up with his growth, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse in the future. The recipe for the power brew? Murong Sui Feng was briefly stunned. When he regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "Is that all? If you really want the recipe for the power brew, I can give it to you now." Murong Sui Feng did not wait for Duanling Tian's reply, and brought a jade token out as soon as he finished speaking. Then, he sent a strand of his divine energy into the jade token. After he retracted his divine energy, he handed the jade token to Duanling Tian and said, "This is the recipe for the power brew. Once you become a core disciple, I'll give you another gift." "Thank you, Dean Murong." Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he looked at the jade token that contained the recipe for the power brew. He no longer refused Murong Sui Feng. After all, he could not tell Murong Sui Feng he was not interested in the gift unless it was something that could improve his cultivation. If he told Murong Sui Feng such a thing, it would clearly imply that he had superior divine artifacts and cultivation methods. "I won't be able to help you much after you join the Hidden Fog Secretary. You can only depend on yourself. After all, I'm the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy and only the Vice Sect Leader of the Hidden Fog Sect. I don't have a free run of the sect like I do with the Academy. The Guardians of the sects have the same status as I do. There are also a few other Vice Sect Leaders like me. Many of the Guardians are also the Deans for the Academies in other cities like Skywind City," Murong Sui Feng said. "In the sect, the members are all in different factions. This includes inner elders, inner disciples, core elders, and core disciples as well. Unless you join a faction, you'll first be associated with the Skywind City progeny." Murong Sui Feng paused briefly before he said, "In the sect, I can help you mediate if you have conflicts with those from the Skywind City progeny. However, there's nothing much I can do if you have conflicts with those from other factions." "I understand." Duanling Tian was rather surprised by Murong Sui Feng's words. He did not expect it to be complicated in the Hidden Fog sect. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter. In his opinion, all he needed to do was to play his part well. He would take the initiative to cause trouble.
Needless to say, he would not back down if someone came to look for trouble with him.
All right, you can leave now. Don't make Elder Tang Chun wait for too long. After bidding farewell to Murong Suifeng, Chu Fengyang led Duanling Tian to Tang Chun, who was staying with Yun Hui.
Teacher Yun, Duanling Tian called out and bowed when he saw Yun Hui. Then he shifted his eyes to Tang Chun and said, "Greetings, Elder Tang Chun."
Tang Chun was a tall and sturdy old man with messy white hair that lay on his back. With his body and hair, he gave off a rather unrestrained aura. At this moment, he was sizing Duanling Tian up. After a while, he said, "Duanling Tian?
You're a very handsome young man. Yun Hui has spoken to me and asked me to look after you. If you encounter any problem in the sect, don't hesitate to speak to me. Even if I can't solve it, I can still help you think of a solution." Tang Chun's voice was rough and loud when he spoke. Duanling Tian had a good impression of Tang Chun. He could tell Tang Chun was an honest and straightforward person. This type of person was worth being friends with. They were usually kind and would never scheme against their friends. Duanling Tian smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun." Tang Chun grinned and nudged Yun Hui. "I'll spar with you next time. I'll bring him back to the sect first. When you have the time, come back to the sect to have a drink with me."
"All right, you old geezer. You can look for me in Skywind City when you're free as well."
As Duanling Tian stood at the side and watched the two old men's friendly banter, he could not help but think of his old friends. He had not seen them for a long time now.
Some of them had even died. Tang Chun was very honest. Even after leaving the Hidden Fog Academy and Yun Hui was not around, he was still very friendly toward Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, it's the first time a genius like you has appeared in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. With this, the Skywind City progeny will be thrust into the spotlight." After leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Tang Chun was not in a hurry to bring Duanling Tian to the Hidden Fog sect. Instead, he brought Duanling Tian to a restaurant first.
"Elder Tang Chun, you're overpraising me." Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. "If you maintain this momentum, even if you can't become a core disciple now, you'll definitely become a core disciple when you're a king of gods," Tang Chun said with a smile. "As a core disciple, the sect won't hold back in nurturing you.
You'll also enjoy the same treatment as the inner elders of the sect." Then, Tang Chun said enviously, "For me and Yun Hui, our talents are considered mediocre in the Hidden Fog sect. It's only through many years of hard work that we managed to arrive at where we are today. Once you become a core disciple, you'll be able to receive resources equal to ours without so many years of hard work." After that, Tang Chun looked at the crowded restaurant and said, "The signature dishes of this restaurant aren't bad. Every time I come to Skywind City, I'd come here to eat. Let's have a meal before we start our journey." Duanling Tian naturally had no objections to this. When they walked into the restaurant, Tang Chun discovered there were no private rooms left.
"Sir, I'm really sorry. It's lunchtime, so the rooms are all occupied. We only have a few vacant tables left in the common area. Do you want to dine in the common area instead?"
Tang Chun's frown eased when he heard the waiter's words. He said, "All right, please arrange a table for both of us. Please come with me." The waiter led the duo to a table before he handed them the menu. While they were looking at the menu, he brought a pot of tea and teacups over.
Tang Chun said with a smile, "Like I said, their signature dishes are quite good. You should try them."
Duanling Tian nodded. "Since you highly recommend them, I'm sure they'll be tasty. Coincidentally, I'm hungry as well."
At this time, a group of people emerged from one of the private rooms. Duanling Tian would have recognized a few of the people if he had seen them. One of them was Zhong Keqi, the young master of the Zheng clan, who was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy.
Zhong Keqi walked in the lead as 5 people followed behind him. They all looked to be around his age. One of them said, "Young Master Qi, it's rare for you to be able to obtain the Academy's permission to come out and see us. You should stay for a few more days. There's no need to rush back."
"No," Zhong Keqi shook his head and said, "I only took 2 days off, and today is the last day. I have to go back. When we meet again, I'll treat all of you to a nice meal." These people were not from the Zheng clan. There were disciples from small forces under the Zheng clan. They would usually follow Zhong Keqi around and flatter him endlessly.
Needless to say, Zhong Keqi enjoyed this feeling of superiority. "Young Master Qi,
Another person asked in a deep voice. Should we think of a way to help you get rid of that jerk Duanling Tian who offended you and the Zhong clan? It'd be bad once he joins the Hidden Fog sect. Do you think we don't want to kill him? Zhong Kuchi said angrily as he turned back to glare at the person who had spoken. When do you think we'll have a chance to kill him if he doesn't leave the Hidden Fog Academy? During the 10-star students' trial, Yu Qianshan was there, so even our clan's kings of gods couldn't do anything to him. Zhong Kuchi had asked to leave the Hidden Fog Academy for a few days because he had been feeling depressed in the academy. Although no one made fun of him for being defeated by Duanling Tian and having to give up his prominent grade courtyard, he still could not let go of his hatred toward Duanling Tian. He had taken 2 days off to relax and also to ask the clan if they had any plans to deal with Duanling Tian. When he learned that the clan was only going to deal with Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian joined the Hidden Fog sect, he was in a bad mood. Hence, he invited a few people out to eat with him. Zhong Kuchi led the others out, walking through a long corridor before finally arriving at the common area. To leave the restaurant, everyone would have to cross the common area. Whenever Zhong Kuchi walked past the restaurant staff members, they would all greet him respectfully and address him as young Master Zhong. He naturally ignored them and made his way to the exit. At this time, one of the people standing behind Zhong Kuchi looked at the crowded restaurant and said, "The business is booming in this restaurant. Even the common area is packed." Zhong Kuchi instinctively swept his eyes across the common area. However, his gaze was soon fixed to a spot. He had seen a familiar figure who had a prominent feature in his nightmares recently. Duanling Tian? Why isn't he in the academy? Did he ask for leave as well? Zhong Kuchi thought to himself. Then, he looked at the other person sitting across from Duanling Tian, confirming the other person was not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. He thought to himself, is that person his elder? Did he ask for leave because his elder came to visit him in Skywind City? Is it a coincidence that they came to our clan's restaurant? Zhong Kuchi inhaled deeply before he turned around and returned to the long corridor he had just left. His actions puzzled the people with him and the staff of the restaurant. One of them asked, "What's wrong, young Master Qi?" "Shut up," Zhong Kuchi said coldly. The other person naturally did not dare to speak again. When an idea appeared in his mind, Zhong Kuchi hurriedly sent a few messages through the soul pearls in his spatial ring. The recipients of the messages were his father, Zhong Er, the second master of the Zhong clan, Zhong De, his uncle and the clan leader of the Zhong clan, and his other 2 uncles, Zhong San and Zhong Si. Zhong De and Zhong Er had both returned to the Zhong clan's estate at this time. When the 4 brothers learned that Duanling Tian was with his elder in the Zhong clan's restaurant, killing intent flashed in their eyes. Zhong De immediately sent a message to Zhong Si, asking, "Zhong Si, are you at the restaurant?" "Yes, I am," Zhong Si replied immediately. "I'm with Kuchi." "Send your people here to get the formation compass. We need to seal the restaurant and prevent news from leaking. We'll trap Duanling Tian and kill him. Is he in the common area? Arrange for him to eat in a private room. After that, set up a formation to prevent him from leaving and isolate him from the outside world." "Yes, brother," Zhong Si replied respectfully. Zhong De then sent a message to Zhong Kuchi, asking, "Kuchi, are you sure the person with him is his elder, not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy?" Zhong Kuchi replied confidently, "Yes, uncle, I've been in the academy for almost 2,000 years now. I'm familiar with all the teachers at the academy. I'm sure I've never seen the person with him before. He's definitely not a teacher of the academy." "All right," Zhong De said. "I'll send your father there now. Tell your 4th uncle to wait until your father arrives before he does anything. Before we set up the formation, make sure you don't expose your presence or let Duanling Tian discover our plan. After killing him, we must destroy his corpses and get rid of everything that might connect his death to us. Without evidence, if someone saw him entering our restaurant, even the dean can't do anything to us. This is a good chance for us. Perhaps, today we'll be able to get rid of that nuisance." Zhong De was very cautious. Based on his words, it was clear he regarded Duanling Tian as an enemy as well. Meanwhile, Zhong Kuchi's eyes lit up when he heard Zhong Da's message.
Then he conveyed Zhong Da's message to Xianxia.
After speaking to his staff, Xianxia learned that Duan Lingtian and his elder had initially asked for a private room. Hence, he called the young man who waited on the duo earlier over and said, "Tell the two guests you served earlier that we have a vacant private room.
Tell them that you felt apologetic, so you did your best to find them a private room."
Although this excuse was rather shabby, Xianxia felt that as long as Duan Lingtian did not know the restaurant belonged to the Zheng clan, Duan Lingtian would not be suspicious. As Xianxia expected, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it when the waiter told him that there was a private room available. Even Tang Chun did not find the waiter's words suspicious. After being seated in a private room, Tang Chun ordered another round of dishes instead of having the waiter bring in the dishes from the common area. Since the waiter had gone to great lengths to secure a room for them, he decided to spare the waiter from having to bring the dishes into the room.
"Thank you, sir." The waiter bowed to express his gratitude. Before he left, he said, "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll place your order now."
After the waiter left, Tang Chun asked Duan Lingtian, "Are you married?"
"I have a beautiful niece. If you're interested." Duan Lingtian hurriedly interjected with a wry smile on his face. "Elder Tang Chun, I'm already married with children."
Duan Lingtian did not expect Tang Chun, who was just chatting with him about another matter, would suddenly switch the topic and become a matchmaker.
Tang Chun, clearly undeterred by Duan Lingtian's words, said, "It's normal for capable men to have multiple wives and concubines."
"Elder Tang Chun, I really want to marry again," Duan Lingtian said firmly. Upon seeing this, Tang Chun gave up on introducing his niece to Duan Lingtian.
At this time, one of the Zhong clan's men had already collected the formation compass and were on their way back to the restaurant.
Similarly, Zheng Er was also on his way to the restaurant.
The man who was sent to retrieve the formation compass was an old man. He was also Xi's right-hand man. Duan Lingtian would have found him familiar.
After all, during the Zhou clan's auction, the old man had bribed a worker at the Zhou clan's auction house and entered Duan Lingtian's room at that time.
The formation compass was an heirloom of the Zhou clan. The formation would cut off all means of communication once it was set up. When the old man handed the formation compass to Xianxia said, "Let's set up the formation first."
While Xianxia was setting up the formation, Zhong Kuqi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought to himself, "You must die today, Duan Lingtian."
In Zhong Kuqi's opinion, there was no way Duan Lingtian could escape death today. A month ago, after learning Duan Lingtian had accumulated more than 120,000 points during the trial, he had fallen into despair. He worried for his future now that he had made an enemy out of such a genius. The only way was to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian grew into his potential.
Although the Zheng clan wanted to kill Duan Lingtian badly, they knew there was nothing much they could do if Duan Lingtian stayed in the Hidden Fog Academy or if the teachers were by his side.
None of them expected Duan Lingtian to show up at their restaurant without any protection. For them, this was a golden opportunity to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all, they knew that with Duan Lingtian's age and talent, he would definitely grow very strong in the future. At that time, the Zhong clan would be in trouble. Hence, they were rather eager to get rid of him. "Fourth uncle, is it done?" Zhong Kuqi's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia returning.
"Yes." Xianxia nodded with a smile before he asked, "Where are those people with you?"
"They didn't leave, did they?" "No." Zhong Kuqi shook his head. "I left them in the room where we ate earlier. I didn't tell them about our plan. I only said I had something to attend to and told them to wait for me there."
"Well done." Xianxia nodded. His eyes shone cruelly as he said, "We just need to wait for your father to help us set up another formation. When the two formations are up, we'll be able to get rid of that nuisance Duan Lingtian."
Zhong Kuqi's face had turned slightly red from the excitement. He smiled and said, "We're about to achieve our goal. I heard that reality is often the opposite of our dreams."
Recently, Zhong Kuqi had been having nightmares about Duan Lingtian killing him and massacring those from the Zheng clan. He would wake up drenched in sweat. In fact, over the past few days, he had not been sleeping. He spent most of his time cultivating instead. At this time, Zheng Er finally arrived. Although he and Zhong Kuqi looked rather alike, their temperaments were completely different.
Zhong Kuqi was young and still had the unrestrained aura that usually came with youth.
On the other hand, Zheng Er had a steady and mature air about him. Moreover, with just a glance, one could tell he had high status.
Father, you're here. Zhong Kuqi's eyes lit up as soon as he saw his father.
Zhang Er nodded to Zhong Kuqi. A rare smile appeared on his usually expressionless face. Then he said, Kuqi, it's all thanks to you that we're given this golden opportunity. Otherwise, who knows how long we'd have to wait to kill. Now, which room is he in?
After listening to Zhong Si and Zhong Kuqi's words, killing intent shone in Zhong Er's eyes. He asked, Did you probe the cultivation base of the old man with him? No, Zhong Si shook his head. Second brother, since there's no king of gods among us, we didn't dare to rashly use our divine consciousness to probe him. It'd be terrible if we accidentally alert them. Good, you did well. Xianxia nodded. Then he raised his hand.
A formation compass flew up, setting up a formation that covered the room, causing the room to tremble slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun, who were in the room, had felt the tremble as well.
Tang Chun frowned. As he was about to extend his divine consciousness, the door opened with a loud bang. For people rushed into the room at once. Their speed was not fast, nor did they look special. However, one of them caught Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately. Zhong Kuqi. Duan Lingtian recognized Zhong Kuqi as soon as he saw Zhong Kuqi. He found one of the old men rather familiar, but he could not remember where or when he had seen the old man before. On the contrary, the old man did not have Duan Lingtian's problem. He could clearly remember Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically as his eyes widened in terror. He recalled the purple-clad young man in room 9 in the Zhou clan's auction house. The old man had gone to room 9 to probe the young man who had successfully bid for the 3 divine pills, the primary, secondary, and tertiary pills, against Zhong Si. Zhong Si had planned to seek revenge from the purple-clad young man at that time because the purple-clad young man had disregarded his status as the 4th master of the Zhong clan. The old man remembered seeing the teenage girl and beautiful woman in the room as well. In the beginning, he did not pay any attention to the teenage girl or the beautiful woman. He only realized the beautiful woman was a lord of gods when she almost killed Han Li Gang, an advanced king of gods from the 10,000 Devils sect, for being rude to the teenage girl. With that, almost everyone realized the teenage girl had come from a powerful force. After the teenage girl and the beautiful woman left, many people had searched for the purple-clad young man in hopes of forging a connection with him. Based on the teenage girl and the beautiful woman's strength, they were likely from a top lord rank force or even an emperor rank force. All of them hoped to curry favor with the purple-clad young man for this reason. Alas, they could not find him. Apart from a few people, including him, no one knew what the purple-clad young man looked like. The old man truly did not expect to see Duan Lingtian at this time. Why is he here? Clearly, realization had yet to dawn on the old man. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at the uninvited indifferently. At this time, Zhong Kuqi, who was standing behind Zhong Er, sneered as he coldly said, Duan Lingtian, I didn't think you'd be brave enough to leave the academy without a teacher by your side. Today, you're going to die here. You want to kill me? Or is it the Zhong clan that wants to kill me? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then he looked at Zhong Er and Zhong Si. The Zhong clan. Tang Chun's expression darkened immediately upon hearing these words. To think the people of the Zhong clan dared to make an attempt on Duan Lingtian's life in the presence of an inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Are you Duan Lingtian? Zhong Er asked. Then, he nodded as he continued to say, You're highly talented and have high comprehension skills. You're handsome as well. If you joined our Zhong clan back then, both you and the clan would have benefited from it. What a pity that you rejected our invitation. Not only that, but you even killed the men from our clan. After a brief pause, Zhong Er asked slowly, Any last words? When Zhong Er came in, he had used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian and the old man next to him. After confirming Duan Lingtian was just an intermediate god and the old man next to him was just an advanced god, he was no longer worried. With the 2 formations they had set up, let alone an intermediate god and an advanced god, even an advanced king of gods would have a hard time communicating with the outside world. This meant that no one would find out the Zhong clan had killed the 2 people in the room. Last words. Duan Lingtian smiled. His eyes narrowed as he asked, Who are you? The the clan leader of the Zhong clan. Before Zhong could speak, his son, Zhong Kuchi, scoffed. Duan Ling Tian, he's my father, Zhong the second master of the Zhong clan. This person is Zhong Si, my fourth uncle and the fourth master of the Zhong clan. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two middle-aged men before he rested his eyes on Zhong Si. He smiled mockingly. He had already met Zhong Si a long time ago during the Zhou clan's auction. He had bid against Zhong Si for the primary, secondary, and tertiary pills and won.
Zhong Zhong Si? Tang Chun, who was seated next to Duan Ling Tian, sneered. The Zhong clan is really brave, huh? Zhong and Zhong Si ignored Tang Chun. In their eyes, he was just Duan Ling Tian's useless elder and advanced god. They could easily kill a person like him.
Zhong had long become a king of gods in his early years, while Zhong Si had successfully broken through a few days ago and became a rudimentary king of gods. So you're the second and fourth masters of the Zhong clan? Duan Ling Tian smiled mockingly. So is it just the both of you who wants to kill me, or is it the clan's intention as well? I represent the Zhong clan, Zhong said. Although Duan Ling Tian was calm, he did not think much of it. After all, he was certain everything was under his control. Hence, he acted without restraint. At this moment, Zhong Si suddenly trembled. His expression was one of shock and panic when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. His face turned pale as though he had just seen a ghost. This was because he had just received a voice transmission from the old man standing behind him. He finally realized Duan Ling Tian was the young man from Room 9 who had bid against him for the 3 divine pills during the Zhou clan's auction. At that time, Zhong Si had been furious that Duan Ling Tian had outbid him. He had been determined to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian until the beautiful woman in Room 9 displayed the strength of a lord of gods. At that time, she even attacked the second elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. The people in Room 9 were not people he could afford to offend. Although he was not sure of Duan Ling Tian's relationship with the beautiful woman and the teenage girl, according to the old man, the teenage girl seemed to have a very close relationship with Duan Ling Tian. When the two women left without the young man, all thoughts of revenge had vanished from his mind. Instead, he had wanted to foster a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Alas, Duan Ling Tian was nowhere to be found after the end of the Zhou clan's auction. Since the old man had seen Duan Ling Tian before, he thought he had an advantage compared to the others who were searching for Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, they still failed to find Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect the genius student from the Hidden Fog Academy whom they had been trying to kill was the young man from Room 9 in the Zhou clan's auction house. He repeatedly confirmed with the old man through voice transmission that Duan Ling Tian was indeed the young man in Room 9. The old man's reply remained the same. I'm sure, fourth master. His face, his temperament, and his clothes, everything is the same. Zhong Si felt chills running up his spine at this moment. When he saw the mocking smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, he could not help but shiver. At this time, Zhong Kuchi, whose eyes shone with killing intent, said, "That's enough, Duan Ling Tian. It's time for you to die." Duan Ling Tian only looked at Zhong Kuchi silently. Suddenly, Tang Chun, who was seated next to Duan Ling Tia, rose to his feet with an icy expression on his face. At the same time, Zhong Si was informing Zhong about his discovery. Zhong was naturally shocked and frightened. "Zhong Si, are you sure?" Zhong asked. "Brother, I'm sure it's him. What should we do now? The Zhong clan and he are irreconcilable enemies now." "Just act like you don't know anything," Zhong Si said determinedly. His eyes narrowed as he said decisively, "He and the old man next to him are just intermediate and advanced gods. As long as we leave no traces behind, no one will know that we killed them. Second brother, Kuchi's friends are still here. They could tell he was behaving strangely earlier," Zhong Si said. "After killing these two people, we'll kill the others to prevent news from leaking," Zhong said viciously. "All right." After listening to Zhong Si's eyes shone with determination. Although Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background and was someone they could not afford to offend, now that things had escalated to this extent, they could not let him leave. Duan Ling Tian would definitely order his men to deal with the Zhong clan once he left. Now, Duan Tian was like a trapped beast in a cage they had set up. They had also blocked all means of communication. This meant he could not inform anyone from the force belonged to. With this, no one would know even if they killed him today.
This was the best choice. If they did not kill him now, the Zhang clan would definitely suffer a huge disaster. It was likely that the clan would be annihilated. Hence, it did not take them long to come to this decision.
While Zhong Er and Zhong Si stared at Duan Tian, Tang Chun scoffed coldly and said, "Very good, the Zhong clan is truly bold. A mere king-rank clan dares to kill an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in front of me?
Both of you and the Zhang clan must have a death wish." Tang Chun was well and truly enraged. He had come to Skywind City to bring Duan Tian back to the Hidden Fog sect after Murong Sui Feng recommended Duan Tian to be a core disciple of the sect. Since he had yet to take the test, he was now an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. An inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect?
Zhong Er and the others were stunned by Tang Chun's words. Meanwhile, Zhong Kuqi said with a sneer, "Old geezer, you said Duan Tian's an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Ridiculous. In any case, both of you will die today. No matter how talented or strong he is, he won't be able to enter the Hidden Fog sect once he's dead."
Zhang Kuqi, Zhang Er, and Zhang Si remained confident.
On the other hand, the old man looked anxious and skeptical. After listening to Zhong Er and Zhong Si's plan, he was still afraid. After all, the beautiful woman's display of strength was still vivid in his mind. He, out of everyone present, was the only one who had been in close proximity with the people from Room 9, and he knew how terrifying they were. He thought to himself uneasily, "After this, I better leave the Zhong clan. Zhong clan really taught their disciples well. Even a junior dares to be presumptuous in front of me." Tang Chun sneered. "Even Zhongde has to bow to me when he sees me." Zhongde was the clan leader of the Zhong clan. Zhong Kuqi was shocked and frightened upon hearing Tang Chun's words. He wondered inwardly, uneasy. What does he mean by my uncle has to be respectful to him?
On the contrary, Zhong Er laughed disdainfully upon hearing Tang Chun's words. He said, "Old geezer, you're just an advanced god. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of us?"
"What a joke." Zhong Si laughed as well. He chimed in, "That's right, you're just an advanced god. Killing you is as easy as a walk in the park."
As Zhong Si spoke, he unleashed his divine energy, causing the air in the room to grow heavy. The divine energy of a king of gods was very different from that of gods. Duan Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was slightly surprised. Wasn't he an advanced god?
His divine energy isn't that of an advanced god. Did he break through recently and become a king of gods? Before joining the Hidden Fog Academy, while he was in the Zhou clan's auction house, Duan Tian had heard people talking about Zhong Si, the fourth master of the Zhou clan. This included his cultivation base. Hence, he knew Zhong Si was an advanced god. However, that was clearly no longer the case based on Zhong Si's divine energy.
Oh? The fourth master of the Zheng clan has had a breakthrough and become a king of gods. Clearly fearless, Tang Chun cocked an eyebrow and smiled contemptuously when he sensed Zhang Si's divine energy.
Instead, he said, "I'm very curious. Where did you get confidence from, thinking you can kill me with your cultivation base?" Zhong Si smirked. "So you know I'm a king of gods. Then, you should know why I'm confident about killing an advanced god like you."
Zhang Kuqi, who was standing behind Zhong Er, said derisively, "Old geezer, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, my fourth uncle might just leave you with an intact corpse after he kills you."
Tang Chun did not pay attention to Zhong Kuqi. Instead, he looked at Zhong Si and chuckled before he said, "How dare a rudimentary king of gods act so impudently in front of me? Tang Chun?"
Zhong Si did not have any reaction to Tang Chun's words. However, Zhong Er frowned slightly. He thought the name Tang Chun sounded familiar. However, he could remember where he had heard that name before. Swoosh! At this time, an even more powerful divine energy surged out of Tang Chun's body. It immediately suppressed Zhang Si's divine energy as soon as it appeared. Zhang Si's expression changed drastically upon sensing the divine energy. Even his eldest brother, Zhongde, the clan leader of the Zheng clan, did not have such a powerful divine energy. Most importantly, his eldest brother was an intermediate king of gods.
What did this mean? Why you're an advanced king of gods? Zhong Er's expression turned grim. He did not expect the old man in front of him to have concealed his strength. He truly did not expect the old man was an advanced king of gods pretending to be an advanced god. In the realm of gods, there were many treasures that could hide one's cultivation base. However, such treasures were rare in Skywind City and the neighboring areas. Those who possessed such treasures rarely used it as well. After all, this world was one where the strong were revered. Hence, why would anyone deliberately appear weak?
Zhong Er thought that he was really unlucky to meet one of the few exceptions today. At this time, Zhong Er and Xianxi's expressions were very grim.
After Xianxia had broken through and became a rudimentary king of gods, he was still seriously outmatched by Zhongde, an intermediate king of gods. Hence, he did not need to think at all to know that he was no match for Tang Chun, an advanced king of gods. When he recalled how he had mocked and threatened Tang Chun earlier, his expression turned even more unsightly. He really could not believe he had done such a thing to an advanced king of gods. As despair flooded his heart, he said tremblingly, "My lord, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart." "Joking?" Tang Chun sneered. "Do you treat me as a foolish 3-year-old? Xianxia trembled. His face was ashen as he turned to Zhong Er and pleaded desperately, "Second brother, save me."
Naturally, Xianxia knew it was unlikely that Zhong Er would be able to save him. Based on the beautiful woman and teenage girl at the Zhou clan's auction house, he was certain Duanling Tian was from a lord rank force.
This meant that the old man in front of him was an advanced king of gods from a lord rank force. As Xianxia drowned in despair, certain of his death, he instinctively reached for help from Xianxia like a drowning man grasping around for a float. At the same time, Zhong Kuqi, who was still standing behind Zhong Er, paled in fright as well. His body swayed and trembled as the enormity of the situation dawned on him. Then he fell limply to the ground. Soon enough, the stench of urine wafted out in the air. He stared ahead blankly.
He wanted to hit himself for mocking and threatening an advanced king of gods earlier. He had heard his father saying Tang Chun was an advanced king of gods in a low voice earlier.
Similarly, colors drained from Zhong Er's face. At this time, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, he cupped his fists together at Tang Chun and asked respectfully, "Senior, are you Elder Tang Chun of the Hidden Fog sect?"
Zhong Er finally remembered that one of the clan elders had mentioned Tang Chun after returning from the Hidden Fog sect. That clan elder was also an inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Apart from that, they also belonged to the Skywind City progeny.
Hence, although they disliked each other, they still had to tolerate each other.
At the same time, Zhong Er hurriedly sent a message to his eldest brother, Zhongde, through a soul pearl in his spatial ring, informing Zhongde of what was happening. Zhong Er had already removed the first formation and ordered Xianxia to remove the second formation earlier. Since the formations had been removed, one could naturally communicate with the outside world again. Zhong Er said urgently to Zhongde through voice transmission, "Eldest brother, hurry and contact the Grand Elder. Tell him to ask Elder Tang Chun to spare my, Xianxia, and Chia's lives. Only the Grand Elder can save us now."
The Grand Elder of the Zhong clan was Zhongda's ancestor. He held high status in the Zhong clan and held the highest position in the Hidden Fog sect among the members of the Zhong clan. Zhongda was shocked when he received Zhong Er's message as well. He did not expect that Zhong Er, Xianxia, and Zhong Kuqi would end up provoking someone like Tang Chun. He did not waste time and hurriedly contacted the Grand Elder of the Zhong clan. He was the only one in the clan who possessed the Grand Elder's soul pearl. This meant that he was the only one in the clan who could contact the Grand Elder.
In a private room in the Zhong clan's restaurant, following Zhong Er's lead, Xianxia, Zhong Kuqi, and everyone else kneeled on the ground. Their bodies were trembling.
"Elder Tang Chun, it's our fault for not recognizing you and offending you. We hope you can forgive our ignorance and spare our lives for the sake of our Grand Elder," Zhong Er said earnestly. Tang Chun ignored Zhong Er. Instead, he asked Xianxia, "What's the matter? Didn't you want to kill me?"
"Elder Tang Chun, please forgive," Xianxia pleaded in a trembling voice. Panic and fear assaulted his heart. "Didn't you say that you'll kill me?" Tang Chun asked again with a sneer. His gaze was cold as he swept his eyes across the people in the room. At the same time, his divine energy surged violently in the small room. Tang Chun, an advanced king of gods, was ridiculed and threatened by ordinary gods. How could he bear this humiliation? Moreover, if his cultivation base was truly lower than theirs, he would have long died. Elder Tang Chun, please spare us. Xianxia cried out when he sensed Tang Chun's killing intent. He hurriedly kowtowed with all his might as he begged for mercy. He did not seem to care about the blood that gushed from the cut on his forehead. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was still seated at the table, watched the scene before him with an indifferent gaze. It was the Zhong clan's own doing that resulted in this outcome. How could they threaten him in front of Tang Chun, an inner elder of the Hidden Fog sect? Moreover, they even dared to threaten Tang Chun. They were truly seeking death with their actions today. Elder Tang Chun will likely only kill those who offended him and leave the Zhong clan alone. The Zhong clan will likely be fine. After all, even if Elder Tang Chun testifies against them for their attempt to murder me, the Hidden Fog sect likely won't act against the Zhong clan for an inner disciple like me. Even if I'm a core disciple, the sect still won't take action as long as there's no concrete evidence. After all, the sect can't recklessly annihilate the clan. There are several inner elders and no fewer than 20 outer elders from the Zhong clan. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this from Ding Yen and Ho Qingning while he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. Through the duo, he learned about the Zhong clan's connections with the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, Duan Ling Tian knew it would not be easy to deal with the Zhong clan by relying on the Hidden Fog sect. If he wanted to annihilate the Zhong clan, he could only depend on himself. Nonetheless, when Duan Ling Tian thought about how he would be able to see the 3 people from the Zhong clan die today, his good mood returned. He did not feel a shred of pity for them. After all, they had planned to kill him. Duan Ling Tian would never show mercy to those who tried to kill him, so he was rather indifferent toward everything that was happening in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tang Chun's divine energy fused with his profundities swiftly, looking as though it was going to tear the void open. The energy was aimed at Xianxia's body. Tang Chun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting at the side, could clearly feel Tang Chun's killing intent as well. Hence, he had no doubt that the trio from the Zhong clan was going to die today. However, just as Tang Chun was about to deal the killing blow, he suddenly restrained his divine energy and removed the profundities. Thump! The divine energy only sent Xianxia crashing against the wall on the side of the room. After he landed, despite the blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth, a relieved smile could be seen on his face as he said, "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for showing mercy." Zhong Er's eyes brightened immediately. Following that, Tang Chun's divine energy struck again. This time, its target was Zhong Keqi. Zhong Keqi was thrown against the wall as well. Since his cultivation base was much lower, although Tang Chun had restrained his strength, Zhong Keqi was still severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood when he landed. Upon seeing this, Zhong Er hurriedly rebuked his son. "Idiot! Aren't you going to thank Elder Tang Chun for sparing your life?" Zhong Keqi was pulled back to his senses and hastily thanked Tang Chun. "Elder Tang Chun, thank you for sparing my life." Zhong Er, whose eyes shone with the joy of surviving a huge disaster, looked at Duan Ling Tian from the corner of his eyes. When Tang Chun suddenly restrained his strength, he knew the Zhong clan's grand elder must have asked Tang Chun to spare them. Otherwise, based on Tang Chun's earlier killing intent, Tang Chun would not have spared them. Nevertheless, the joy of surviving quickly vanished when they remembered Duan Ling Tian. Even if they survived today, Duan Ling Tian would not let them off the hook. Chills ran up their spines when they thought about this. Thump! Zhong Er was also thrown against the wall. He ignored his injury and hurriedly thanked Tang Chun for sparing his life as well. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to his eldest brother, Zhong De brother, "Although we're okay now, Duan Ling Tian definitely won't let us go." Following that, Zhong Er informed Zhong De about the things Xianxia had told him earlier. What? When Zhong De learned that Duan Ling Tian was the young man whom everyone suspected was from a lord rank or possibly an emperor rank force, his expression changed drastically. How can this be? How did Duan Ling Tian, a student from the Hidden Fog Academy, become the young man from the auction? Are you mistaken? If he has such a powerful background,
Why would he join the Hidden Fog Academy or the Hidden Fog sect?
Zhang Er's reply came swiftly. I don't know. Brother, what should I do now? I've already removed the formations, so he might have already told the force he belongs to about this matter. Why don't we take the risk and ask the Grand Elder to speak to Elder Tang Chun so that Elder Tang Chun will turn a blind eye while we kill Duan Lingtian? If he has yet to inform anyone from his force, we might be able to survive this.
No.
It's likely he has already informed his people about this matter. Zhang De refused Zhang Er without any hesitation. You should beg for his forgiveness. It's best we don't make an enemy out of a person like him. As long as he forgives us, we'll pay whatever price he demands of us. Let him know that no matter how ridiculous his demands are, we'll do everything within our abilities to fulfill them.
Then, Zhong De said helplessly, from now on, the Zhong clan can't act against him at all. Although Zhong De did not know which Lord rank or Emperor rank force Duan Ling Tian belonged to, there was no doubt Duan Ling Tian had a very close relationship with that teenage girl. Zhong Xi's confidant had been with the clan for a long time, so there was no way he would have lied about that. Most importantly, the beautiful woman, the Lord of Gods, had addressed the teenage girl as young miss. To have a Lord of God as a guardian, the teenage girl was likely the child of someone with a very high rank in a top Lord rank or Emperor rank force. Just a word from someone like that was enough to get the Zhong clan annihilated or banished from the profound energy land. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained indifferent as he thought to himself, I expected Elder Tang Chun to kill them, or at the very least Zhong Xi. I didn't expect him to spare all of them.
Duan Ling Tian could tell Tang Chun had forcefully restrained his strength at the very last moment. With that, it was not difficult to figure out that Tang Chun must have received a message from someone and decided to spare the trio from the Zhong clan.
After injuring the trio from the Zhong clan, Tang Chun sat down and looked at the trio as he said coldly, for Zhong Tianqing's sake, I won't kill you today. However, if you dare act like this again, I'll kill you even if Zhong Tianqing pleads for your lives. The trio hurriedly nodded and promised there would be no next time. After that, Tang Chun looked at the trio and asked, apart from that, the three of you said you want to kill Duan Ling Tian on behalf of the Zhong clan, right? Zhong Xi and Zhong Keqi were still in a daze, but Zhong Er hurriedly replied, No, Elder Tang Chun, you must have misheard us. We have no intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. After all, the Zhong clan sees young Master Duan as an honored guest.
Since that's the case, why don't you apologize to him? Tang Chun asked.
With these words, Duan Ling Tian knew the Zhong clan would receive no further punishment for their actions today. He could only rely on himself if he wanted to seek revenge for today's matter. Duan Ling Tian did not resent Tang Chun for the choices Tang Chun made. After all, he had just met Tang Chun. Tang Chun was not obligated to help him. In fact, he felt that Tang Chun had already done his best by demanding the trio from the Zhong clan apologize to him.
Before Zhong Xi and Zhong Keqi could apologize, Zhang Er cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and said respectfully, Young Master Duan, my eldest brother, the clan leader of the Zhong clan, asked me to convey a message to you. We'd like to compensate you for the misunderstandings between you and our clan. We're willing to pay whatever price you demand as long as it's within our ability.
Zhong Keqi frowned. He did not understand why his father was being so respectful to Duan Ling Tian. Even Tang Chun was stunned by Zhong Er's words. He only asked them to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect them to take the initiative to compensate Duan Ling Tian. Was the Zhong clan very wealthy? In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not expect this as well. He thought it was strange that Zhong Xi and the old man next to Zhong Xi did not look surprised. But Zhong Keqi, on the contrary, looked surprised and confused. At this moment, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He finally remembered where he had seen the old man before. When he was in room 9 in the Zhou clan's auction house with Duan Xiaoyu, he remembered the old man had come with the staff from the Zhou clan to hand him the 3 divine pills. He remembered the old man because, at that time, he thought it was strange that 2 people were sent to hand over the 3 divine pills. Usually, only one person would be sent. At that time, he did not think too deeply about it. Zhong Xi must have sent him to room 9 at that time to investigate me since I outbid Zhong Xi and embarrassed him. Duan Ling Tian knew Zhong Xi was furious after he successfully bid for the 3 divine pills. At that time, Many people had speculated he would pay the price for daring to bid against Xianxia. However, after witnessing the beautiful woman's strength and finding out the woman was in room 9 with him, he knew Xianxia had abandoned all thoughts of revenge. Duan Ling Tian finally realized why the old man was staring at him intently earlier. The old man must have recognized him. With this, he finally knew why the Zhong clan was behaving so humbly. Clearly, they were afraid of Duan Xiaoyu and were afraid to provoke him because of that. After all, the old man had seen Duan Xiaoyu holding onto his arm and calling him brother when he was in room 9. Perhaps the old man did not think too much about it when he first saw Duan Xiaoyu acting affectionately with Duan Ling Tian or calling him brother. However, after Yu Qiu Xian, the beautiful woman, made her move, it was clear that he assumed Duan Xiaoyu and him were from a powerful force. This was a logical assumption. After all, would ordinary people be protected by lords of gods? How could Duan Ling Tian be ordinary when the person the Lord of God protected had called him brother? Since this old man recognized me, he must have told Zhong Er and Xianxia about it earlier. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, Zhong Er and Xianxia were still determined to kill me earlier. They likely set up a formation to prevent me from sending messages so that they won't be implicated after killing me. No wonder I felt a slight change in the air earlier. It must be from when they were setting up and removing the formation. Duan Ling Tian was skilled in the law of space. Moreover, he had also comprehended the Space Mastery Tao, which was one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Hence, his senses were very keen in regard to changes in the void. After finding out about my so-called background, they must have been even more determined to kill me. After all, if I survive, in their opinion, they'll have to suffer the wrath of the so-called powerful force that they think I belong to. Unfortunately for them, they did not expect Elder Tang Chun to be an advanced king of gods. In fact, not long after arriving at the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian had discreetly probed Tang Chun with his divine consciousness. At that time, he had sensed Tang Chun's cultivation base that was of an advanced god. Although he was an intermediate god, he could still vaguely sense an advanced god's cultivation base. Any higher, he would not have been able to sense the cultivation base. Subsequently, he had asked Tang Chun about his cultivation base. Tang Chun had told him that to avoid being bothered by other kings of gods, he had used a technique to conceal his cultivation base. Unless one was stronger, one would not be able to detect Tang Chun's real cultivation base at all. Those who were stronger would definitely not be bothered with Tang Chun. Those 3 from the Zhong clan must have failed to detect Elder Tang Chun's cultivation base like me. Duan Ling Tian also knew Zhong Er would not behave so humbly because of Tang Chun. After all, even after offending Tang Chun did not kill them. Clearly, Tang Chun had to consider the person supporting the Zhong clan as well. It was likely someone from the Zhong clan who held a high position in the Hidden Fog sect had messaged Tang Chun, telling him to spare the trio's lives. Perhaps they even compensated Tang Chun for sparing their lives. Perhaps that was why Tang Chun only asked the trio to apologize to him. While Tang Chun was still puzzled, Duan Ling Tian asked Zhong Er, "Are you sure you're willing to pay any price as long as it's within your ability?" "Yes," Zhong Er said without any hesitation as he nodded twice. "Very good," Duan Ling Tian said as he smiled faintly, "then please show me your sincerity." Duan Ling Tian shifted his eyes to Zhong Keqi, who was behind Zhong Er, and continued to say, "Second Master Zhang, your son, Zhong Keqi, is the cause of this conflict between me and your clan. I only have 2 requests. 1. Zhong Keqi must die." Zhong Er, Zhong Keqi, and Xi's expressions changed drastically. Xianxia said anxiously, "Young Master Duan, can't you spare him?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xianxia as he said tonelessly, "Would you have spared me earlier?" Without waiting for Xia's reply, he said mockingly to Zhong Er, "Second Master Zhang, if the Zhang clan can't fulfill my first request, then there's no need for me to tell you my second request." Duan Ling Tian turned to Tang Chun, who was seated next to him, and said, "Elder Tang Chun, I've lost my appetite. I'll wait for you at the Hidden Fog Academy. Please send me a message when you're done, and I'll come to you." Before leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun had exchanged soul pearls, so they could easily communicate with each other now. "No, I'm done as well," Tang Chun said as he shook his head. "Let's head to the sect." Although Tang Chun did not know why the Zhong clan was behaving so humbly and respectfully toward Duanling Tian, he knew this was not the time to ask Duanling Tian about it. Apart from that, he did not think the Zhong clan would agree to Duanling Tian's first request. Although Zhong Kuqi was not an important figure in the Zhong clan, he was not called the little prince of the Zhong clan for nothing. He was the son of the second master of the Zhong clan, and he was slated to be the next clan leader of the Zhong clan. His uncles all doted on him a lot as well. Tang Chun thought it was already good enough that Zhong Heir did not lose his temper after listening to Duanling Tian's request. How could Zhong Heir agree to kill his son? Even if Murong Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy and the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, were here and made this request, the Zhong clan still would not agree to it. Just as Duanling Tian and Tang Chun were about to leave, something shocking happened. Since my infilial son has offended young Master Duan, he deserves to die. Zhong Heir cried out. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out as blood splattered in the room. The person who was alive just a moment ago fell lifelessly to the ground with a loud thump. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhong Heir had decisively struck his son's head, killing his son. Perhaps only Duanling Tian was unsurprised by this outcome. He had long guessed it would turn out like this. On the contrary, Tang Chun was truly shocked. He did not think Zhong Heir would kill his son for Duanling Tian's sake. Although he had lived a long time and experienced many things, he was still shocked by this sudden turn of events. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, it dawned on him that he did not know the young man in front of him at all. "Young Master Duan," Zhong Heir called out. His body was trembling, and his eyes were red as he looked at Duanling Tian. He tried to hide the fear in his heart as he said hoarsely, "Please tell us your second request." Duanling Tian looked at Zhong Heir and said, "My second request is simple. I just want to see the sincerity of the Zhong clan." Then, Duanling Tian raised his hand, openly toying with his spatial ring. Clearly, he was implying something with this gesture. Upon seeing this, Zhong Heir, Zhong Si, and the old man sighed in relief inwardly. They were afraid Duanling Tian would ask for their lives. After all, if Duanling Tian made such a request, they would have no choice but to obey. Their lives were nothing when faced with the well-being of the entire Zhong clan. "Elder Tang Chun, let's go." Duanling Tian did not even wait for Zhong Heir to agree. He knew Zhong Heir would not refuse him. After all, Zhong Heir had already killed his son. How could Zhong Heir still care about treasures? Tang Chun, who was still in shock, was pulled back to his senses. He nodded and made to leave with Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian had just stepped out of the room, Zhong Heir asked, "Young Master Duan, how should we hand the things over to you after we've prepared them?" "Send someone to bring them to the Hidden Fog sect," Duanling Tian replied. When Duanling Tian finally left, Zhong Heir collapsed to the ground. His hands trembled as he held Zhong Kuqi's body and said, "Cheer. Please don't blame me. I had to do it for the sake of the clan. Please forgive me. You died for the clan today. The clan will never forget your sacrifice. I'll make sure the future generations of the clan remember your name." At this time, Zhong Si also came to Zhong Heir's side and patted his shoulder. "Second brother, my condolences. Actually, I could have done it in your stead." When the two brothers exchanged glances, they both saw the resentment and powerlessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, Duanling Tian, who left the restaurant in Skywind City with Tang Chun, finally heard Tang Chun saying apologetically, "Duanling Tian, I apologize for what happened earlier." "Elder Tang Chun, there's no need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong," Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. Tang Chun smiled bitterly. "They wanted to kill you, but I only asked them to apologize to you. Aren't you angry?" Duanling Tian shook his head again, but he no longer replied. Tang Chun's smile grew even more bitter. He tried to explain his helplessness to Duanling Tian. "Earlier, when I was about to kill Zhong Si, I received a message from the sect from Zhong Tianqing, the Grand Elder of the Zhong clan, asking me to spare the trio's lives. Although Zhong Tianqing is also an inner elder like me and our strength is the same, he has a very good relationship with one of the core elders. In the Hidden Fog sect, inner elders had the same status while the core elders were ranked. Not all core elders had the same status.
Tu Feng, the disciple who had come to the Hidden Fog Academy to extend an invitation to Duanling Tian join his master, was the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second core elder. The second core elder's status in the sect was rather high even though he was not the strongest. There were many old core elders in the sect who were known as supreme elders as well, but they were not ranked.
I understand. Duanling Tian nodded and said with a smile. Elder Tang Chun, in fact, there's no need for you to explain this matter to me. I understand your situation. After all, from the sect's point of view, I can't compare to the Zhong clan. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's humble words, Tang Chun shook his head and said knowingly, Duanling Tian, you must be joking. I know the Zhong clan's sudden change in attitude earlier is definitely because of me. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a powerful supporter, right? In order to pacify Duanling Tian's anger, Zhong Er, the second master of the Zhong clan, was even willing to kill his son. Even a tiger would not devour its cub.
For Zhong Er to do something like that, he must be convinced that the consequences of angering Duanling Tian were not something the entire Zhong clan could bear. Otherwise, why would he resort to such a drastic measure?
Based on Duanling Tian's cultivation base, it was clearly not enough to intimidate the Zhong clan. Hence, Tang Chun was certain that Duanling Tian had the support of someone strong enough to make the Zhong clan fear him. Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian only smiled but did not say anything else. Tang Chun felt he must have guessed correctly after seeing Duanling Tian's ambiguous reaction. Previously, Tang Chun had a good impression of Duanling Tian, but he did not give Duanling Tian any special treatment. However, with this new discovery, he naturally did not dare to neglect Duanling Tian. How strong must Duanling Tian's supporter be to be able to make Zhong Er kill his own son? He felt uneasy when he recalled his earlier actions that must have disappointed Duanling Tian.
Although Duanling Tian was polite to him, Tang Chun could keenly feel the sense of alienation from Duanling Tian. Hence, he tried his best to make up for his earlier mistakes. After all, there were only benefits to forging a good relationship with Duanling Tian.
Tang Chun said, however, it seems like they were still determined to kill you even when they knew about your identity. They must have cast a formation that blocks communication. When they confirmed I was an advanced god, they must have planned to kill two of us. With the formation, our deaths wouldn't be traced back to them. However, when I revealed my true strength, they must have deactivated the formation to call for help. That was when the Grand Elder of the Zhong clan, Zhong Tianqing, sent me a message to ask me to show mercy by promising me benefits.
Half of them should belong to you since I wouldn't have gotten them without you. In other words, Tang Chun was trying to remind Duanling Tian that he was mostly alive because of him even if Duanling Tian had a powerful supporter. Then he tried to make amends by offering to share the benefits he would obtain from Zhong Tianqing with Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian naturally understood Tang Chun's meaning. He said with a smile, I won't forget Elder Tang Chun for saving my life. I'll definitely return the favor in the future. However, there's no need to give me half of what Zhong Tianqing promised you. I believe the Zhong clan will prepare something valuable for me. Tang Chun no longer persisted once Duanling Tian refused him. After all, he was rather reluctant to part with Zhong Tianqing's promised reward as well. Although Duanling Tian was not as warm as before, at least Duanling Tian did not hold a grudge against him. I'll slowly mend our relationship after we return to the sect. It's best not to push things too hard now, Tang Chun thought to himself. With that, he no longer said anything to Duanling Tian.
In the Zhong clan's estate, the Zhong clan was in chaos after Duanling Tian left Skywind City for the Hidden Fog sect.
In the Zhong clan's ancestral hall, Zhong Ku Chi's corpse was placed on a small white bed. He was surrounded by Zhong De, Zhong Er, Zhong San, and Zhong Si, the masters of the Zhong clan.
Chi, the clan will never forget your sacrifice. Your selfless act will be recorded in the books. Our clan wouldn't have been able to survive that disaster if it weren't for you, Zhong De said in a low voice as he looked at Zhong Kuchi. His voice echoed in the hall.
Second brother, I'm sorry for your loss, Zhong San said grimly as he patted Zhong Er's shoulder in an attempt to comfort Zhong Er. Rest assured, I'm fine. Chi's sacrifice isn't in vain. He saved our clan, Xianxia said. His body trembled as he tried to suppress his emotions.
Second brother Xianxia said, I've activated the formations in the ancestral hall. No one will be able to hear anything in here no matter how big the commotion is. There's no need for you to hold back. You can vent your emotions here.
As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the hem of Xianxia's robes fluttered as divine energy surged violently from his body.
The furniture in the hall shook violently as the divine energy raged in the hall.
Then Xianxia fell next to Zhongkuqi's body. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he cried out, "Cheer! I'm sorry I can't avenge you. I'm useless." Xianxia continued to cry until his voice turned hoarse. When he finally calmed down, he said with a smile, "Eldest brother, don't worry. I'm fine now." "That's good." Zhongde patted Xianxia's shoulder and nodded. "We believe Cheer understands you. If Cheer had a choice, I believe he would sacrifice himself to save our clan as well."
Xianxia suppressed the bitterness that rose in his heart when he heard these words. No one knew his son better than him. Zhongkuqi would never sacrifice himself for the clan's sake. Given a chance, Zhongkuqi would definitely choose to save himself.
This was the reason he had decisively killed his son. He was afraid he would be soft-hearted and unwilling to act if his son had a chance to plead for his life. "Eldest brother, I'm fine. The loss of a son can be replaced with another. However, it'll be the end if the clan is wiped out," Xianxia said as he forced a smile on his face. "Anyway, Duanling Tian is clearly extorting our clan. What kind of gift should we prepare for him?" Xianxia's expression darkened briefly before it returned to normal.
Zhang sighed. It'd be easier if he had told us what he wanted. I've spoken to the Grand Elder before coming to the Ancestral Hall. He said to give Duanling Tian half of the divine stones, divine artifacts, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine grass we have. He's aware of what happened in the Zhou clan's auction house and suspects Duanling Tian is from an emperor rank force.
The brothers were reluctant to give Duanling Tian half of everything the clan owned, but changed their minds immediately when they heard Duanling Tian was likely from an emperor rank force. Losing material possessions was nothing compared to losing their lives.
Eldest brother, I have no objection to that, Xianxia was the first to say.
Me too. Xianxia nodded. I trust the Grand Elder's judgment, Xianxia said. Second brother, the Grand Elder told me to inform you that he'll be investigating Duanling Tian's background after Duanling Tian joins the Hidden Fog sect. There's nothing we can do if he's really from an emperor rank force.
However, if that's not the case, the Grand Elder will get back what's rightfully ours, Zhang said.
Xianxia's eyes glinted as he said icily, "If he's not from a powerful force, I'll personally crush his bones and tear him into pieces." During the journey to the Hidden Fog sect, Duanling Tian found that the test for the core disciples was only half a year away.
Tang Chun said, "You're now an inner disciple of the sect, so you'll enjoy the resources of inner disciples. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to join the Hidden Fog sect so quickly even if you're recommended by the vice sect leader.
However, an exception is made this time since vice sect leader Morong recommended you twice. The first time, he recommended that you be made a core disciple of the sect. When he found out it would take a while for you to become a core disciple, he recommended that you be made an inner disciple first. Since this is his first time recommending a student to join the sect in advance, the sect was quick to agree to his request.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to join the sect so quickly. Duanling Tian did not expect Morong Suifeng to secretly help him out. He did not doubt Tang Chun's words since there was no reason for Tang Chun to lie about this matter. Moreover, he could easily discover the truth once he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect.
After some time had passed, "We're about to arrive at the Hidden Fog sect."
Tang Chun led Duanling Tian into a mountainous forest. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the fog grew thicker as well. It was getting harder to see ahead of them.
In the past, Duanling Tian had been to many places that were protected by formations. However, he had never encountered a fog that seemed so boundless like this one. Naturally, he knew this fog was from a formation. At one point, the fog was so thick that they could not see past 100 meters.
Moreover, their divine consciousness was also blocked. After passing through 99 clouds of fog, Tang Chun finally said, "We're here." The fog cleared up as soon as they arrived at the hidden fog sect's estate.
Duan Tian saw a vast plain where a huge island floated in the sky. The island was so big that it seemed capable of housing 1,000 cities the size of Skywind City. It looked like a paradise where immortals lived. The island was surrounded by beautiful mountains and shrouded by fog that kept away prying eyes.
The 99 layers of fog we pass through are from the sect guarding formation that protects the periphery of the estate. Outsiders will have a hard time crossing the layers of fog, Yang Chun explained. I'm able to bring outsiders here because of my inner elder's identity token. Outer elders and inner disciples can only bring one person here. Naturally, outer disciples can't bring anyone here. Just like inner elders, core disciples are allowed to bring 3 people here. Those who forcibly enter this place will be attacked by the sect guarding formation.
Those weaker than lords of gods will definitely die. Even ordinary lords of gods will be injured if they barge in. With these words, Duan Tian learned about how powerful the formation was.
Tang Chun continued to say, apart from the formation that protects the boundary of the estate, we have another sect guarding formation protecting the sect. The fog shrouding the island is from that formation. Without an identity token, you won't be able to enter the estate.
I won't be able to bring you through that formation. In order to do that, we'll need to obtain clearance from the Sect Guardian Pavilion. He paused for a moment before he said again. The Sect Guardian Pavilion is responsible for protecting the sect. The members of the pavilion are incredibly loyal to the sect. They're all death warriors.
Tang Chun looked around his surroundings vigilantly before he continued to say through voice transmission, the Death Warriors have taken the Devil Heart's blood oath to be loyal to the sect. If they were to betray the sect, only death awaits them.
Only those with positions higher than core elders can bring outsiders into the estate. Everyone else will have to obtain clearance from the Sect Guardian Pavilion before they can bring outsiders into the estate. The Hidden Fog sect is very strict with security. It's quite extreme, Duan Tian said before he asked. Did something happen in the past that caused the Hidden Fog sect to be so highly vigilant? According to rumors, that seems to be the case, but I'm not sure what happened, Tang Chun said with a nod. There's no doubt our sect's security is much stricter compared to other Lord rank forces. In fact, even Emperor rank forces might not be so strict with their security measures. Duan Tian was certain something bad must have happened in the past for the Hidden Fog sect's security to be so tight. However, since even Tang Chun did not know what happened, it was clear that the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Fog sect intended to keep the matter a secret. Duan Tian, I've spoken to the people from the Sect Guardian Pavilion. We'll have to wait for them to send someone over, Tang Chun said. After entering the sect and registering you as a disciple, you'll be able to enter and leave the estate freely with your identity token. Duan Tian nodded.
A few dozen breaths later, a figure emerged from the fog shrouding the floating island. The figure flashed a few times before arriving in front of Duan Tian and Tang Chun. The figure belonged to an aloof middle-aged man who was dressed in a long black robe. He looked at Duan Tian indifferently before he asked Tang Chun, Elder Tang Chun, is he Duan Tian, the 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy? Yes, Tang Chun nodded. Then he introduced the middle-aged man to Duan Tian. Duan Tian, this is the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Sect Guardian Pavilion. At the same time, Tang Chun explained to Duan Tian through voice transmission that there were 10 Pavilion Masters in the Sect Guardian Pavilion. Each Pavilion Master had 100 Death Warriors as their subordinates. Among the 10 Pavilion Masters, there were 2 Lords of Gods, and the others were outstanding advanced Kings of Gods. Apart from that, he also learned that the weakest Death Warrior was a rudimentary King of Gods. The Sect Guardian Pavilion has 1,000 Death Warriors who are Kings of Gods? Duan Tian was rather shocked by this discovery. Considering Death Warriors were not disciples, their number was truly high. Outwardly, he said, Greetings, 3rd Pavilion Master. The middle-aged man did not respond to Duan Tian's greeting. Instead, he only said, Show me your 10-star student's identity token. Duan Tian silently handed his identity token to the middle-aged man. He nodded after confirming Duan Tian's identity. Following that, an invisible force surged and swept toward Duan Tian. At the same time, the middle-aged man said, Don't resist. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. Duan Tian relaxed his body after hearing those words. In the next moment, he discovered he had passed through the fog and had entered the hidden fog sect's estate. After entering the estate, Tang Chun said, "Thank you, Third Pavilion Master." The middle-aged did not spare Tang Chun a glance before he vanished from their sight. The members of the sect Guardian Pavilion are indifferent by nature. You'll get used to it eventually, Tang Chun explained with a smile. Duan Tian nodded in response. "Let's go and get you registered," Tang Chun said to Duan Tian. With Tang Chun by his side, it only took Duan Tian half an hour to be done with the registration. "Duan Tian, I have to attend to some matters now. I've already sent for someone to show you to the inner disciples' cultivation ground," Tang Chun said. As soon as Tang Chun's voice fell, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of the duo. The woman was dressed in a long red robe. Although she was not a peerless beauty like Duan Tian's two wives and Huaner, she was still a beauty in her own right. "Greetings, granduncle," the woman greeted Tang Chun respectfully. A hint of curiosity could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Tian through the corners of her eyes. "Wu Yan, there's something I need to deal with, so I'll leave Duan Tian to you. Why don't you show him around?" Tang Chun said with a smile. Tang Wuyan was the Tang clan's most outstanding member among the younger generation. She was the only one in the clan who managed to become an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Her peers were only outer disciples and outer elders. Tang Chun turned to look at Duan Tian and said with a smile, "Duan Tian, this is my grandniece, Tang Wuyan. She's an inner disciple as well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. She'll bring you to the inner disciples' cultivation ground as well. Wu Yan, look after Duan Tian. I won't be happy if you neglect him," Tang Chin said before he left. As soon as he turned away, a meaningful smile could be seen on his face. He had deliberately created a chance for his grandniece to get close to Duan Tian. When he was dining in the restaurant that was owned by the Zheng clan, he had already thought about introducing Tang Wuyan to Duan Tian. Based on how outstanding Duan Tian was, if Tang Wuyan was successful in forging a relationship with Duan Tian, their clan would definitely rise to great heights. However, at that time, Duan Tian had said that he was already married with children, so he dismissed that idea. However, when Tang Chun saw how the Zhong clan humbled themselves in front of Duan Tian, to the point where Zhong Er, the second master of the Zhong clan, even killed his son to appease Duan Tian, he was determined to play matchmaker. As one of the top 3 female disciples in the Hidden Fog sect, Tang Chun was very confident about Tang Wuyan's ability. The number of female disciples was rather low, so one could imagine how few outstanding female disciples there were in the Hidden Fog sect. Apart from that, Tang Wuyan was widely acknowledged as the Hidden Fog sect's most beautiful disciple. Many male disciples would fight over her. There were even core disciples who had asked for her hand in marriage. Tang Chun would have been happy to marry Tang Wuyan off to any of the core disciples. After all, core disciples had a bright future ahead of them. Their prospect was even better than his. Unfortunately, Tang Wuyan was not interested in any of the core disciples. Tang Wuyang was very strong-headed, so it would be impossible to force her into a marriage with a man she disliked. In fact, it was likely she would choose death rather than being forced to marry someone she did not like. Hence, Tang Chun, who was eager to marry Tang Wuyan off to someone who could help their clan in the future, decided to try and match her and Duan Tian. Nevertheless, before Tang Chun left, he sent a voice transmission to Tang Wuyan. "Wu Yan, Duan Tian is already married with kids. If you can't accept that, then at least try to be friends with him." Tang Wuyan did not reply to Tang Chun's voice transmission. Although Duan Tian was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing, these things were not important in a world where the strong were revered. To Tang Wuyan, the man she liked had to be strong. As long as he was strong enough, she would not even care if the man had wives or children. In her opinion, it was normal for powerful men to have multiple wives. Moreover, she was confident about her beauty, and was certain she would be able to win the man's heart, no matter how many wives he had. At this time, Tang Wuyan glanced at Duan Tian before she said casually, "Follow me." Duan Tian silently followed Tang Wuyan. He naturally knew Tang Chun had deliberately created an opportunity for him to interact with Tang Wuyan. After all, Tang Chun had mentioned setting him up with Tang Wuyen when they were still in the restaurant. He would have found it troublesome if Tang Wuyen had acted enthusiastically. Hence, he was relieved when he saw Tang Wuyen's indifference. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Tang Wuyen said as she showed Duanling Tian around the estate, pointing out various buildings that house core elders and inner elders to him. The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Fog sect stayed in a different area. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Hidden Fog sect was the same everywhere, so it did not matter where one stayed. That's where the second elder lives, Tang Wuyen said as she pointed at a building that looked like a small palace. His cultivation ground is located in there as well, and his disciples would also cultivate there. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, he recalled the time in the Hidden Fog Academy when he refused the invitation of a young man who claimed to be a disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, that man was so angered by Duanling Tian's refusal that he almost attacked Duanling Tian. In the end, that man was stopped by his companion. How many second elders are there in the sect? Duanling Tian asked. Only one. There are only 19 ranked core elders in the sect, and the second elder is one of them. The unranked core elders are supreme elders. The supreme elders naturally have higher status than the 19 ranked core elders, and they're on par with the vice sect leaders at least. Some of the supreme elders are stronger than the sect leader. There are sect leaders' elders. Apart from that, the sect also has 19 guardians. Their status is comparable to the vice sect leaders and higher than the 19 ranked core elders. When Duanling Tian looked at the second elder's residence, he wondered if Tu Feng was there now. Based on our speed, we'll be arriving at the inner disciples' cultivation ground within 15 minutes, Tang Wuyen said. It would have taken them only a dozen breaths to get to the inner disciples' cultivation ground if she did not have to show Duanling Tian around. Sorry to trouble you? Duanling Tian said with a nod and a smile on his face. As they flew, he saw a familiar figure leaving the second elder's residence. He could sense the figure's gaze on him. That's not Tu Feng. Although Duanling Tian only caught a glimpse of the figure, he was certain it was not Tu Feng. However, he was not bothered and continued to follow Tang Wu Yan's lead. Indeed, the figure did not belong to Tu Feng. It was the gray-clad young man who had stood behind Tu Feng when Tu Feng went to see Duanling Tian in the Hidden Fog Academy. He was Tu Feng's fourth junior brother, the second elder's fourth disciple. Isn't that Duanling Tian? The young man was surprised when he saw Duanling Tian. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly sent a message through voice transmission. Huan Li, can you ask Tang Wuyen who's the purple-clad young man with her? Don't tell her that I'm the one who asked. Pretend like it was someone else who saw them. Huan Li was an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect who had a good relationship with Tu Feng and his junior brother. It did not take long for Huan Li's reply to arrive. Meng Xinghen, do you like Wu Yan as well? Why do you suddenly care about who she's with? Huan Li asked teasingly. You're overthinking things. The purple-clad young man looks familiar, so I want to know who he is. Anyway, hurry up and ask her. I'll treat you to a good meal later, Meng Xinghen replied. Meng Xinghen did not have to wait long for Huan Li's reply. Meng Xinghen, the purple-clad young man, is a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. He just arrived today and joined the sect as an inner disciple. I didn't expect Vice Sect Leader Morong would recommend a student to join the sect in advance. It said he even recommended that student to become a core disciple. That student will be taking the core disciples test in half a year. You mentioned he seemed familiar. Do you know him? Thank you. Meng Xinghen thanked Huang Li but did not answer his question. He quickly flew away before coming to a stop in front of a building. Eldest senior brother? Are you free? Fourth junior brother? Did something happen? A figure flew out of the building and appeared in front of Meng Xinghen in just the blink of an eye. It was none other than Tu Feng, who had gone to Hidden Fog Academy to express his master's intention of accepting Duanling Tian as a disciple to Duanling Tian. After being rejected by Duanling Tian, he held a grudge against Duanling Tian. He hated Duanling Tian to the point where he wished Duanling Tian would die before joining the Hidden Fog sect. Eldest senior brother, do you still remember Duanling Tian? The strongest 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy, who broke the record by accumulating 120,000 points during the 10-star students trial? Meng Xinghen asked. Tu Feng and Meng Xinghen, who had met Duan Lingtian once, were shocked when they heard about Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance during the 10-star students' trial. Moreover, Duan Lingtian even survived multiple assassination attempts from the various king-rank forces in Skywind City during the trial. How can I not remember him? Tu Feng said as his eyes glinted coldly. I heard from our master that Vice Sect leader Morong recommended that he be allowed to join our sect ahead of time as an inner disciple. In fact, Vice Sect leader Morong had suggested that he be made a core disciple. I didn't expect him to arrive so soon. Eldest senior brother, Meng Xinghen said grimly. Duan Lingtian is now an inner disciple. I know you don't like him, but it's best that you don't act against him for now. You should know about the sect's rules. Meng Xinghen was worried his hot-headed senior brother would get into trouble. I know, Tu Feng said impatiently. Did you come only to tell me about this? Yes. Meng Xingku smiled wryly. Not only did he come to inform Tu Feng about Duan Lingtian's arrival, but he had come to remind Tu Feng not to act recklessly. Otherwise, their master might not even be able to save Tu Feng from the consequences of breaking the sect's rules. In any case, I'm not stupid, Tu Feng said contemptuously. Since he has joined the sect, I naturally have ways to deal with him without having to make a move myself. In fact, he's not worthy of me personally making a move. Although Tu Feng was not a core disciple, he was rather popular. This was due to his status as a disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect and his cultivation base that was of a king of gods. After all, a rudimentary king of gods younger than 10,000 years old was rare among the inner disciples. That's great. Meng Xinghen heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Tu Feng's words. If there's nothing else, you should cultivate harder so you can break through. Otherwise, it won't be long before Duan Lingtian surpasses you, Tu Feng said dismissively before he left. Meng Xinghen watched helplessly as Tu Feng flew into the distance instead of returning to his residence. He knew Tu Feng was already plotting against Duan Lingtian. After all, he was very familiar with Tu Feng. After being humiliated by Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng had been holding a grudge against Duan Lingtian. At that time, there was nothing Tu Feng could do since Duan Lingtian was in the Hidden Fog Academy. Now that Duan Lingtian was in the Hidden Fog sect, he knew Tu Feng would definitely not let go of this chance to seek revenge. I hope that eldest senior brother won't go overboard. It's rare that Vice Sect leader Morong placed such great importance on a disciple. He even made 2 recommendations. It's clear he thinks highly of Duan Lingtian. Meng Xinghen muttered to himself before he returned to his residence. Since Tu Feng and Meng Xinghen were disciples of the second elder, their residences were near their masters. As they made their way to the inner disciples' cultivation ground, Tang Wuyen continued pointing out buildings to Duan Lingtian. That's where the 4th elders and his disciples live. High-ranking officials in the sect usually live very close to their disciples and relatives since it's more convenient. Most of the inner disciples living in the cultivation ground don't have masters in the sect. Some of them won't accept a master unless it's a high-ranking official of the sect. There are also the arrogant ones who think even the high-ranking officials aren't qualified to be their masters. The majority of the inner disciples there are without masters because their performances were deemed ordinary. Moreover, the high-ranking officials also think the inner disciples are beneath them, Tang Wuyen said. Then, she glanced at Duan Lingtian before she sighed and asked, although the vice sect leader recommended you twice, he didn't express his wish to accept you as a disciple, right? Duan Lingtian nodded. Do you know why? Tang Wuyen asked. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, she continued to say, based on your innate talent and comprehension skills, many supreme elders and guardians with the same status as vice sect leader Morong would be more than happy to accept you as their disciple. Have you wondered why that's not the case for vice sect leader Morong? Why? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, he had wondered about this matter as well. Before he had met Morong Sui Feng for the first time, he was already prepared to refuse Morong Sui Feng when Morong Sui Feng expressed his wish to accept him as a disciple. However, to his surprise, Morong Sui Feng did not bring up this matter at all. He wondered if Morong Sui Feng knew he had rejected Tu Feng's master. Hence, Morong Sui Feng did not bother asking him to become his disciple. However,
Based on Tang Wuyan's words, that was clearly not the case.
Vice sect leader had a disciple he cared about a lot.
However, when his disciple passed away, he vowed that he would never accept another disciple in his life. Tang Wuyan said with a hint of reverence in her voice. Although he didn't swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath, my granduncle said that it's unlikely he'd accept another disciple again.
She paused for a moment before she said, Duan Ling Tian, once news of you arriving at the sect spreads, the supreme elders and guardians will surely try to get you to become their disciples. You should consider the matter of who you're going to accept as a master carefully.
After all, there are many factions in the sect. If you ask me, I think you should join the Skywind City's progeny since that's where you came from. They'll definitely take great care of you. Although Tang Wuyan was not from Skywind City, she had joined the Skywind City's first progeny because of Tang Chun. The other progenies will also take great care of you. However, it'd take some time since they'd be wary of you in the beginning. In any case, this is just my suggestion. The choice is still in your hands. The Skywind City's first progeny won't target you even if you decided not to join us. After all, we're all from the sect. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly upon hearing Tang Wuyan's words. Thanks for the suggestion. When they arrived near a mountain range, Tang Wuyan looked into the distance and said, The inner disciples' cultivation ground is behind the mountain peak. There are a few thousand inner disciples in the sect. About 20% of them are disciples of high-ranking officials.
The majority of the inner disciples usually cultivate in the cultivation ground. Apart from that, some might have left the sect to cultivate outside while some older inner disciples are outside helping the sect manage its affairs.
Hence, there are usually about 1,000 inner disciples at the cultivation ground.
After passing through the mountain range, the duo arrived in front of a valley. The ground was uneven and stone houses and wooden houses of different sizes and shapes were scattered everywhere. It seemed like the houses were built by the disciples themselves.
These houses were built by the inner disciples. Those covered in cobwebs are unoccupied.
You can choose to clean it and stay there, or you can build your own place, Tang Wuyan said. You can find out more about your responsibility as an inner disciple through the memory jade token given to you during the registration. If there's anything you're unsure of, you can speak to me.
After saying that, she handed her soul pearl over to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you. After putting away her soul pearl, Duan Ling Tian handed his soul pearl to her as well. Thanks for showing me around today. If you need my help, please feel free to speak to me. During their entire journey, Tang Wuyan only showed Duan Ling Tian around and introduced the various buildings to him. She did not talk about anything outside of that. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain she was not interested in him at all and was only helping him because of Tang Chun. It's nothing, so there's no need for you to feel obligated to say such things, Tang Wuyan said with a faint smile. However, she did not reach out to take Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl. It was as though she did not intend to have any contact with him in the future.
Just take it. Who knows if I'll be of some help in the future? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. He did not like owing others after all. Although this only took a little effort on Tang Wuyan's part, he knew she would not usually be tasked to show new disciples around.
Naturally, he knew that Tang Chun had only arranged for her to show him around in hopes that he would take a liking to her. Apart from that, during their short time together, he could sense the pride and arrogance that were etched in her bones. In his 2 lives, he had only met a handful of women with such arrogance and pride. All right, Tang Wuyan nodded in the end. A hint of helplessness could be seen on her face when she accepted Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl.
Duan Ling Tian, who noticed her expression, could not help but smile bitterly. He rarely gave out his soul pearls, but one of the few times he took the initiative to give out his soul pearl, he was refused.
I'll take my leave then, Tang Wuyan said before she left. Remember to have a look at the inner disciple manual that's contained in the memory jade token. It'll save you a lot of trouble down the line.
Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly as he watched Tang Wuyan leave. Then he made his way to the cultivation ground of the inner disciples. Instead of building a house, he chose to stay in a vacant stone house.
Swoosh! 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 With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through the stone house, clearing the cobwebs and dust away. In just a blink of an eye, not even a speck of dust could be seen in the house. After entering the house, Duan Ling Tian looked at the formation compass that had been given to him during his registration. The formation compass was given to the disciples so they could place it at their cultivation place to avoid being disturbed. It also served to protect the disciples since the formation could keep everyone who was weaker than kings of gods out. If the formation was destroyed, the inner elders responsible for protecting the disciples would also be alerted.
Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed before he brought out the memory jade token. Inner Disciple Manual. As soon as he extended a strand of his divine consciousness into it, a huge load of information appeared in his mind immediately.
The introduction of the manual contained some of the basic rules. There were the hidden fog sect's rules and rules specifically for the inner sect. Along with that were detailed descriptions of the punishments for breaking the rules. The rules were similar to the laws on Earth to maintain order. The manual held a lot of information, hence, it took Duan Ling Tian several hours before he was finished with the manual. With that, his understanding of the Hidden Fog sect deepened as well. The Hidden Fog sect is only a Lord rank force, but it's still so wealthy. Every inner disciple is given 10 taels of divine rocks every month. Even if I don't collect my divine rocks, they'll accumulate, and I can collect them at a later date.
Although Duan Ling Tian possessed a few 100,000 taels of divine rocks, he was still impressed when he thought about the Hidden Fog sect giving 10 taels of divine rocks to so many inner disciples. With just inner disciples, the sect was already giving away tens of thousands of divine rocks a month. Moreover, this did not include the divine rocks allocated for the core elders, inner elders, outer elders, guardians, core disciples, and outer disciples. The cultivation environment here is indeed better than that of the academy. There's also the heavenly stairs battle for the inner disciples who are gods and kings of gods respectively. The top ranker will be handsomely rewarded as well. One can choose from different rewards or ask for something equal in value.
Due to the rewards, Duan Ling Tian was rather excited about the heavenly stairs battle. Since the core disciples test was still half a year away, he should have plenty of time to participate in the heavenly stairs battle.
After that, Duan Ling Tian decided to leave his stone house to ask someone about the competition. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a figure flying out from a wooden house and hurriedly intercepted that figure.
What's the matter? The other person looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. Hello? Duan Ling Tian said, somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was rude to suddenly obstruct someone's path. He asked, excuse me, I just wanted to ask when's the upcoming Heavenly Stairs battle? Heavenly Stairs battle? The young man that Duan Ling Tian intercepted had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He furrowed his brows as he looked at the unfamiliar purple-clad young man and asked, are you a new inner disciple? The young man was certain Duan Ling Tian was a newcomer because he had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, and also because of Duan Ling Tian's question. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. The next Heavenly Stairs battle is in 4 months. The young man said somewhat impatiently. Now that I answered your question, can you step aside? My apologies. Since Duan Ling Tian knew his action could be considered rude, he apologized and stepped aside. His mind was only filled with thoughts about the Heavenly Stairs battle at this moment.
I have another 4 months. During this time, I should try breaking through to become an advanced god. If I succeed, ranking at the top won't be shocking, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Although Duan Ling Tian was certain he would be able to rank first despite only being an intermediate god, he thought it would attract too much attention and trouble. Due to envy and jealousy, who knew if there were those who would make an attempt on his life? Although the sect provided ample cultivation resources, there was still a limit to them. There would be those who were unwilling to share these resources with another person. Although Duan Ling Tian did not fear any of the inner disciples, he could not dismiss their masters who were elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if the elders could not act openly against him, it would be easy for them to act in the dark.
If possible, I should try to find a backer in the sect. However, accepting a master is out of the question. After all, I already have a master, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He felt a headache coming on when he thought about this matter. Let it be.
Let's just take one step at a time for now.
With that, Duan Ling Tian returned to the stone house to cultivate.
At some point, Duan Ling Tian was woken up by a disturbance to his formation. Although whoever was outside did not force their way in, he or she had still triggered the formation's alarm. When Duan Tian emerged from the stone house, he saw a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long cyan robe. Although he was rather handsome, he looked rather gloomy. On the other hand, the young man's appearance was ordinary. He looked a little dull, but his eyes were bright. "Are you looking for me?" Duan Tian asked with a frown as he sized up the two strangers. "You're new here," the middle-aged man asked Duan Tian. "Do you have a problem with that?" Duan Tian bluntly asked. "This stone house is my eldest brother's cultivation place. He'll be returning soon. Since you're new here, I won't say much, but it's best you vacate the stone house." "Your eldest brother's cultivation place?" Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, if he did not read the inner disciple manual, he might have apologized and vacated the stone house. However, the inner disciple manual had clearly stated that the vacant houses could be occupied by any of the inner disciples. Based on the cobwebs that hung on the house when he arrived, it was clear the house had stood empty for a while now. "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes as he said, "My eldest brother built this house. Since you're a newcomer, you should leave as soon as possible." "Why?" Duan Tian asked. Since the people in front of him were also inner disciples, he did not believe they were unaware of the rules. He had just arrived not too long ago, but these two people had already come knocking on his door. He felt this matter was not simple. "What? You don't want to leave?" The middle-aged man's expression hardened immediately. "You're just an intermediate god. You're not a match for me, an advanced god." The dull-looking young man sneered at this moment as he suddenly exuded an oppressive aura. Duan Tian looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly as he asked, "Not a match for you? Are you sure?" The middle-aged man was taken aback by Duan Tian's confidence. Despite being an advanced god, he was ranked bottom among the inner disciples who were advanced gods. In fact, some of the more outstanding intermediate gods had strength on par with his. A hint of fear flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he mulled over the reason why an intermediate god was so confident facing an advanced god. Similarly, fear could be seen in the dull-looking young man's eyes as he asked, "Who are you?" Duan Tian said mockingly, "You don't even know who I am, but you dare disturb me when I'm cultivating? Did the person who sent you here not tell you about me?" At this time, Duan Tian was rather certain the person who sent these two people here to look for trouble with him was Tu Feng, the disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, he added, "Perhaps I should be more direct. Did Tu Feng not tell you about me before he sent you here?" The duo's expressions changed drastically. Although Tu Feng did not explicitly tell them to look for Duan Tian, they had indeed come because of Tu Feng. Earlier, they were chatting with Tu Feng when Tu Feng mentioned there was a newcomer whom he wanted to teach a lesson to. The duo decided to take matters into their own hands since it did not seem difficult to look for trouble with a newcomer. They could claim credit in front of Tu Feng at that time, and Tu Feng might even reward them. However, it was beyond their expectations that Duan Tian was calm even after they threatened him. Seeing the duo's silence, Duan Tian smiled and said, "I'm Duan Tian." The duo's expression changed again upon hearing Duan Tian's words. "Why you're Duan Tian? You're that 10-star student from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy?" The duo began to panic. They had naturally heard about the monstrous genius from the Hidden Fog Academy. News about Duan Tian's outstanding performance during the 10-star students' trial had long spread in the Hidden Fog sect. They knew he was only 3,000 years old but had already become an intermediate god and comprehended triple fused profundities from the law of space, which was one of the 4 supreme laws. Although the duo was much older than Duan Tian, they had only comprehended 2 or 3 double fused profundities. Although they were advanced gods, they knew they were no match for Duan Tian. Even if they joined forces, they would only fight to a draw at most. All of that aside, a monstrous genius like Duan Tian definitely had a bright future ahead of him. The duo knew it would be disastrous if they offended Duan Tian. As long as no accidents happened, Duan Tian would definitely surpass them. The duo exchanged a look and saw the regret in each other's eyes as they communicated through voice transmission. They would not have acted so boldly if they knew their target was Duan Tian. "We're too naive.
We should have known Senior Brother Tu Feng wouldn't have asked for Senior Brother Chi's help if he wanted to deal with an ordinary inner disciple.
We can only blame ourselves for acting rashly. At the same time, Duanling Tian said with a nod. Indeed. I'm from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Based on your earlier words, it seems like you want to challenge me to a duel. I accept your challenge. The middle-aged man forced a smile on his face as he hurriedly said, Junior Brother Duan? I was just joking.
Anyone can occupy the vacant houses. Since it was vacant when you moved in, you can naturally stay here.
Is that so? Duanling Tian stared at the middle-aged man intently. Yes. The middle-aged man hastily said before turning to the young man next to him and said, Hurry up and help me say something as well.
With this, the young man regained his senses and chimed in, That's right. It's just a joke, Junior Brother Duan.
It didn't seem like a joke to me. Tell me the truth and I'll let this matter go. Duanling Tian said as he narrowed his eyes.
The duo exchanged a look before they turned to look at Duanling Tian and told him everything they knew through voice transmission. Junior Brother Duan, please forgive me for disturbing you.
Junior Brother Duan, you best keep an eye out on Senior Brother Chiyu. He's one of the top 10 strongest gods among inner disciples. His comprehension should be on par with yours. He's comprehended a triple fused profundity from the law of wind. Chiyu? He comprehended a triple fused profundity from the law of wind. Duanling Tian's narrowed eyes glinted frostily.
Initially, he had wondered why Tu Feng sent two weak gods to teach him a lesson. As it turned out, the duo took the initiative to look for trouble with him in order to curry favor with Tu Feng. Junior Brother Duan, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Sorry for bothering you.
With that, the duo hurriedly left before Duanling Tian could even respond.
Am I that scary? Duanling Tian was stunned when he saw the speed at which the duo vanished. He shook his head and returned to his stone house.
He continued cultivating, hoping to break through and become an advanced god so his performance during the Stairway to Heaven competition would not be too shocking. After all, he did not want to attract unnecessary attention. I have a few months left before the Heavenly Stairs battle. I should be able to become an advanced god by then. Moreover, I still have the leftover efficacy from the dragon pattern divine grass. Subsequently, Duanling Tian began to immerse himself in cultivating. He activated the formation compass he had been given so as to avoid being disturbed. Unless the formation was destroyed, he would not be alerted to all the small commotions outside.
He had even cast a formation that functioned like an alarm clock, which he had learned during his last month in the Hidden Fog Academy to remind him of the time. Hence, for the next few months, Duanling Tian cultivated undisturbed.
Duanling Tian lost track of time as he tried to break through and become an advanced god using the dragon pattern divine grass leftover efficacy. Alas, before he could do so, he was woken up by the alarm-like formation that he had cast to wake him up on the morning of the Heavenly Stairs battle. Time's up? I was so close. Duanling Tian sighed, feeling helpless. He was on the brink of achieving a breakthrough after all. He needed only a few more days to break through the bottleneck but was interrupted at the critical point. While he was lost in his thoughts, a voice rang from outside his stone house. Duanling Tian, you're finally out of your closed-door cultivation. It was none other than Tang Wu Yen, Tang Chun's grandniece. Since he was in closed-door cultivation over the past few months, he had been unreachable until now.
What's the matter? Duanling Tian was not surprised Tang Wu Yen knew he had woken up from his closed-door cultivation. After all, many of the inner disciples had seen him. Some of them must have informed her about it. Over the last 3 months, Chiyu, who's ranked in the top 10 among inner disciples with the cultivation base of a god, has been challenging you to duel, but there was no response from you. A lot of people thought you're too afraid to accept the challenge.
Naturally, there are some who realize you're in closed-door cultivation. However, it seems like someone's deliberately spreading the rumor that you're a coward. Duanling Tian, you should just ignore these people. Don't let their words affect you, Tang Wu Yen said.
Don't worry. I won't, Duanling Tian replied. He could tell Tang Wu Yen was sincerely concerned. However, with his experience in the mundane realm to the Devata realms and the realms of gods, how could he be affected by such trivial matters?
Although Duanling Tian only responded with a few words, Tang Wu Yen could tell that based on his calmness, He was truly unruffled by the rumors. After a brief moment, she asked, "Are you planning to compete in the Heavenly Stairs battle?" "Yes," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod.
Tang Wuyen smiled and said, "All right.
"Good luck. I hope you do well." Tang Wuyen no longer said anything after that. She did not even mention if she was going to be present during the battle.
Duan Ling Tian followed the inner disciples who were leaving the cultivation ground. He knew they were all going to the Heavenly Stairs battle's venue. The Heavenly Stairs battle was an important event for the inner disciples to show their talents and skills.
As he made his way to the venue, Duan Ling Tian recalled the thing he had learned about the Heavenly Stairs battle from the Inner Disciple Manual. If he took it literally, it seemed like the battle was to see who could climb the highest. Naturally, he knew it was not going to be that simple.
The Heavenly Stairs battle was created by the founders of the Hidden Fog sect. Initially, its purpose was to train the disciples. As time passed, it evolved and became an event where inner disciples competed with one another.
The sect seemed happy with this development and tried to motivate the disciples by putting up extraordinary rewards for the person who ranked first in the battle. Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversations between the inner disciples around him as he continued to walk. It's said that the person who ranks first this time in the King of God and God divisions of the Heavenly Stairs battle will be rewarded with the Auspicious Pill and the Tribulation Defense Fruit respectively.
The Auspicious Pill? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect the Hidden Fog sect to be so generous as to offer the Auspicious Pill as a reward. The Auspicious Pill was created specifically for gods. Even an advanced god who was not particularly talented was guaranteed to become a king of gods after consuming the Auspicious Pill. This pill was tremendously useful in helping gods become kings of gods. There was a rumor that an extraordinary god had broken through and became an advanced god. After that, he directly took 9 auspicious pills and became a rudimentary king of gods. Having 2 breakthroughs in a day was normal in the realms of gods. Many emperor rank and supreme rank forces would provide their prodigies with various resources to facilitate 2 breakthroughs in a day. Hence, one can imagine how highly coveted the auspicious pill was.
The god who ranks first and the king of gods who ranks first will be rewarded with the auspicious pill and the tribulation defense fruit respectively. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the tribulation defense fruit as well. Unlike the auspicious pill that was refined using various rare medicinal herbs, the tribulation defense fruit was a product of heaven and earth. It did not boost one's cultivation, but it would help kings of gods withstand the heavenly tribulations.
Kings of gods had to face the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. The tribulations would get increasingly difficult, and those who could not raise their cultivation bases in time would be killed by the heavenly tribulation.
For this reason, apart from anticipation, there were also many advanced gods who feared becoming kings of gods. Advanced gods' cultivation bases could stagnate, and it would not be a problem. On the contrary, the consequences would be deadly if a king of gods' cultivation base stagnated, since they would be unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation defense fruit could help a king of God avoid the heavenly tribulation once. After consuming the fruit, a defensive barrier would appear to help the king of God partially block the damage from the heavenly tribulation. If a king of God only had a 50% chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation, with the tribulation defense fruit, his or her chances of survival would increase to 80%. The Hidden Fog sect is truly generous, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. He was amazed by the wealth of the Lord rank force.
"Young Master Duan,"
a voice rang in the air, pulling Duan Ling Tian back to his senses. Since the voice was unfamiliar, he did not look back. However, the owner of the voice flew over and stood in his way. He asked, "Who are you?" The person who stood in front of Duan Ling Tian was a tall and burly middle-aged man. His eyebrows slanted up at the sides, and he wore a determined expression on his face. A hint of fear could be seen on his face as he said, "Young Master Duan, my name is Zhong Tiannu.
I'm a disciple of the Zhong clan."
Zhong Tiannu was not only a disciple of the Zhong clan, but he was also the adopted son of Zhong De, the clan leader of the Zhong clan. Although he had no blood relations to the Zhong clan, he was raised to be loyal to the clan since he was young. Moreover, when he was young, Zhong De had tricked him into taking the Devil Heart's blood oath, swearing to be loyal and to only serve the Zhong clan. For this reason, The Zhong clan entrusted him with many important tasks. Today, he had been entrusted by Zhang Di to deliver the things to compensate Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation over the past few months, Zhong Tiannu was unable to deliver the compensation to Duan Lingtian. With the commencement of the Heavenly Stairs battle, he was certain he would be able to meet Duan Lingtian today. "Young Master Duan, I'm here to pass you these things on behalf of my godfather," Zhong Tiannu said. "Your godfather?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Zhong Tiannu explained, "My godfather is Zhong De, the clan leader of the Zhong clan. Young Master Duan. Everything is kept in this spatial ring." Duan Lingtian accepted the spatial ring. After claiming ownership of the spatial ring, he took a look at the content. He was surprised when he saw the piles of divine rocks, rare medicinal herbs, divine fruits, and pill bottles that were already labeled. Auspicious pills? Duan Lingtian was further stunned. The Hidden Fog sect was only rewarding the winner with one auspicious pill after all. How many auspicious pills are in this bottle? Duan Lingtian wondered inwardly as he used his divine consciousness to sense the number of pills in the bottle. 1, 2, 3. Auspicious pills could help an advanced god become a king of God. Duan Lingtian was naturally interested in this reward for the person who ranked first in the Heavenly Stairs Battles division for gods. He had seriously weighed the pros and cons of participating in the Heavenly Stairs battle. Although he was just an intermediate god, he was confident about winning the battle. However, it would draw a lot of attention for an intermediate god to rank first. Even among the advanced gods who were inner disciples, there were not many who had comprehended triple-fused profundities. People would definitely wonder how an intermediate god like him managed to rank first. Nonetheless, in the end, he decided to take the risk for the reward. He thought he had made the right decision when he heard the reward was going to be an auspicious pill. Imagine his feelings now that he discovered the Zhong clan had not only given him piles of divine rocks and other valuable things, but they had also given him more than one auspicious pill. 5 auspicious pills. Duan Lingtian could barely contain his excitement when he discovered 5 auspicious pills in the pill bottle. With these pills, he did not have to take the risk and rank first in the Heavenly Stairs battle. "I didn't expect the Zhong clan would give up 5 auspicious pills," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seemed like the Zhong clan was sincere about compensating him. The other things aside, with just a glance, he could tell the Zhong clan had given him at least 1 million taels of divine rocks. A king-rank force like the Zhong clan likely possesses 2 million taels of divine rocks at most. These divine rocks here should be half of their fortune. Apart from that, they could have just given me 1 or 2 auspicious pills and I would be none the wiser. Why did they give me 5? Are they afraid of incurring my wrath? Duan Lingtian wondered curiously. He had never met Zhong De before, but he was truly impressed by Zhong Da's generosity. "Young Master Duan," Zhong Tiannu said respectfully, "my godfather wants me to ask you if you're satisfied with this compensation?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes glinted as he thought to himself, "I was planning to annihilate the Zhong clan, but since your leader is so sincere, I'll only kill those who tried to kill me." Although the instigator, Zhang Kuqi, was dead, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of letting the others who were involved go. He would return to seek revenge once he had grown strong enough. "Thank you, young Master Duan," Zhong Tiannu said as he sighed in relief. Then he moved to the side to make way for Duan Lingtian. Following that, he sent a message back to Zhang De. Meanwhile, some of the inner disciples discussed among themselves as they watched Duan Lingtian. "Who's that? Is he a newcomer? I've never seen him before." Based on how respectful Zhong Tiannu was to him, he must have an extraordinary background. At this time, someone said, "What? You don't know him? Haven't you heard about the newcomer who joined us recently? You know, the person whom senior brother Qi has been challenging over the past months. Qi Yu was one of the top strongest gods among the inner disciples. He was famous as well during his time at the Hidden Fog Academy." Someone exclaimed, "So he's Duan Lingtian from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy?" Duan Lingtian? The person Vice Sect leader Murong recommended joining the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time? It said that his innate talent and strength are extraordinary. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he has already an intermediate god and has comprehended triple-fused profundities. It's not just that. The law he comprehended is the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. If I'm not mistaken, no one in our sect who's below the age of 4,000 has comprehended a triple-fused profundity from any of the 4 supreme laws. Duan Ling Tian is truly a monstrous prodigy. I heard he'll be taking the core disciples test as well. Initially, Vice Sect leader Murong recommended that the sect make him a core disciple. Not all inner disciples are qualified to take the core disciples test. I didn't expect Vice Sect leader Murong to recommend him. After all, there's a limit to how many times the high-ranking officials can recommend someone to be an inner disciple or core disciple. Although Duan Ling Tian was a distance away, he could still clearly hear the conversations in his surroundings. He only just found out that inner disciples could only take the core disciples test if they had a recommendation. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian came to a stop with the others. A flight of brightly lit stairs hung in the air. A person hovered in front of the stairs, receiving a token from an expressionless old man. Then that person disappeared up the stairs. Not long after, a spot of light lit up on the first step when the disciple entered it. Then the spot of light vanished from the first step and appeared on the second step. However, when he reached the spot of light reached the third step, the light dimmed. Soon after, he exited. At this time, a young man standing near Duan Ling Tian shouted, "Hu Jun, you still can't pass the third step of the stairs?" After returning the token to the old man, Hu Jun approached the young man. His expression was dark as he tossed a few divine rocks over to the young man. Then he said, "Don't get ahead of yourself. You'll have to return these divine rocks to me if you can't climb up to the 4th step of the stairs." "Don't worry. I'll definitely succeed," the young man said with a smile. Then he flew over to the old man. After receiving the token, he began to climb up the stairs. Light began to light up in his wake as he climbed the stairs. Is the stairs part of a formation? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. Then, he extended a strand of his divine consciousness to probe the stairs only to discover his divine energy was blocked by another force. At this time, while Duan Ling Tian was deep in his thoughts, a figure appeared next to him and called out, "Duan Ling Tian." Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, the people in the surroundings began to whisper among themselves. "It's Tang Wu Yan." Not only was Tang Wu Yan among the top 3 strongest female inner disciples, but she was also acknowledged as the most beautiful female disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. She was even more famous than Chi Yu in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile on his face at Tang Wu Yan. When Tang Wu Yan saw the confused expression on Duan Ling Tian's face as he watched the Heavenly Stairs battle, she was reminded of herself when she first watched the battle. She naturally knew what was going on in his mind, so she said, "Duan Ling Tian, the Inner Disciple Manual only briefly describes the history of the Heavenly Stairs battle. I bet you don't know much about the stairs, right?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. Tang Wu Yan continued to say, "The stairs might look like it's from an illusory formation, but that's only partially true. It only looked like stairs outside. It's just an illusion. However, when you climb up the stairs, you're led into many small independent realms in there. These small realms are guarded by inner disciples who committed crimes. Some of them have been imprisoned there for 100,000 years when the sect itself isn't even 200,000 years old. In order to climb up the stairs, you'll have to defeat those in that independent realm." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he listened to Tang Wu Yan's explanation. In other words, the Heavenly Stairs were just a prison for those disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who committed crimes. They were isolated in small realms and could not raise their cultivation bases in there. To him, death was better than being imprisoned in such a place. The prisoners had nothing to do, and their interactions with the outside world were only with inner disciples who participated in the Heavenly Stairs battle. Death would be better than being imprisoned in there. Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder when he thought about the inner disciples imprisoned in the Heavenly Stairs. It was likely that most of them had lost their sanity. At this time, Tang Wu Yan said there are many of them who took their own lives since they could not stand being in there. If the participants can't defeat the prisoners, doesn't it mean the participants will be killed by the prisoners? Duan Ling Tian asked. This is very unlikely to happen unless the participants are reckless. I'm sure you noticed by now that participants are given tokens before they climb the stairs.
Those are called the Heavenly Stairs tokens. If participants can't defeat their opponents, they can crush the token and be transported out. The chances are very low for participants to be unable to crush the tokens in time. Tang Wuyan explained. Duanling Tian learned a lot after listening to Tang Wuyan. As it turned out, the tokens not only kept track of time but functioned like a life-saving token as well. At this time, the young man who had made a bet with Hu Jun had already climbed up to the third part of the stairs while Hu Jun looked at the stairs intently waiting for the results. Meanwhile, the male inner disciples looked at Duanling Tian enviously. The most beautiful female disciple in the Hidden Fog sect who was usually aloof and taciturn was conversing with him for so long. After all, among the gods, how high do they usually climb? Duanling Tian asked. The heavenly stairs had 19 steps in total. The steps below the 12th step flashed with spots of light, but the steps above were dim. On the 11th step, there was only one spot of light. During the previous heavenly stairs battle, 3 gods managed to climb to the 8th step. One of them was Qiyu, the inner disciple who has been challenging you over the past few months. Tang Wuyan replied. Among the 3, the person who stayed on the 8th step, the longest, was considered the winner. Although Qiyu performed well, he was only ranked 3rd. Based on this, Duanling Tian could infer that the spots of light from the 9th step onward represented the kings of gods since the top god only climbed to the 8th step. The rankings will be shown above the stairs. The sect will reward those who rank at the top, as you already know, Tang Wuyan said. Duanling Tian was rather excited to challenge the heavenly stairs after listening to Tang Wuyan's explanation. At this time, the flashing spot of light on the 3rd step suddenly vanished. Soon after, the young man appeared and returned the divine rocks back to Hu Jun. Then, he said furiously, "Damn it! I was so close to climbing past the 3rd step, but that fellow suddenly fought as though his life depended on it nearing the end. Whatever. So what if he won? He'll die soon enough living in such a place." Stop talking nonsense. A loss is a loss. Everyone only has one chance to participate in the Heavenly Stairs battle. You'll have to wait for the next round to redeem yourself, Hu Jun said, grinning ear to ear now that he regained the divine rocks he had lost earlier. At this time, someone exclaimed, "Look! Senior brother Qiyu has reached the 8th step." Duanling Tian instinctively looked up and saw a spot of light flashing on the 8th step. Senior brother Qiyu has reduced the time he spent on the 7th step. Qiyu? Duanling Tian smirked. Although he had yet to meet Qiyu, he knew Qiyu was sent by Tu Feng to trouble him. That was the reason Qiyu had persistently challenged him over the past few months. After a while, it was finally Duanling Tian's turn. "Elder, I'm Duanling Tian, an intermediate god. I'm here to challenge the heavenly stairs." Duanling Tian said to the old man in front of the heavenly stairs. This was the standard greeting of the disciples participating in the heavenly stairs battle. Usually, the old man did not pay much attention to the greetings. But this time, he looked in surprise when he heard Duanling Tian's name. He asked, "You're Duanling Tian from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy?" "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. "After hearing so much about you, I finally got to meet you. Good luck," the old man said with a rare smile on his face as he handed a token to Duanling Tian. "This token will be activated once you channel your divine energy into it. If you want to leave, send a strand of your divine consciousness into it." "Thank you, Elder," Duanling Tian said before he entered the heavenly stairs. Many of the inner disciples began to focus their attention on Duanling Tian again when they saw the elder's attitude toward Duanling Tian. That's that monstrous talent from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. No wonder Tang Wuyan treats him differently. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't think our sect's goddess treated him any differently. That's right. Our goddess stood quite a distance from him, so I'm sure they're just ordinary acquaintances. Duanling Tian was not around to hear the conversations, but Tang Wuyan heard it all. Nonetheless, she did not pay attention to the whispers. Instead, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she looked at the flashing spot of light that represented Duanling Tian. In the beginning, she had been indifferent toward Duanling Tian, but she felt like her ego had been hit when Duanling Tian ignored her. When she was showing him around the sect, he did not pay much attention to her at all.
It was as though he did not see her beauty at all. She was someone who took great pride in her beauty. With his indifference, her self-esteem naturally suffered a blow. She was one of those women who ignored men who were interested in them and were interested in men who ignored them. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the messy thoughts in Tang Wuyan's mind. He had just entered the first small realm. It was dark and resembled the space in spatial rings. Swoosh! A flame suddenly lit up. Duanling Tian saw a sloppy figure in front of him. They were standing in the middle of a barren valley at this moment, across from each other. Beyond the valley was only darkness since the realm was isolated.
The Heavenly Stairs battle has started again? The sloppy young man who was sitting cross-legged rose to his feet slowly. His body burned with flames from the law of fire.
Yes.
Duanling Tian nodded. You can attack first, the young man said. You're no match for me, Duanling Tian bluntly said. Duanling Tian had already used his divine consciousness to probe his opponent. He discovered his opponent was just an intermediate god. Moreover, his opponent had yet to comprehend all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage.
You're just an intermediate god like me. How can you be so confident when we've yet to fight? The young man said hoarsely.
Duanling Tian shook his head. The air seemed to freeze as he cast the profundities from the law of space.
Silence descended immediately.
After a moment, the young man said, I surrender.
Subsequently, the sloppy young man raised his hand and pointed at the air. A crimson energy shot out and struck the space barrier. Duanling Tian instantly felt a pulling force sweeping in from all directions. His surroundings alternated between darkness for a while before he realized he had arrived at a new place.
This realm was not as dark as the one before. A huge luminous pearl hung in the air, illuminating the entire place.
Duanling Tian found himself standing in a stone forest with various tall rocks. For a long time, he did not see anyone else at all. He knew he had climbed to the second step, meaning he was now in the second small realm. As for why he did not see anyone, he speculated his opponent must be hiding. Duanling Tian swept his surroundings with his divine consciousness, and soon detected an aura hidden behind a huge rock not far away.
As soon as the person sensed Duanling Tian's divine consciousness, he revealed himself immediately. He was a young man with a stern expression. He was dressed in a spotless blue robe and he looked clean. He was the total opposite of the sloppy young man from the first small realm. He did not look like he had been imprisoned in this place for a long time.
Swoosh!
The stern young man looked at Duanling Tian indifferently. Without saying a word, he mobilized his divine energy that had been boosted with the law of water. Duanling Tian finally discovered why the young man remained clean despite being imprisoned here. As it turned out, the young man had comprehended the law of water. He could sense the young man was much stronger than the sloppy young man he had met in the first small realm. This young man had comprehended all of the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage. However, the young man had yet to comprehend any fused profundities. Similar to the sloppy young man, he was also an intermediate god. Duanling Tian silently made his move. In just a moment, a raging spatial energy swept out, easily crushing his opponent's attack before injuring and sending his opponent flying.
The young man spat out a mouthful of blood before he looked at Duanling Tian fearfully. As though he was afraid Duanling Tian would attack again, he hurriedly activated the teleportation formation to send Duanling Tian away. Just like that, Duanling Tian had reached the third step and entered the third realm. Like before, he had easily defeated his opponent. The inner disciple imprisoned in the third small realm was still an intermediate god. He had comprehended all of the profundities of the law of metal to the mastery stage and had begun to comprehend double-fused profundities. Needless to say, his strength was still inferior to Duanling Tian's. In just a second, he was defeated by Duanling Tian with just one move.
The situation was the same on the fourth and fifth steps.
However, on the sixth step, Duanling Tian had to expend more effort to defeat his opponent. Naturally, this was only because he was hiding his true strength. If he had used all his strength, he would have defeated his opponent in just a blink of an eye. On the seventh step, Duanling Tian's opponent was an advanced god who had comprehended a double-fused profundity.
Since Duanling Tian was unwilling to use his full strength, he was having difficulties dealing with his opponent.
When Duanling Tian was in the midst of the battle, he discovered his divine energy had suddenly surged. Then, he realized he had successfully broken through the bottleneck and became an advanced god. I had a breakthrough? Seeing that Duanling Tian had a breakthrough, not only was his opponent fearless, but his opponent charged forward even more aggressively than before. This was because he knew it took time for one's foundation to stabilize after a breakthrough and for one's divine energy to transform. He planned to launch a sneak attack at this moment. If he was successful, he was sure he would win the battle. Swoosh! Alas, Duanling Tian had foreseen his opponent would make a move. He teleported again and again as his opponent attacked in a flurry. Just as Duanling Tian's cultivation base stabilized along with his divine energy, his eyes flashed coldly. He stopped teleporting before he said, "Since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish." As his opponent charged forward again, Duanling Tian cast the Mastery Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Spatial energy raged around him, killing his opponent in just an instant. This was the first person he killed since he entered the heavenly stairs. He did not kill his previous opponents since they did not have conflicts between them. After killing his opponent, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on the ground to further stabilize his cultivation base and facilitate the transformation of his divine energy. Outside of the heavenly stairs, most of the eyes of the inner disciples, including Tang Wuyan, were glued to the heavenly stairs. To be precise, they were glued to the spot of light that represented Duanling Tian. Earlier, the spot of light had risen rapidly from the 1st to the 6th step. Finally, it had slowed down. In fact, after waiting for a while, they discovered the spot of light stayed on the 7th floor. It did not dim, but it did not move up to the 8th step. Seeing this, one inner disciple sighed. I think the 7th step is as far as he'll go. The fact that he managed to reach the 7th step despite being an intermediate god is amazing enough. As expected of the monstrous prodigy from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He really lives up to his reputation. That's right. Even the 10 strongest inner disciples couldn't reach the 7th step when they were still intermediate gods. Even if he can't move up from the 7th step, he should still be proud of himself. Tang Wuyan did not pay attention to the conversations around her. Instead, she was staring at the spot of light that represented Duanling Tian. At the same time, a hopeful expression could be seen on her face. At the same time, a spot of light on the 8th floor vanished and a person appeared outside of the heavenly stairs. He was a tall and handsome young man dressed in a brown and blue robe. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of many female disciples. They looked at him with bright eyes as though they wished they could pounce him immediately. Senior Brother Chiyu. Senior Brother Chiyu has come out. Although he still has yet to climb past the 8th step, he stayed on the 8th step longer than before. I feel like he's going to rank first this time. Senior Brother Chiyu is really amazing. The inner disciples looked at Chiyu and praised him to the high heavens. Their optimism toward Chiyu was a stark contrast to their pessimism toward Duanling Tian. Chiyu was clearly pleased by the praises based on the proud expression on his face. When he saw Tang Wuyan, his eyes lit up and his expression softened immediately. He returned the heavenly stairs token back to the elder before he walked over to Tang Wuyan and asked with a smile, "Junior Sister Wuyan, did you just arrive or did you just come out from the heavenly stairs?" Senior Brother Chiyu. Tang Wuyan greeted Chiyu before saying, "I've yet to enter the heavenly stairs." "Oh." Chiyu asked, "Are you going to enter now then?" Junior Sister Wuyan, I remember you were on the 7th step for quite a long time previously and even made it into the top 10. This time, you must have a greater chance of climbing up to the 8th step. It seems like I'll have the honor of watching you advance to the 8th step today. Chiyu was very enthusiastic toward Tang Wuyan. Naturally, this was because he liked Tang Wuyan. This matter was not a secret in the Hidden Fog sect. Many male inner disciples did not dare to express their affection to Tang Wuyan due to their fear of Chiyu. I don't plan to challenge the heavenly stairs for now. I'm waiting for my friend to come out. Tang Wuyan replied. She was not particularly cold nor friendly toward Chiyu. Although Chiyu was rather strong, his reputation was rather bad. As far as Tang Wuyan knew, there were no fewer than 5 female inner disciples who had intimate relations with him. Those female disciples did not seem to mind his promiscuity, so as an outsider, Tang Wuyan did not have an opinion on it either.
Nonetheless, her impression of Qiyu was not good.
Your friend? Who is it? Do I know him? Qiyu asked with a smile. I think so. Tang Wuyan glanced at Qiyu as she slowly said, After all, senior brother Qiyu, you've been challenging him once every month over the past 3 months.
Qiyu's eyes widened as he asked with a hint of disbelief, Junior sister Wuyan, the friend you mentioned is Duan Lingtian?
Yes.
Tang Wuyan nodded. Then she turned back to look at the spot of light that represented Duan Lingtian without sparing another glance at Qiyu. Upon seeing this, Qiyu's expression soured as he clenched his hands tightly. His eyes glinted coldly as he followed the direction of Tang Wuyan's gaze. Previously, he only targeted Duan Lingtian because of Tu Feng.
However, because of Tang Wuyan, even if Tu Feng did not say anything, he would still continue to challenge Duan Lingtian. This was the first time Qiyu had seen Tang Wuyan showing so much interest in a man. After all, he had never received such treatment from her before. How could he not be jealous of Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was unaware that Qiyu had left the 8th step, nor was he aware that Qiyu now held a personal grudge against him. After becoming an advanced god and stabilizing his cultivation base and divine energy, he rose to his feet and muttered to himself, All right, let's advance to the 8th step. In fact, after killing his opponent on the 7th step, Duan Lingtian had felt the pulling force from the teleportation formation trying to send him to the 8th step. However, when he found he could withstand the pulling force, he decided to further stabilize his cultivation base and divine energy after becoming an advanced god. After he was done, he finally allowed him to be taken away by the pulling force.
In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself hovering above a literal sea of blood. He could smell the metallic stench of blood rising from the sea. When he did not see or sense anyone with his divine consciousness, a vague idea appeared in his mind. He rose higher up into the sky and stood with his hands on his back as he asked tonelessly, You can create such lifelike illusions with your bloodline power and hide your aura from my divine consciousness. I have to say you're quite impressive. However, I'll have to disappoint you if you think you'll be able to catch me off guard. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the sea began to bubble as though it was boiling. After a moment, the sea vanished into thin air, and a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man was tall. He had a pair of piercing eyes. His eyebrows and stern expression made him look fierce. As soon as he appeared, he said, Not bad. You managed to discover this is from my bloodline power. Now that the sea of blood had vanished, Duan Lingtian found himself in a plain field. Since I've been brought here, how could there be no one around? Since I couldn't detect you with my divine consciousness, it's only obvious that I'd figure out what was happening. Duan Lingtian replied. You're quite smart. In the past, I killed quite a few inner disciples before they could even react. They didn't even have a chance to leave the heavenly stairs, the middle-aged man said confidently with a sinister smile. I've been so bored during my time here. The only fun I have is playing with the inner disciples who come here. Since you're rather smart, I'll try not to kill you. Kill me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Oh, then I'll have to thank you for sparing my life. Brat, are you mocking me? The red-clad middle-aged man said with a sneer. Very well, you'll soon have a taste of despair. I, Shuehaishan, is the strongest among the inner disciples imprisoned on the 8th step. Shuehaishan moved as soon as he finished speaking. Divine energy surged from his body, boosted by the law he comprehended. With a flick of his finger, everything seemed to have frozen. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he felt the familiar energy. The law of time? It did not take long for Duan Lingtian to figure out that Shuehaishan, the advanced god imprisoned here, had comprehended the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of time was also the most mysterious law. Since one could control time with the law of time, it made the law difficult to guard against. Duan Lingtian could also tell Shuehaishan had already comprehended 1 triple fused profundity from the law of time. Although you've only comprehended 1 triple fused profundity from the law of time, it's indeed enough to make you the strongest among the prisoners on the 8th step, Duan Lingtian said as divine energy surged out from his body. Then he cast 2 triple fused profundities consecutively. A terrifying spatial energy swept out, colliding with Shuehaishan's law of time, preventing the law of time from affecting Duan Lingtian.
The law of space was also one of the four supreme laws and was not inferior to the law of time, even if the law of time was more mysterious.
With two triple-fused profundities, Duan Tian managed to keep the law of time at bay.
Upon seeing this, Xue Haishan's arrogant expression was replaced by an expression of disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, "Why, you comprehended two triple-fused profundities from the law of space."
There was a reason why Xue Haishan was confident he was the strongest among those imprisoned on the 8th step. Despite all the prisoners on the 8th step being advanced gods who had comprehended one triple-fused profundity, he was the only one who had comprehended a supreme law.
Hence, this gave him an edge over the others.
Now that he was facing an opponent who not only comprehended a supreme law but also comprehended two triple-fused profundities, he was at a loss. He felt hopeless and helpless. After all, he knew now he was no match for Duan Tian.
"Do you want to continue?"
Duan Tian asked. Without waiting for a reply, the spatial energy raged like a storm, easily pushing Xue Haishan's attack back.
Xue Haishan scoffed coldly with a sour expression on his face before he brought out a small and square flag that was inscribed with complex patterns. After he channeled his divine energy into it, his offensive strength soared immediately.
For a while, not only did he seem to be able to rival Duan Tian, but it also seemed like he could pressure Duan Tian.
"Do you think you're the only one with a mediocre divine artifact?" Duan Tian asked tonelessly. Inwardly, he was rather surprised that Xue Haishan would bring out a divine artifact with a soul. Naturally, he was not afraid. With just a wave of his hand, he brought a sword, which was a divine artifact with a soul, out. Swoosh! After imbuing the sword with his divine energy, he swung it with all his might. At the same time, the spatial energy converged before transforming into a huge sword ray.
Duan Tian's attack easily destroyed Xue Haishan's attack before it landed on Xue Haishan. Xue Haishan's crimson robe was immediately shredded. His body was riddled with wounds in just a blink of an eye. His face was pale and an expression of despair could be seen on his face.
Although Duan Tian had held back at the last minute, Xue Haishan still suffered minor injuries due to his close proximity to Duan Tian's attack. Swoosh! When a gust of wind blew past them, Xue Haishan felt stinging pain from his wounds. Despite the pain, he was overjoyed. After all, he was certain he would die just a moment ago. Then he bowed and hastily said, "Thank you for showing mercy, sir. I, Xue Haishan, will forever remember your kindness. May I ask for your name?"
Duan Tian replied. He had spared Xue Haishan's life because earlier Xue Haishan had said he would not kill him.
Duan Tian. "All right. I'll remember your name." Xue Haishan nodded. "If I manage to leave this place in the future, I'll definitely repay this favor." Duan Tian did not take Xue Haishan's words to heart. After all, most of the inner disciples had committed a great crime to be imprisoned here. It would be a long time before they were released. Moreover, Xue Haishan was weaker than him. Hence, he did not think Xue Haishan would be able to repay the favor. Before Duan Tian left, Xue Haishan reminded him, "When you're on the 9th step, you shouldn't hesitate to use your token to leave when you encounter any danger. Moreover, once you climbed up the 9th floor, you would have broken all the record. Are the prisoners on the 9th step and above all kings of gods?" Duan Tian asked. Xue Haishan replied, "Over 90% of them are kings of gods. There are few advanced gods who have comprehended two triple-fused profundities. You'd be lucky to encounter them. If you encounter a king of gods, it'd be difficult for you to defeat him even if his comprehension of the law is only mediocre. Try to hold on as long as you can on the 9th step. However, don't hesitate to leave as soon as you encounter danger." "All right." Duan Tian nodded. "Hey, let's drink together after I leave this place," Xue Haishan said before sending Duan Tian to the 9th step with the teleportation formation. After Duan Tian vanished into thin air, Xue Haishan said with a sigh, "I didn't expect there'd be an advanced god who has comprehended two triple-fused profundities in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the law he comprehended is the law of space, one of the four supreme laws."
Even before Xue Haishan was imprisoned, disciples like Duan Tian were a rarity. Perhaps only his younger brother, Shui Haichuan, was as talented.
More than 10,000 years have passed. I wonder how's that kid, Haichuan, is doing?
With his innate talent and comprehension skills, he must be a lord of gods now, right? At the very least, he should be an advanced king of gods now, Shui Haishan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, there was a huge uproar outside of the heavenly stairs.
Heavens! Duanling Tian climbed up to the 9th step.
Am I seeing things? Duanling Tian's reputation had long preceded him in the Hidden Fog sect. Perhaps only those who were in closed-door cultivation were the only ones who had yet to hear about him.
Moreover, over the past 3 months, Qi Yu, one of the top 10 inner disciples in the Hidden Fog sect, had repeatedly challenged Duanling Tian, causing Duanling Tian to become even more famous. Many people were looking forward to Qi Yu and Duanling Tian's fight, after all. Most of them were confident Qi Yu would win the fight. Although Duanling Tian had comprehended triple fused profundities from the law of space, Qi Yu had also comprehended triple fused profundities from the law of wind. Moreover, Qi Yu was already an advanced god while Duanling Tian was just an intermediate god.
With that, even if Duanling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, it would still be difficult for Duanling Tian to defeat Qi Yu.
Today, Duanling Tian stuck out even more since Tang Wu and had shown that she had a good relationship with him. Most importantly, his performance during the Heavenly Stairs battle was too shocking. They did not expect him to make it to the 8th step. They would not have been surprised if he was an advanced god, but he was just an intermediate god. How was it possible for an intermediate god to reach the 8th step?
Similar to the others, Qi Yu was also shocked that Duanling Tian successfully climbed up to the 8th step. He thought to himself, it's already amazing that he managed to pass the 7th step and climb up to the 8th step. However, considering how long he took on the 7th step, it's likely he won't be able to hold out for long on the 8th step.
However, not long after that, Qi Yu was shocked again.
After advancing to the 8th step, it did not take long before Duanling Tian advanced to the 9th step. The difficulty on the 8th step far surpassed that of the 7th step. There was a reason why even the strongest inner disciples with the cultivation of God could not make it past the 8th step. To climb to the 9th step, they would have to kill or defeat their opponents.
Everyone was naturally shocked by Duanling Tian's feat. Duanling Tian actually climbed up to the 9th step. Heavens! He actually passed the 8th step. Tang Wuyen wore a surprised expression on her pretty face. He actually passed the 8th step? Although Tang Wuyen had never been to the 8th step before, she had climbed up to the 7th step after all. The opponents on the 7th step were very strong. She could not defeat her opponents at all, hence, she failed to advance to the 8th step. How could she not be shocked that Duanling Tian passed the 8th step and advanced to the 9th step?
At this time, many people began to speculate among themselves. Do you think the person who's imprisoned on the 8th step went easy on him?
Went easy on him?
Impossible. You know they're prisoners of the Hidden Fog sect who used to be inner disciples. With every win, their sentence would be reduced.
How could they have gone easy on him?
Nonetheless, there have been cases where those prisoners went easy on the participants for various reasons. For example, some of them had lost the will to live or they were familiar with their opponents.
Rumors, when repeated enough, would suddenly gain credibility. As the inner disciples continued to speculate, more and more people were convinced that Duanling Tian only managed to advance to the 9th step because the prisoner on the 8th step had gone easy on him. Qi Yu sneered. So what if he's ranked first? No one believes in his strength anyway.
Although Tang Wuyen also thought it was likely that the prisoner on the 8th step went easy on Duanling Tian, she felt uncomfortable when she heard Qi Yu's words. Hence, she said, Senior brother Qi Yu, you can't say that. There's a chance he defeated his opponent fair and square.
Qi Yu said with a smile. Junior sister Wu Yan, he spent so much time on the 7th step. With that, do you really think he'd be able to defeat his opponent fair and square? Tang Wu Yan frowned as she said, it's possible that he had a breakthrough on the 7th step and spent time stabilizing his cultivation base before he advanced to the 9th step.
Breakthrough?
How could there be such a coincidence? Qi Yu shook his head. However, at the mention of a breakthrough, he felt slightly frightened. After all, he could still intimidate Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian was an intermediate god.
However, Once Duanling Tian broke through and become an advanced god, he would no longer be able to suppress or intimidate Duanling Tian anymore. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian successfully entered the small realm on the 9th step after Shui Haishan from the small realm on the 8th step activated the teleportation formation. This time, Duanling Tian found himself above beautiful mountains and rivers. He saw an elegant figure dressed in a white robe standing at the peak of a mountain with his hands on his back. He was a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament and bearing were extraordinary. One would not miss him even in a sea of people. Not bad. You managed to come here despite only being an advanced god, the middle-aged scholar said tonelessly. Before the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, Duanling Tian felt the other party's divine consciousness sweep over him lightly. After reciprocating the action, he exclaimed in shock, "You're an advanced god as well?" Based on Shui Haishan's earlier words, Duanling Tian knew he was lucky that his opponent on the 9th step was an advanced god. After all, most of the prisoners on the 9th step were kings of gods with just a few advanced gods. Shui Haishan said that the advanced gods imprisoned on the 9th step have all comprehended at least 2 triple-fused profundity. It seems like my opponent is such a person. Upon seeing the shock on Duanling Tian's face, the middle-aged scholar asked expressionlessly, "Are you surprised?" Then he said pridefully, "However, I'm different from the advanced gods you faced previously. If I'm not mistaken, your opponent on the 8th step is an advanced god who had comprehended a triple-fused profundity, right? Let me tell you, I can kill that kind of person with just a strike." "I believe you," Duanling Tian said as he nodded. "Since you're imprisoned on the 9th step, you're definitely stronger than those on the 8th step. However, I'm rather curious about something. Why did the Hidden Fog sect imprison a powerful cultivator like you? You're an advanced god who had comprehended 2 triple-fused profundities. Someone like you is rare in the Hidden Fog sect." After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he waited for the middle-aged scholar's reply. "It seems like you know quite a lot," the middle-aged scholar said as he looked at Duanling Tian with a deep gaze. "Perhaps, if I had committed another crime, the sect might overlook it due to my talent. Do you know what crime I committed?" "What?" Duanling Tian was startled. "I killed my master, the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect," the middle-aged scholar replied with a grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian trembled slightly. He was shocked his opponent had killed his master. Not only that, but his opponent master was the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. His gaze turned into one of disgust as he continued to look at the middle-aged scholar. "What? Do you despise me?" the middle-aged man asked with a smirk. "Do you know why I killed him?" The middle-aged scholar's voice turned solemn as he said, "He ordered the annihilation of my clan and said he did it for me. Thousands of lives were lost because of him." At the same time, a ferocious cyan energy rose from the middle-aged scholar's body. "Could you be mistaken?" Duanling Tian frowned. He did not understand why the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect would annihilate his disciples' clan. "Mistaken? Of course not. When the assassin he sent to kill my family returned to report to him, I overheard their conversation. How could I be mistaken? Back then, I told him that I had no wish of becoming the next sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. I want to return to my clan and lead the clan to greater heights. I had hoped that my clan would join the ranks of king rank or lord rank forces. He was unhappy with my decision. He did not want me to return to my clan, so he killed everyone." The middle-aged scholar grew more and more agitated as he spoke. Duanling Tian could sense the middle-aged scholar's bitterness and hatred. He now understood why the Hidden Fog sect would imprison such a talented cultivator. With the crime the middle-aged scholar had committed, even if the sect did not kill him, they definitely would not set him free. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to the sect in the future. Since the middle-aged scholar was chosen to be the next sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, Duanling Tian knew the man had to be highly talented. With that, how could the Hidden Fog sect let a potential threat continue to grow stronger? The small realms in the heavenly stairs that restricted one's cultivation base from advancing were the best place to imprison the middle-aged scholar. "So you're sentenced to life in here?" Duanling Tian asked. "What do you think?" The middle-aged scholar sneered as he said,
I was only over 2,300 years old when I became an advanced god and comprehended 2 triple-fused profundities from the law of wind. Only a few people in the history of the sect achieved this. The only reason they didn't kill was so they could use me to train the disciples of the sect.
How could they let me out?
It's natural that I was sentenced to life.
The middle-aged scholar smiled mockingly as he said, the Hidden Fog sect is a dignified lord-rank sect, but they're so cowardly.
They were even afraid of an advanced god like me back then.
How ridiculous.
Duan Tian was surprised by the middle-aged scholar's achievements when he was younger.
All right, enough of this, the middle-aged scholar finally said.
Boy, do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to send you out?
The middle-aged scholar's divine energy that had been boosted with the law of wind surged violently as he looked at Duan Tian intently.
Duan Tian smiled. Although I don't plan to pass the 9th step, I'm afraid you're not capable of sending me out of here if I'm unwilling. Very well. Then, have a taste of my strength. As soon as the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, he made a move.
Swoosh!
Swoosh! Swoosh! A hurricane spun around the middle-aged scholar's body as a terrifying energy swept toward Duan Tian like a starving beast.
Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Duan Tian's spatial energy surged out and easily devoured the violent and storm-like energy.
The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. You've comprehended triple-fused profundities from the law of space? There were 8 profundities in a law. Naturally, with so many profundities, one could comprehend many triple-fused profundities. It was not limited to just 1 or 2. Needless to say, the more one comprehended, the stronger one would be. When Duan Tian attacked, he had used 3 triple-fused profundities from the law of space to destroy the middle-aged scholar's attack. He had done it with the ease he had when defeating Shui Haishan from the 8th step. Boom! At this time, the surging spatial energy landed heavily like a giant hammer on the middle-aged scholar, sending him flying back.
At the critical moment, Duan Tian restrained his strength. Otherwise, the middle-aged scholar would have died. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, his face turned pale with fright. He watched as the purple-clad young man standing in the distance brought out the Heavenly Stairs token to leave. He's not advancing to the 10th step? The middle-aged scholar was puzzled as he watched Duan Tian leave.
When a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, he reached out to wipe the blood off the corner of his mouth and smiled. He muttered to himself, "It seems like he's trying to maintain a low profile. After all, no advanced gods had ever made it to the 10th step of the Heavenly Stairs in the history of the Hidden Fog sect. Even the strongest advanced god in the history of the sect only made it to the 9th step."
Then he sighed, feeling slightly embarrassed. To think he's even more talented than I was back then. I didn't think such a person would appear in the Hidden Fog sect.
Outside of the Heavenly Stairs.
As people watched the spot of light that represented Duan Tian, they all thought Duan Tian would be soon eliminated. Even Tang Wuyen thought the same.
However, they were surprised when Duan Tian had yet to come out even after a long time.
Is he really so strong that he manages to hold on against his opponent on the 9th step? Otherwise, how could he last for so long? Impossible. There must be another reason.
Many people shook their heads. They did not believe Duan Tian was capable of holding his ground for so long against his opponent on the 9th step. He took such a long time to pass the 7th step. It's impossible for him to be able to hold out for so long.
That's right. There must be another reason for this.
Exactly. I'm even more convinced now that the prisoner on the 8th step of the Heavenly Stairs went easy on him. Naturally, no one would be able to guess that Duan Tian stayed on the 9th step for so long because he was chatting with his opponent. After a while, swoosh, under everyone's expectant gazes, Duan Tian appeared before everyone's eyes after the spot of light on the 9th step went dark. Needless to say, everyone assumed Duan Tian was sent out after being defeated by his opponent. Duan Tian's here. I still can't believe he climbed up to the 9th step.
If nothing changes, then he'll definitely rank first this time. How lucky.
Duan Tian ignored the conversations in his surroundings and handed the Heavenly Stairs token to the old man guarding the Heavenly Stairs. "Elder, this is my token," the old man asked curiously. "You fought with the prisoner on the 9th step for so long?" Duanling Tian shook his head. No. The battle ended quickly with just one move. Everyone, disciples and elders alike, assumed that Duanling Tian was defeated by his opponent with just a move. Not even in the wildest dreams would they be able to imagine that it was the other way around. Everyone continued looking at Duanling Tian curiously, urging him with their eyes to tell them why he was at the 9th step for so long. We chatted for a while, Duanling Tian said. His response naturally shocked everyone. It did not cross their minds that he was on the 9th step for so long because he was chatting with his opponent. How could he be so lucky? He even found an opponent to chat with. Many disciples had tried to engage their opponents in conversations in hopes of prolonging their time in the small realms. However, they were always ruthlessly sent out of the heavenly stairs. How lucky! Qiyu said in a voice dripping with mockery as he sneered. Qiyu's voice was very clear due to the quietness in the surroundings. Duanling Tian looked at Qiyu for a moment before he said with a faint smile, Indeed, I'm lucky. However, even if you're as lucky as me, you still won't be able to beat me. Qiyu's expression soured immediately. After a moment, he said contemptuously, Duanling Tian, did you finally decide to stop being cowardly? Since you're here now, why don't you accept my challenge? Don't tell me you're afraid and plan to hide like a tortoise? Challenge. Duanling Tian did not respond for a while, confused as to why the stranger in front of him was so hostile. At this time, Tang Wuyen stepped forward and said, Duanling Tian, he's Qiyu, the one who has been challenging you over the past 3 months. Qiyu? Realization dawned on Duanling Tian immediately. So he's the mad dog that Tu Feng sent to attack me. Tang Wuyen, who was standing in front of Duanling Tian, was stunned. She did not expect Duanling Tian to openly call Qiyu a mad dog. When she regained her senses, she asked through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, you have a conflict with senior brother Tu Feng? Although Tu Feng was also an inner disciple, his status was higher than that of ordinary inner disciples. After all, not only was he a king of God, but he was also the disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Duanling Tian was highly talented and had good comprehension skills, but it was still not wise of him to provoke Tu Feng. Hence, Tang Wuyen was slightly concerned. Personally, I don't care about him at all. He's the one who's holding a grudge, Duanling Tian said with a shrug. Before Tang Wuyen could respond, Qiyu said icily, Duanling Tian, do you have a death wish? As soon as Qiyu's voice fell, everyone fell silent. The tense atmosphere made them nervous as they looked at Duanling Tian and Qiyu. I have a death wish? Duanling Tian looked at Qiyu with a deep gaze as he asked, What? Do you think you can kill me? Qiyu scoffed. He said derisively, Duanling Tian, just because you climbed to the 9th step due to luck, don't tell me you really think you're that great? Our rankings aren't an accurate representation of our strength. Oh, right, you're just a newcomer so you're unaware of this. In Qiyu's opinion, since Duanling Tian spent such a long time on the 7th step of the heavenly stairs, it was definitely impossible for Duanling Tian to pass the 8th step. He was convinced Duanling Tian had only managed to do so because his opponent had gone easy on him. Although it was rare, it was not unprecedented. Moreover, Duanling Tian had also just said he was defeated with just a move after advancing to the 9th step. Duanling Tian was only on the 9th step for a long time because he was chatting with his opponent. For all these reasons, despite Duanling Tian's superior ranking, he did not think Duanling Tian was stronger than him. He attributed Duanling Tian's ranking to his luck. Luck? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. All right, let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qiyu sneered. Very well. Do you dare to fight me at the Extreme Martial Arena? The Extreme Martial Arena was where members of the Hidden Fog sect carried out challenges. During a fight in the arena, one could choose to admit defeat. However, if one did not admit defeat or could admit defeat in time, there would be no consequences if one was killed. For sparring sessions, members of the Hidden Fog sect would go to the martial square that was located below the Extreme Martial Arena. Extreme Martial Arena? Senior brother Qiyu wants to fight Duanling Tian in the Extreme Martial Arena. Heavens! If one can't surrender in time, one's opponent can kill one without any repercussions. Is there enmity that deep? It seems like Senior Qiyu plans to kill Duanling Tian in the arena before Duanling Tian can surrender. The inner disciples were shocked. Some of them who loved to watch a show were filled with excitement and anticipation.
At this moment, Tang Wuyen said through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, don't be impulsive. If you fight in the extreme martial arena, you'll die if you can't surrender in time. Yu won't be punished for killing you as well.
I know. I've already learned about the extreme martial arena from the Inner Disciple Manual. Duan Ling Tian calmly said with a smile on his face. Yu was even more jealous when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words to Tang Wuyen. He could naturally guess Tang Wuyen had sent Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from fighting in the extreme martial arena. With this, he said sarcastically, Duan Ling Tian, the genius from Skywind City, do you dare to accept my challenge? At this moment, an aged voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, don't be rash. Don't agree to it if you're not confident about winning. Duan Ling Tian looked up in surprise. The voice transmission was from the inner elder guarding the heavenly stairs.
Elder, don't worry. I never do things I have no confidence in, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Then he looked at Yu and said, lead the way.
Yu was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's response. When he regained his senses, he sneered and proceeded to lead Duan Ling Tian to the extreme martial arena. The crowd erupted in an uproar immediately.
Duan Ling Tian actually accepted the challenge.
I really don't understand why he accepted the challenge. Since senior brother Yu proposed fighting in the extreme martial arena, clearly, he's very confident about winning. An intermediate god actually dared to accept the challenge from an advanced god? Tang Wuyen frowned when she saw Duan Ling Tian disregarding her advice. Then, she hurried over to catch up with Duan Ling Tian. When she caught up with him, she said through voice transmission again, Duan Ling Tian, remember to surrender if you feel like you can't hold on anymore. As long as you surrender, Yu won't be able to kill you without facing punishment. The elders on duty at the arena will also protect you. Duan Ling Tian was already aware of these things. Nevertheless, he still thanked Tang Wuyen.
Except for those who were still in the heavenly stairs and the inner elder guarding it, everyone went to the extreme martial arena excitedly as well.
In fact, the inner elder guarding the heavenly stairs would have gone to the extreme martial arena as well if he did not have to guard the heavenly stairs. At this time, an inner disciple who had just come out from the heavenly stairs looked around in confusion. Where's everyone? No one was around except for the inner elder on duty. After learning about what had happened, the inner disciple hurried to the extreme martial arena as well. I can't believe senior brother Yu and Duan Ling Tian are going to fight in the extreme martial arena. I can't miss this exciting show. Along the way, the inner disciple would recount what happened to others he encountered. With this, even more people made their way to the extreme martial arena. At the same time, the inner elder guarding the heavenly stairs sent a message to an elder whom he had a good relationship with. Elder Peng, if I'm not mistaken, you're on duty at the extreme martial arena now, right?
The other party's reply came quickly. Yes.
What's the matter?
The elder said, please update me about the outcome of Yu and Duan Ling Tian's fight at the extreme martial arena. Duan Ling Tian is the disciple that vice sect leader Murong recommended to join the sect. If he's in danger, I hope you'll help me remind him to surrender through voice transmission. He's actually very polite. Moreover, he's highly talented. He'll definitely be of great help to the sect in the future.
What? Yu and Duan Ling Tian are coming to fight in the extreme martial arena? Never mind, they just arrived. Alright, don't worry. I don't such a genius to die so pointlessly as well.
Elder Ping, who was on duty at the extreme martial arena, saw Yu and a group of people making their way over to the extreme martial arena. Although he had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, he could guess the handsome purple-clad young man behind Yu was Duan Ling Tian.
Above the martial square, there were 19 extreme martial arenas. They were located between the inner and outer sect, and both inner and outer disciples could use them. Usually, the martial square would be lively while the arenas would be empty. When Duan Ling Tian, Yu, and the others arrived, there was already a crowd in the martial square. Needless to say, everyone was attracted by their sudden arrival. Why did so many people come? How lively! Hey, that's senior brother Yu. one of the 10 strongest inner disciples who are gods. He's going to the extreme martial arena.
Who's he fighting?
Who's that purple-clad young man behind him? The inner and outer disciples on the martial square were curious, so they followed the others to the extreme martial arena as well. Since they were unaware of what was going on, they began to ask the people who had come with Qiyu and Duanling Tian.
Senior, what happened? Who's senior brother Qiyu fighting in the extreme martial arena?
Everyone was shocked when they learned about what happened. He's going to fight that newcomer, Duanling Tian? Isn't Duanling Tian an intermediate god?
How dare he agree to fight with senior Qiyu, who's an advanced god in the extreme martial arena?
I've heard about him. Similar to senior brother Qiyu, he had also managed to comprehend a triple-fused profundity. However, senior brother Qiyu's cultivation base is one level higher than his. How can he be a match for senior brother Qiyu? I really don't understand why he would accept the challenge when the odds are clearly against him. Well, there's no lack of geniuses who died due to a moment of rashness. Although everyone did not understand Duanling Tian's decision, they were still excited to watch the battle. They looked at the purple figure pitifully as they shook their heads.
Qiyu led Duanling Tian to the arena in the center. It was also the biggest one. It was like the moon, while the 18 smaller arenas that surrounded it were like the stars. After landing in the arena, Qiyu turned to face Duanling Tian. He could not help but feel slightly worried when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was. Duanling Tian could have pretended to be calm when they were outside the heavenly stairs, but it would be impossible to pretend to be calm now that they were in the arena, right?
Qiyu's uneasiness continued to grow. When he could no longer bear it, he extended his divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, He broke through and became an advanced god? Earlier, it did not cross Qinyu's mind to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base at all. After all, he was convinced Duanling Tian was not as strong as him and that Duanling Tian's feat of advancing to the 9th step was just a fluke.
Moreover, he did not think Duanling Tian would have a breakthrough in the heavenly stairs. The only reason he had decided to probe Duanling Tian was due to the sense of unease he felt when he saw how calm Duanling Tian was even after they had arrived in the extreme martial arena. Now that Qiyu discovered Duanling Tian was an advanced god, he was frightened out of his wits. Duanling Tian's breakthrough made a whole world of a difference in their fight. He was confident about defeating Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian was an intermediate god, but now that Duanling Tian was an advanced god, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian at all. Although they had both comprehended triple-fused profundities, and their cultivation bases were both the same now, the fact that Duanling Tian comprehended one of the 4 supreme law gave him an edge. After all, he had only comprehended one of the elemental laws. Qiyu said grimly, I didn't expect to break through and become an advanced god. Qiyu intentionally raised his voice when he spoke. He wanted everyone present, including the 2 elders on duty, to hear him. Upon hearing Qiyu's words, Elder Pang, one of the elders on duty, confirmed Qiyu's words by probing Duanling Tian with his divine consciousness as well. Then, he sent a message to the elder guarding the heavenly stairs. Elder Chun, your worries are unfounded. Elder Chun, the elder who guarded the heavenly stairs, was confused. What do you mean? Duanling Tian is an advanced god. This means he has a high chance of winning the challenge. Don't you think you're worrying too much? There's no need for me to remind him to surrender, Elder Ping said.
What? Duanling Tian is an advanced god. Elder Chun was shocked. Before he entered the heavenly stairs, I'm sure he was just an intermediate god. I used my divine consciousness to probe him after all. Don't tell me he broke through while he fought one of his opponents in the heavenly stairs. After thinking about it for a while, Elder Chun said, that should be it. He likely broke through while he was on the 7th step. That must be why he stayed on the 7th floor for such a long time, and that's also probably why he passed the 8th step so quickly. The prisoner on the 8th step didn't go easy on him at all. Then, he likely encountered a king of God on the 9th step and was thus eliminated. After his analysis, Elder Chin felt like he had been worried for nothing. Duanling Tian was not any weaker than Qinyu. In fact, he was likely stronger than Qiyu.
Well, you'd know better. Anyway, I'm going to watch their fight now. I'll let you know the outcome once the battle ends. However, I think Chiyu's going to end up surrendering. I can already see the fear in his eyes. Moreover, being frightened before a fight is going to be disadvantageous to him as well. After that, Elder Peng stopped communicating with Elder Chan and focused his attention on the two people standing in the extreme martial arena. At the same time, he could hear the conversations in his surroundings. I didn't expect Duanling Tian to break through and become an advanced god. No wonder he accepted senior brother Chi Yu's challenge. As it turns out, he had a breakthrough. Hey, I get it now. I think Duanling Tian broke through on the 7th step of the heavenly stairs. That was why he took such a long time defeating his opponent on the 7th step, but quickly defeated his opponent on the 8th step. Then, he likely encountered a king of gods on the 9th step and was eliminated. I agree. At the same time, Tang Wuyan stood among the inner disciples and looked at Duanling Tian with a complex gaze as she muttered softly, so he really did have a breakthrough in the heavenly stairs? I just casually said those words to Chiyu. Who knew that's really the case? Earlier, Tang Wuyan had told Chiyu that Duanling Tian might have had a breakthrough, allowing him to easily defeat his opponent on the 8th step and advance to the 9th step. Nonetheless, she only said those words to defend Duanling Tian. In fact, she did not think Duanling Tian could have a breakthrough in the heavenly stairs as well. She really did not expect she would be right. Back in the arena, Duanling Tian looked at Chiyu coldly as he said in a voice dripping with mockery, "What's the matter? Do you want to admit defeat? Oh wait, based on what I know, once you enter the extreme martial arena, you're not allowed to admit defeat immediately. You can only admit defeat after 1 minute into the fight." Who said I'm going to admit defeat? She said. Outwardly he looked calm, hiding all fears in his heart. He continued to say, "Duanling Tian, although you're an advanced god, you've just broken through so your foundation still isn't stable. With that, do you really think I'll admit defeat? You must be joking." As soon as Chi Yu's voice fell, a gust of wind surged from his body along with his divine energy. The wind grew more and more violent until it grew into a small tornado. After that, the tornado continued to increase in size. Duanling Tian remained expressionless as he looked at Chi Yu. The middle-aged scholar he had met on the 9th step of the heavenly stairs had also comprehended the law of wind, but the middle-aged scholar was much stronger than Chi Yu. After all, the middle-aged scholar had comprehended 2 triple fused profundities from the law of wind, while Chi Yu had only comprehended 1 triple fused profundity from the law of wind. With that said, how could he be afraid of Chi Yu when he had easily defeated the middle-aged scholar? I'm going to give you a chance now, Duanling Tian said tonelessly. Kneel down and count out 10 times and I'll spare your life. Duanling Tian's words stunned everyone. They did not expect him to say such words as though he was completely assured of his victory. You're too arrogant. Chi Yu was naturally infuriated by Duanling Tian's words. He charged out immediately like a gust of wind toward Duanling Tian. Following that, a scimitar appeared in his hand and he hurriedly imbued it with his divine energy and the law of wind, causing it to glow green. Although the scimitar was a primitive divine artifact, after being imbued with his energy, it was rather powerful. It seemed as though it could tear a hole in the sky. Swoosh! The wind whistled as Chi Yu brought his scimitar down at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian remained indifferent as he teleported and dodged Chi Yu's attack. When he reappeared behind Chi Yu spun around, guided by his instinct. Then, he brandished his scimitar, releasing energy rays toward Duanling Tian. The energy rays that missed Duanling Tian immediately circled back to him. I've already given you a chance earlier, Duanling Tian said before he stepped forward. Then the outline of a piece of armor appeared on his body. Along with the spatial energy, he easily destroyed Chi Yu's attacks. Then he casually waved his hand. Swoosh! A short sound of wind whistling reverberated in the arena. Following that, at the same time everyone saw the sword that suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's hand, they also saw Chi Yu's head that had already been severed from his body at some point. Following that, they watched as the spatial energy crushed Chi Yu as though he had been through a meat grinder. With Chi Yu's death, the remaining energy rays vanished. Those that managed to land on Duanling Tian were easily neutralized by his armor. His armor was a defensive divine artifact after all. It was given to him by the Zhong clan. Its value was not inferior to that of an offensive divine artifact.
The sword he had used was also a primitive divine artifact given by the Zhong clan. Blood splattered all over the arena.
Everyone was silent. No one expected the battle to end so quickly. From the time Qiyu attacked to the time he died, less than 18 seconds had passed. Duanling Tian only took 6 seconds to kill Qiyu.
The two inner elders on duty inhaled sharply. Although they were surprised, due to their experience, they quickly recovered. Although they were certain Duanling Tian would win, they did not expect him to win so quickly. After all, Qiyu was among the top 10 strongest inner disciples who were gods. Qiyu was the face of the inner disciples with the cultivation bases of a god to the outside world. However, the elders were not saddened by his death. After all, a stronger disciple had appeared, and he was more than qualified to become the new face of the inner disciples with cultivation bases of a god. Tang Wuyen was in shock for a long time. When she regained her senses, she muttered to herself in disbelief. He has just broken through, but he's already so strong. He actually killed Qiyu with just one move.
The purple-clad young man stood in the extreme martial arena with a calm expression as though everything that had just transpired was insignificant. It was as though he had long predicted this outcome.
I already gave you a chance. The purple-clad young man's words reverberated in everyone's ears. None of them expected him to kill Qiyu so effortlessly. Since Qiyu did not cherish the chance given to him, he could only die. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Duanling Tian looked at Tang Wuyen and asked, "When will the results for the Heavenly Stairs battle come out?" "What?" Tang Wuyen was still in shock. When she finally regained her senses, she hastily told Duanling Tian about the day the results would be released.
"All right, I'm leaving first then," Duanling Tian said with a nod. Then he teleported away under everyone's eyes, leaving a bloody mess behind. As soon as Duanling Tian left, a commotion broke out immediately.
Heavens!
That Duanling Tian from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy is so strong.
He killed Qiyu so quickly. Did you see how he did it?
His sword attack seemed so simple, and yet Qiyu couldn't defend against it.
I didn't see it clearly, so I don't know what happened exactly. Most people could not see how Duanling Tian had killed Qiyu with his Law of Space's triple-fused profundity.
Is this the difference between the 4 supreme laws and ordinary laws?
Some people thought Duanling Tian's strength came from the Law of Space, and some people thought otherwise.
Although the 4 supreme laws are stronger than ordinary laws, the difference in strength isn't so wide. Perhaps Duanling Tian's overwhelming strength is due to his bloodline power.
Even Tang Wuyen was confused. Hence, she sent Duanling Tian a message, asking, "Duanling Tian, how did you kill Qiyu earlier? The Law of Space shouldn't give you such overwhelming strength, right?"
Duanling Tian replied, "I used the rudimentary stage of the sword Dao I'd comprehended." At the same time, Elder Ping and another inner elder who were on duty at the extreme martial arena had also figured out that Duanling Tian had killed Qiyu using the sword Dao. Since the others were quite a distance away, they did not hear the 2 inner elders' surprised gasps. Compared to using 2 triple-fused profundities, the sword Dao is more low-key, Duanling Tian muttered to himself when he returned to his room.
Then, he brought out the 5 auspicious pills that the Zhang clan had given him and consumed them all at once. With his talent, he would have been able to break through and become a king of gods if he had 9 auspicious pills.
In fact, any gods would have been able to become a king of gods with 9 auspicious pills. There were many advanced gods in the realms of gods who directly became kings of gods after consuming 9 auspicious pills.
It did not matter to Duanling Tian that he did not have 9 auspicious pills. After all, 5 auspicious pills were enough to boost his cultivation base, bringing him closer to a breakthrough.
He had rushed back because he wanted to consume the 9 auspicious pills and cultivate. Duanling Tian had only decided to use the sword Dao, the weapon Dao of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, when he was making his way to the extreme martial arena earlier.
He, naturally, did not reveal his full comprehension of the sword Dao and only showcased the rudimentary stage of the sword Dao. After all, being able to comprehend the rudimentary stage of a weapon Dao could also be attributed to luck and not just talent alone. Since his comprehension of the sword Dao was rather profound now, he could easily conceal his strength. Since he wanted to keep a low profile, he thought it was better to use the sword Dao. It was more low-key compared to using 2 triple-fused profundities. He would only attract jealousy, hate, and trouble if he were to show his true strength. After all, the prodigies were easily jealous, and he had no support in the Hidden Fog sect since he did not plan to acknowledge a master, hence, it was better to keep a low profile. Nonetheless, he would not keep a low profile regarding some matters. For example, even if it would attract attention, he had been determined to kill Qiyu. He killed Qiyu not only because Qiyu wanted to kill him, but also to send a message to others like Qiyu who harbored ill intentions. He wanted everyone to know that he was not a pushover. After becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I'll gain the protection of the sect. At that time, even most core elders won't dare to simply make a move against me, Duanling Tian thought to himself. At this time, he thought of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect who was also Tu Feng's master. Since he had enmity with Tu Feng's master definitely disliked him as well. It was likely that Tu Feng's master would help Tu Feng seek revenge. Even if Tu Feng's master did not personally make a move, Tu Feng's master might pull some dirty tricks to drive him away from the sect. Since Duanling Tian was just an inner disciple now, it would be easy for an elder to expel him from the sect. However, it would be different if he was a core disciple. The second elder of the Hidden Fog sect was not qualified to expel a core disciple after all. The 5 auspicious pills will help me make huge progress. Next, I'll focus on breaking through and becoming a king of gods. Barring any unusual circumstances, I should rank first in the Heavenly Stairs battle. With that, I'll gain another auspicious pill. Once I become a king of gods, I'll be able to protect myself better in the unfamiliar profound energy land. With that, Duanling Tian focused on cultivating to break through as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after the crowd left the extreme martial arena, news of Duanling Tian and Qi Yu's battle spread like a wildfire. In just a short time, the entire Hidden Fog sect had already heard of Duanling Tian's extraordinary feat. Even some high-ranking officials of the Hidden Fog sect were stunned when they heard the news. Qi Yu died. Qi Yu is dead? I had planned to ask him to become my third disciple. What a shame. We lost Qi Yu, but we have Duanling Tian now. The Hidden Fog sect didn't suffer a loss. At the same time, Tu Feng, who was cultivating, was woken up by a message from his master, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Tu Feng, didn't you go to Hidden Fog Academy previously to express my intention to accept Duanling Tian as a disciple? The second elder of the Hidden Fog sect was Wu Fengyin. He was a middle-aged man with a purple diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. His expression was stern and his loose green robe could not hide his tall and muscular body. Go and invite Duanling Tian over. I'll personally express my intention to him, Wu Fengyin said to Tu Feng. After receiving his master's message, Tu Feng asked in confusion, Master, didn't you previously say that he doesn't know what's good for him for refusing you? You even said you no longer wish to accept him as a disciple. Did I? Wu Fengyin's tone was casual as he said, even if I did, I wasn't serious. Go and invite him over. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he managed to kill Qi Yu with a move. If he becomes my disciple, my status in the sect will definitely rise. I'm certain someone like him will have even greater achievements than me in the future. Toward the end of his words, Wu Fengyin's tone showed signs of urgency. What? Tu Feng was shocked when he heard his master's words. Duanling Tian killed Qi Yu with just a move? Master, are you mistaken? Are you sure he killed Qi Yu, one of the 10 strongest gods among the inner disciples? The person who was ranked 3rd during the last Heavenly Stairs battle. Tu Feng found it hard to believe that Duanling Tian had killed Qi Yu. Wu Fengyin said, Apart from him, who else could it be? Wu Fengyin said indifferently, I know what you're thinking. You don't think Duanling Tian is a match for Qi Yu since Duanling Tian is just an intermediate god and has just recently joined the sect. However, you're unaware that due to the pressure on the 7th step of the Heavenly Stairs, Duanling Tian broke through and became an advanced god. He successfully passed the 8th step and advanced to the 9th step before he was eliminated. He's likely to rank first among the inner disciples in this time's Heavenly Stairs battle. Moreover, not only did he comprehend the law of space's triple-fused profundity, but he has also comprehended the Sword Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, to the rudimentary stage. It's with this that he killed Qi Yu. Perhaps it was due to his luck that he managed to form and comprehend the Sword Tao to the rudimentary stage, but with his talent, He'll definitely be able to comprehend it to the mastery stage. Alright now. Stop wasting and invite him over now. Yes, master, Tu Feng said as his eyes glinted coldly. Naturally, he did not express his displeasure to his master. After he was done talking to his master, he broke his bed in a fit of anger. Damn it! Why is Duanling Tian so strong? The rudimentary stage of the Sword Dao. How can he be so lucky? Tu Feng was aware that if Duanling Tian became his master's disciple, his master would definitely value Duanling Tian more than him, even if Duanling Tian's cultivation base was not as high as his for now. Tu Feng was naturally reluctant to invite Duanling Tian over to see his master. However, he did not dare to disobey his master even though it had crossed his mind more than once to lie to his master, saying that Duanling Tian refused the invitation. Although Tu Feng and his master Wu Fengyin were both kings of gods, Tu Feng was just a rudimentary king of gods while his master was one of the stronger advanced kings of gods in the Hidden Fog sect. Let alone a rudimentary king of gods like him, his master could even kill an ordinary advanced king of gods. Apart from that, Tu Feng was very familiar with Wu Fengyin's temper. His master hated those who defied his orders the most. Hence, despite his reluctance, he could only obey his master. However, when Tu Feng went to look for Duanling Tian, he discovered that Duanling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. Duanling Tian had also activated the formations to block out disturbances using the formation compass that was given by the Hidden Fog sect, which would block out messages and voice transmissions as well. When Tu Feng arrived, there were quite a number of people gathered near Duanling Tian's residence. All of them had come with the same purpose as Tu Feng. They were there to invite Duanling Tian on behalf of their elders or masters who were keen on accepting Duanling Tian as a disciple. At this time, a young man who had seen Tu Feng smiled mockingly as he said, Tu Feng, didn't Duanling Tian refuse you when you went to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy previously? Why did you come again? The young man was one of the disciples of a high-ranking official of the Hidden Fog sect. He was also an inner disciple who was a rudimentary king of gods like Tu Feng. This was why he was not afraid of mocking Tu Feng. Xia Xiaofeng, mind your own business. Tu Feng, who was already in a bad mood, said as he glared at the young man. Xia Xiaofeng was amused by Tu Feng's reaction and only chuckled in response. At the same time, another young man said with a smile, Tu Feng, it's best if you leave. From what I heard, when junior brother Duan fought Qi Yu, he mentioned something about Qi Yu being your dog. It's clear he knows that you sent Qi Yu to look for trouble with him. Do you really think he'll accept your invitation with that? That's right. Tu Feng, you better leave. Junior brother Duan definitely won't acknowledge the second elder as his master after what you did. Since the group of disciples were all rudimentary kings of gods, they naturally did not fear Tu Feng. Moreover, their master's or elder status was comparable to Tu Feng's master. Tu Feng's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. Did Qi Yu expose him to Duanling Tian? He shuddered. He could already imagine the outcome if his master found out about this matter. After a moment, Tu Feng decided to leave. He knew it would only be a matter of time before his master summoned him to punish him. Indeed, not long after Tu Feng left, he was summoned by his master, Wu Fengyin. In the backyard of a courtyard, Wu Fengyin stood with his back facing Tu Feng. He placed his hands on his back as he looked at the illusory landscape of a pond in front of him. Then he asked lightly, Tu Feng, is it true that you sent Qi Yu to look for trouble with Duanling Tian? As soon as Wu Fengyin finished speaking, Tu Feng fell to his knees immediately and said in a hoarse and indignant voice, Master, I was only displeased that he refused to become your disciple. After all, he should feel honored. I was just angered that he refused you, Master. So, you're saying it's my fault then? Wu Fengyin asked as he turned around to look at Tu Feng with a faint smile on his face. That's not what I meant. Tu Feng lowered his head even more. It's all my fault offending Duanling Tian. Enough. Rise to your feet, Wu Fengyin said with a wave of his hand. At the same time, his expression eased as well. Thank you, Master. Tu Feng had been prepared to be punished by his master, so he did not expect this at all. After Tu Feng rose to his feet, Wu Fengyin glanced at him and said, Based on the current situation, It's unlikely that Duanling Tian will agree to become my disciple. Right? Tu Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. However, he nodded and said, "Yes, master." Tu Feng felt incredibly anxious at this time. Relief flooded his heart when he heard Wu Fengyin's next words. "Since it's impossible for him to become my disciple and he's already an enemy of yours, find a chance to get rid of him for good," Wu Fengyin said tonelessly. "It's better for someone like him to die now. Otherwise, it'd be a walk in the park for him to kill you once he grows stronger. As your master, how can I not do anything? Moreover, since he's your enemy, he naturally won't have a good impression of me as well. This means that he's also a threat to me. Make sure you kill him before he becomes a king of gods to avoid future troubles." Tu Feng's eyes brightened as soon as he heard his master's words. "Yes, master?" This was a dream come true for Tu Feng. Not only was he not punished, but his master had even told him to kill Duanling Tian. Wu Fengyin asked, "Are you confident about executing this task alone? If not, I'll find another person to help you." "Master, that brat isn't even a king of God. I can't get rid of him without any help," Tu Feng said as he shook his head. He knew his master would think less of him if he had agreed to let someone help him. After all, he was a rudimentary king of gods. It should be easy for him to kill an advanced god. "Very well. You may leave now," Wu Fengyin said with a nod. "Yes, master." Tu Feng bade farewell to Wu Fengyin and left. He was already thinking of ways to get rid of Duanling Tian. Since Duanling Tian hurried back to enter closed-door cultivation after the Heavenly Stairs battle, it's likely he's preparing for the core disciples test. In any case, he's doomed to fail the test. Even Elder Shui Haichuan barely passed the test 10,000 years ago despite comprehending 2 triple-fused profundities from the law of death and possessing a bloodline power. Duanling Tian has only comprehended 1 triple-fused profundity from the law of space, and the power of his rudimentary comprehension of the Sword Tao isn't a match for the power of another triple-fused profundity. Although I'm not sure if he possesses a bloodline power or not, it shouldn't matter anyway. It's not enough to make a difference. With this thought in mind, Tu Feng calmed down. There isn't any chance for me to make a move before the core disciples test. I'll have to find a way to lure him out of the sect after the test. Tu Feng naturally did not dare to make a move on Duanling Tian in the Hidden Fog sect. Apart from the Heavenly Stairs, most places in the sect were under surveillance that would be recorded. Even if he managed to kill Duanling Tian, he would definitely be found out and executed by the sect. Duanling Tian finally emerged from his closed-door cultivation half a month later. The effects of the 5 auspicious pills are truly shocking. Their efficacy is truly shocking and lasts for a long time. It only took me a day to absorb them and raise my cultivation base. Even my cultivation speed increased tremendously. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a king of gods that I think I only need 3 instead of 4 auspicious pills to break through. Due to his 99 heavenly veins, Duanling Tian had been surprised when he discovered that the efficacy of the auspicious pills was prolonged. After all, most of the inhabitants of realms of gods possessed more than 90 heavenly veins, so he no longer had much of an advantage over his opponents in that regard. His speed when mobilizing his divine energy was not much faster than his opponents. For example, during his battle with Qiyu, he discovered he was only slightly faster than Qiyu in mobilizing divine energy. He did not expect his 99 heavenly veins to surprise him again after consuming 5 auspicious pills. Now that half a month has passed, the rankings for the Heavenly Stairs battle should have been released. I should rank first and receive the auspicious pill, barring any unforeseen circumstances. With that, Duanling Tian removed the formations with just a thought. In just an instant, countless voices flooded into his ears immediately. I wonder when Duanling Tian is going to come out? My master told me to wait here until Duanling Tian comes out. I can't leave until I see Duanling Tian. He should be coming out soon. By the way, who do you think Duanling Tian would choose to become his master? I don't know. Since he refused the second elder, I don't think he'll accept anyone with the same status as the second elder. It's only normal for a prodigy like him to be picky. Duanling Tian was surprised that a crowd had gathered outside of his residence. Based on their conversations, he knew they had been waiting outside for half a month, just to invite him to meet their masters or elders who intended to accept him as a disciple. I shouldn't have deactivated the formation so quickly, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Alas, the crowd had already noticed the deactivated formations and broke into a commotion immediately. Swoosh! In the end, Duanling Tian appeared before the crowd. Duanling Tian has deactivated the formation. He's out. Duanling Tian. I'm Su He, Supreme Elder Huang Ping Yi's second disciple. My master wants to invite you to his cultivation ground. Duanling Tian. I'm Guardian Lu Gangxian's eldest disciple, Li Chongyu. My master wants to invite you over for a visit. Duanling Tian was surprised when he heard that a Supreme Elder and a Guardian wanted to meet him. There were only a few Supreme Elders in the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, Supreme Elders and Guardians had higher status compared to the 19 core Elders. Their status was comparable to the few Vice sect leaders of the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, some of the Supreme Elders had even higher status than the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect due to their superior strength. Duanling Tian was surprised the Supreme Elders and Guardians wanted to accept him as their disciple since he had held his strength back to avoid being too eye-catching. He did not expect he would still attract attention from so many people even after downplaying his strength.
Duanling Tian, I'm Supreme Elder Wu He's son. My father wants to accept you as his disciple. If you're willing to become his disciple, he promised that your treatment would be even better than mine.
I'm Supreme Elder Lu Hu Gui's second disciple, He Chai. My master wants to accept you as his disciple as well. He has prepared 3 auspicious pills as a meeting gift for you. Duanling Tian. I'm Guardian Zhao Bu Yi's fourth disciple, Ouyang Quan. My master has said that as long as you become his disciple, he'll find 9 auspicious pills for you to help you become a king of gods within a year. There were young men, middle-aged men, and a few young women inviting Duanling Tian to meet their masters and elders. Upon seeing the competition, some of them even began to increase their offer.
Duanling Tian was rather tempted when he heard that someone was willing to find 9 auspicious pills for him within a year. Nonetheless, in the end, Duanling Tian cupped his fists together at everyone and interjected, "My apologies.
I, Duanling Tian, have no intention of acknowledging a master even though I've joined the Hidden Fog sect. My goal is to join the Great Dragon Battle sect in the future. I apologize for keeping all of you here for so long." Upon hearing these words, some people left with a sigh, and some people were still determined to negotiate with Duanling Tian, in hopes of changing his mind. Alas, they were still rejected in the end. Among those who were rejected, there were a few who were unwilling to give up.
They followed Duanling Tian, who went to the Internal Affairs Pavilion to find out the ranking of the Heavenly Stairs battle. Even before the rankings were revealed, many people did not doubt that Duanling Tian would rank first among the inner disciples who were gods. After all, none of the gods who were inner disciples had ever climbed to the 9th step before.
Another commotion broke out among those at the Internal Affairs Pavilion as soon as Duanling Tian showed up. It's Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian? The advanced god who ranks first in the Heavenly Stairs battle. That's right. It's said that he's not even 3,000 years old. Vice sect leader Murong is the one who recommended him to join the sect ahead of time.
A talent like him is truly rare. Vice sect leader Murong really has a discerning eye.
That's right. Apart from a few Supreme Elders and our sect leader, I admire Vice sect leader Murong as well.
After a while, Duanling Tian asked with a smile, "Hello, can you tell me where I can collect the rewards for the Heavenly Stairs battle?" After someone pointed the place out to him, Duanling Tian quickly obtained his reward, which was an auspicious pill.
Just as Duanling Tian was about to leave, a chubby inner disciple with an equally chubby face called out, "Duanling Tian.
The core disciples test is just around the corner. Are you confident about passing the test?"
The last time an advanced god managed to pass the test was 10,000 years ago. Moreover, over the past 100 years, not even one king of gods has managed to pass the test.
Everyone shifted their attention to Duanling Tian curiously, eager to know his answer.
Duanling Tian turned to smile at the chubby inner disciple before he said, "I'll try my best to be the first advanced god to pass the core disciples test in 10,000 years.
Without waiting for a response from the chubby inner disciple, Duanling Tian left, leaving the noisy crowd behind.
Based on Duanling Tian's words, it seems like he's very confident about passing the test. I'm excited to see how it turns out. If he truly passes the test, he'll be the first advanced god to pass the test in 10,000 years. I really wish the core disciples test would come faster. It did not take long for what happened at the Internal Affairs Pavilion to spread through the Hidden Fog sect. Upon hearing the news, Tang Wuyen, who was with her granduncle, Tang Chun, exclaimed in shock. He's so confident? Tang Chun asked. What happened? After listening to Tang Wuyen, he said with a smile, I think he'll be able to pass the test. Granduncle, you're so confident about his strength as well? Tang Wuyen was surprised. Based on the strength he had demonstrated, I don't think it's enough for him to pass the test unless he's been hiding his true strength. Granduncle, don't tell me you know he's hiding his strength. Tang Chun shook his head. He naturally did not know if Duanling Tian was hiding his true strength, but he could not help but feel certain of Duanling Tian's victory. Then, why are you confident? Tang Wuyen asked, puzzled. Maybe it's his bearing and temperament. If it were someone else, I'd think they're arrogant. However, coming from Duanling Tian, it just seems like he's confident, not arrogant, Tang Chun replied. Then, he looked at Tang Wuyen meaningfully as he said, Wuyen, I heard you went to Heavenly Stairs. You went there for Duanling Tian, right? Tang Wuyen was rendered temporarily speechless by Tang Chun's words. Then, she said, Granduncle, I only went there because I planned to participate as well. However, due to Duanling Tian's sudden battle with Qiyu, I decided to follow them to the extreme martial arena to have a look. After the battle ended, I returned and entered the Heavenly Stairs. Tang Chun did not seem convinced. He continued to look at Tang Wuyen meaningfully as he said, It's okay. I understand. It's only normal for young women to feel shy. Tang Wuyen really did not know what else she could say, so she only remained silent. Perhaps, due to Tang Chun's words, a purple-clad figure appeared and lingered in her mind. She chastised herself inwardly. Why am I wasting time thinking about a married man with children? Tang Wuyen tried to get rid of the purple-clad figure in her mind, but it was futile. Not only did the figure linger in her mind, but her heart began to race when she thought about him. Ridiculous, Tu Feng said mockingly. Who does he think he is? He thinks he'll be able to become the first inner disciple to pass the core disciples test in 10,000 years. Although the test for inner gods is easier compared to that for the king of gods, it's still nearly impossible for advanced gods to pass it. Does he plan to become the next Shuai Chuan? What a joke! Tu Feng was sure the person whom he planned to kill would fail the core disciples test since he knew how difficult the test was. Somewhere in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, a blue-clad young man sat cross-legged in the air. His aura was gradually getting stronger as he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. All of a sudden, the blue-clad young man opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, I'm just a step away from becoming an intermediate king of gods. My soul attacks are stronger as well. Based on the strength of my soul attacks, law of destruction, and the destructive sword Dao, I should be able to defend myself against Mi Xian, the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan. In fact, I should be strong enough to heavily injure him now. Alas, it's still difficult for me to kill him. The blue-clad young man shook his head as his gaze softened and he wondered out loud. I wonder how little Tian is doing? I hope he's safe. If anything happens to him, I'll annihilate the entire Phantom Clan even if they have no relations to Mi Xian anymore. The blue-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang. Now that he was an intermediate king of gods, with his comprehension of the law of destruction and the destructive sword Dao, he was confident he could kill ordinary intermediate kings of gods. However, that was not the case for Mi Xian since Mi Xian were soul-like entities who specialized in soul attacks. In the past, the speed of Mi Xian's attacks was so fast that he had difficulty dealing with them and was forced to retreat to the Azura Hell to raise his cultivation base. Although most people did not dare to come to the Azura Hell, Feng Qingyang knew the Azura Hell like the back of his hand. Now that I'm an intermediate king of gods, it won't be easy for Mi Xian to destroy my soul no matter how skilled he is in soul attacks. If I cultivate a little more, I should be able to destroy him as well, Feng Qingyang thought to himself.
With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating again. Little did he know, his disciple Duanling Tian had left the Devata realms and had gone to the profound energy land, one of the realms of gods, through the realm battlefield. Duanling Tian did not inform Feng Qingyang about his decision because he did not want Feng Qingyang to worry about him. Since Feng Qingyang was much more knowledgeable, he knew Feng Qingyang would not easily believe his lies like his family did. For that reason, he did not come to see Feng Qingyang at all before he left. Similar to the Azura Hell, the land of the dead was also one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Since the land of the dead was not as treacherous as the Azura Hell, many celestial emperors would come to the land of the dead to hunt for soul entities to be made into their weapons souls. The Phantom Clan was one of the clans in the land of dead. Among their members, there were those who were gods and kings of gods. The clan had been in decline due to internal strife. Currently, it was on the brink of destruction. Mi Xian, you won't get away with this. How dare you harm your own clan members? You'll pay for this one day, an elderly man in the form of a soul cried out before he was devoured by a young man. Old man, you won't live to see that day. The young man was none other than the former leader of the Phantom Clan, Mi Xian. After Feng Qingyang visited the Phantom Clan in the land of dead to inform them about what Mi Xian had done, Mi Xian was stripped of his status as their leader and expelled from the clan. With that, Mi Xian's attitude changed completely. In the beginning, he possessed Tang Sanpao's body, but the body was destroyed by Duanling Tian when they were in the 9 Serenities battlefield. After he narrowly escaped death and recuperated, he found another body to possess and returned to the Phantom Clan to devour the members to raise his cultivation base. After devouring a few of the elders, he had a breakthrough and became an advanced king of gods. I should leave now, Mi Xian muttered to himself before he disappeared in just a flash. After Mi Xian left, a terrifying wave of energy swept through the place where he was standing. Then, a few elders appeared, trembling and furious. That scumbag, Mi Xian, got away again. Now that he's an advanced king of gods, the formation that our ancestor left behind can no longer stop him. Moreover, it's impossible for our members to hide in the clan estate forever. One of the elders said angrily with a helpless expression on his face. A disaster like this had once happened in the past. One of the members of the Phantom Clan had lost his mind after possessing a physical body and returned to the clan to devour its members. At that time, the clan was almost destroyed. To prevent history from repeating itself, the ancestor of the Phantom Clan had requested help from a formation master to cast the shocking divine killing formation that could kill ordinary advanced kings of gods. Alas, none of them expected a clan leader of the Phantom Clan would turn into a traitor. It wouldn't be a problem if he were an ordinary member of the clan. Since he used to be the clan leader, he knows how to deactivate the formation and the formation's weaknesses. Who could have known a clan leader would turn out this way? Who was the one who supported him to become the clan leader? If he wasn't the clan leader, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. This isn't the time to point fingers. Who could have known what would happen in the future? Elder Xianxia, I remember you were the one who strongly recommended Mi Xian to be the clan leader in the past. Due to the crisis, a cloud of gloom hung over the Phantom Clan. Although orders had been given to stop members from leaving the clan estate, there were a few who disobeyed the order and snuck out. As a result, none of those who snuck out had returned. Mi Xian continued to raise his cultivation base by devouring his former clan members to the point where he was about to break through and become a lord of gods. I should leave the land of gods for now and lay low. I remember one of the elders is acquainted with a lord of gods who owes him a favor. Who knows if the elder would call in the favor and ask that lord of gods to kill me. With that, after devouring another former clan member, Mi Xian left the land of the dead. Just as Mi Xian had expected, one of the elders did request help from the Lord of Gods who owed him a favor. However, there was nothing the Lord of God could do since Mi Xian had already left the land of the dead. Although the crisis had yet to be resolved, the Lord of God had to leave the Phantom Clan's estate. After all, he could not stay in the Phantom Clan forever to protect its members. A few months after the Lord of God's departure, Mi Xian returned to devour his former clan members again. When he found the Lord of Gods had appeared shortly after his departure, he was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, I had the foresight to leave first at that time. However, nothing can stop me now. That old man should mind his own business. Once I become a Lord of God, I'll visit his clan and kill his clan members. Even if I just become a Lord of Gods, he still wouldn't be able to kill me. Mi Xian thought to himself as his eyes shone with killing intent. Mi Xian stayed briefly in the land of the dead before he left again. Meanwhile, the Lord of Gods stopped showing up to the Phantom Clan's estate after a few times since he did not see Mi Xian. Moreover, since Mi Xian was showing signs of getting stronger, he no longer wanted to intervene in the matter. He was not afraid of Mi Xian, but he had to consider his clan members who were weaker than Mi Xian. With this, the Phantom Clan fell into despair. Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian were naturally unaware that Mi Xian was close to becoming a Lord of Gods. Feng Qingyang was still cultivating in the Azura Hell, trying to grow stronger, while Duan Ling Tian had gone to the profound energy land and had joined a Lord-rank hidden fog sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In just a blink of an eye, the day of the core disciples test had arrived. Duan Ling Tian was on the cusp of a breakthrough to become a king of God after devouring the auspicious pill he had obtained as a reward for ranking first in the Heavenly Stairs battle.